Meanwhile, I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats. And once again, a gentle reminder to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode.
In 2008. In the year 2011, corn hybrid P3522, launched in Rabi, created a breakthrough in yield levels comparable to those in the USA. In 2014, Pioneer opened new doors of advancement in the field of agriculture by establishing a crop research center in India, adding more to its achievements in the process of enabling farmers' prosperity. Pioneer introduced the mustard hybrid 45S46 in 2015 that significantly increased farmers' income with quantum leap in yield levels. After proving itself and gaining trust of millions of Indian farmers, Dow, DuPont and Pioneer became a new entity, Corteva AgriScience, in 2018. This standalone company soon emerged as the largest pure-play agri company. In 2019, introduced the Acre Next direct seeded program in India. With this, Pioneer made a significant advancement in the agricultural sector through making climate-smart and sustainable solutions available to farmers. We are grateful to celebrate Pioneer's 50 years legacy of trust and prosperity with our farmers and other stakeholders as well. During this incredible journey, Pioneer strongly supported and contributed to its nation's agriculture missions and has been instrumental and collaborative with industry stakeholders to enhance agri-ecosystem, contribute towards sustainable and climate-resilient agriculture. With a strong vision and purpose, we continue to focus on R&D to bring the best technology and products for our farmers in order to make them prosperous and competitive in the global agri-league. Pioneer, a name that stands for trust. Trust that opens doors to growth and prosperity. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. It is the key to success and prosperity. With a vision to transform the lives of Indian farmers and participate in India's agricultural transformation journey, from a food-deficient country to the world's leading agricultural nation, Pioneer took its first step into the Indian agriculture market in 1973. Pioneer's constant endeavor has been to contribute towards the nation's production, maximize productivity, and improve growers' profitability by introducing the best products. In this journey, Pioneer has garnered many firsts to its credit. In 1996, Pioneer introduced hybrid maize with the best genomics to unfold maize crop potential. With the objective to deliver the best quality seeds, Pioneer established a state-of-the-art production unit in Hyderabad, India in the year 2000. To improve yield levels of corn crop, Pioneer introduced single-cross corn hybrid in 2002 and brought significant breakthrough in the agriculture sector. Pioneer recognized the need and importance for hybrid mustard seeds to fulfill the increasing demand of mustard oil and improve crop economics for the grower. The first mustard hybrid was launched in 2008. Rice is a staple food throughout India and one of the most produced food grains in India. Pioneer launched first hybrid rice PHB 71 in 2008. To educate and facilitate our farmers, Pioneer Pravakta Network and Paramarsh Customer Care Helpline in 6 languages was launched in 2008. In the year 2011, corn hybrid P3522, launched in Rabi, created a breakthrough in yield levels comparable to those in the USA. In 2014, Pioneer opened new doors of advancement in the field of agriculture by establishing a crop research center in India, adding more to its achievements in the process of enabling farmers' prosperity. Pioneer introduced the mustard hybrid 45S46 in 2015 that significantly increased farmers' income with quantum leap in yield levels. After proving itself and gaining trust of millions of Indian farmers, Dow DuPont and Pioneer became a new entity, Corteva AgriScience, in 2018. This standalone company soon emerged as the largest pure-play agri company. In 2019, introduced the Acre Next direct seeded program in India. With this, Pioneer made a significant advancement in the agricultural sector through making climate-smart and sustainable solutions available to farmers. We are grateful to celebrate Pioneer's 50 years legacy of trust and prosperity with our farmers and other stakeholders as well. During this incredible journey, Pioneer strongly supported and contributed to its nation's agriculture missions and has been instrumental and collaborative with industry stakeholders to enhance agri-ecosystem, contribute towards sustainable and climate-resilient agriculture. With a strong vision and purpose, we continue to focus on R&D to bring the best technology and products for our farmers in order to make them prosperous and competitive in the global agri-league. Pioneer, a name that stands for trust. Trust that opens doors to growth and prosperity. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. It is the key to success and prosperity. With a vision to transform the lives of Indian farmers and participate in India's agricultural transformation journey, from a food-deficient country to the world's leading agricultural nation, Pioneer took its first step into the Indian agriculture market in 1973. Pioneer's constant endeavor has been to contribute towards the nation's production, maximize productivity, and improve growers' profitability by introducing the best products. In this journey, Pioneer has garnered many firsts to its credit. In 1996, Pioneer introduced hybrid maize with the best genomics to unfold maize crop potential. With the objective to deliver the best quality seeds, Pioneer
Namaskar.
established a state-of-the-art.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very good morning and a warm welcome to you all to the 9th India Maize Summit 2023. As we have shared with you, we have just received Shri Abdul Sattar, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, State of Maharashtra, Government of India, here in our midst. हम माननीय मंत्रीवर का हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हैं. आप सभी से अनुरोध है जोरदार तालियों से उनका अभिवादन करें. We warmly welcome in our midst Sri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture, Government of India. Very warm welcome. Also with us on the days this morning is Ms. Anuja Kadian, Government and Industry Affairs Director, Asia Pacific, Corteva Agri-Science. We warmly welcome Mr. Pravesh Sharma, Chairman FICCI Task Force on FPOs and Director Samunnati. A warm and hearty welcome to Mr. T.R. Kesavan, Chairman FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Group President TAFE. A very, very warm welcome to the honorable dignitaries who have taken their seats on the dais. Once again, this is the inaugural session of the 9th India Maize Summit 2023. We are honored to have in our midst this morning Shri Abdul Sattar, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, State of Maharashtra, Government of India. We welcome the honorable dignitary with a green certificate. This is a green certificate which is talking about a thicket of 10 trees which have been planted in the honor of the Honorable Minister at the Trees for Tigers at Sundarban Vans, West Bengal. I request Mr. T.R. Kesavan, Chairman FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Group President TAFE, to kindly present the green certificate to the Honorable Minister, and please welcome him. We warmly welcome in our midst Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture, Government of India. May I request Mr. T.R. Kesavan to kindly present a green certificate. This is a thicket of 6 trees which have been planted in your honor, sir, at Trees for Tigers at Sundarban Forest, West Bengal. With that, once again, a very warm welcome to the honorable dignitaries. This morning, we have been joined by Mr. T.R. Kesavan, Chairman FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Group President TAFE. He is better known as the engineering and management professional with over 40 years of national and international experience, and has a track record of 30 years in areas of agriculture productivity and management, government-industry interface, and public-private partnership. It gives me great pleasure to request Mr. T.R. Kesavan to kindly deliver the welcome address. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome.
Good morning. Good morning to every one of you, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Shri Abdul Sattarji, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. I had an opportunity to meet him and interact with him earlier also. And somebody who I always consider as very grounded as far as agriculture is concerned. He knows a lot about agriculture. He can talk a lot about agriculture. I think, sir, last time our meeting lasted more than 3 hours. So which is very unheard of normally in this. So I'm extremely happy that he could really come, and somebody who is very much aware of the need of maize. So his presence, I'm sure, is going to help us, and maybe with his presence, we may probably do something more in Maharashtra also, which we will plan at a later stage, sir. We are also very much thrilled to have Shri Manoj Ahuja ji here, Secretary Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. I know he has got extremely tight schedules today, so we somehow managed to pull him in. And sir, thanks a lot for making this happen. And sometimes I feel so bad troubling him, and he knows why I say that. Somebody who sit up to 8:30, 9 o'clock in the office, I think it's very unfair to trouble him. So that is one part of it. Then we have Ms. Anuja Khadian, Government Industry Affairs Director, Asia Pacific Cotiva. We have Sanjay Vipulari, Head Food and Agriculture Strategy Division of Yes Bank, and also we have other speakers in the plenary session. First of all, on behalf of Vicky, once again, let me extend a very, very warm welcome to every one of you. And I'm going to go a little fast considering that we already are slightly delayed today to start this, and we like to get the dignitaries to talk for us. So for us, Ficky, I think maize has been always an interesting area to work along. We have been working on the maize product line for a very long number of years. And you will be interested to know when we publish the particular maize report. I'm going to leave that thing to them, what edition of maize report is going to come out. But interestingly, although we talk about maize which is supposed to be one of the staple food as far as the animal feed is concerned, and it also can be used today in production of ethanol, etc. The question in maize has been always the question has been uh, a particular kind of grain which actually can grow in less and low content of water. Why we are not able to do much more, and why should we sometimes depend upon imports of maize is a question sometimes it comes into our mind. And there have been gaps as far as maize is concerned, right from if I start from farm to the farm head and to the fork. If we look at it, to be honest, even in the mechanization of maize, I think we need to do much more in India. So that is something I think we have been touched upon in the report by the Yes Bank. But one request I think we will have probably the Yes Bank after all this is maybe come with an addendum of a special edition, a small edition saying that what is the precise mechanization needs in maize we have to meet. And this is important to know because wherever I go, whether it is MP, whether it is areas where you have large maize cultivation, we always find that that is something we can do much better. And the reason is the next important thing as far as the maize is concerned is productivity increase in crop area, and also more importantly, how do you really save the wastages in maize? I mean, one more area we'll have to really worry about in India is how to create a process system so that you could convert maize into value added produce, and that actually can help the farmers. So these are the areas we are going to cover in the maize report, the ninth maize report. But more importantly, we are focusing to increase the maize production because animal feed is largely depending upon maize. And I think it is going to be very critical for India, especially in the current global scenario, that we become self-sufficient in maize to a large extent. And our fond hope is that we create an ecosystem that will actually help to export maize on a consistent basis. One of the problems we always face on agricultural exports in India is that while our intention is good, everything depends upon the local conditions and it starts fluctuating. And if I need to have a global customer, consistency of supply is going to be the most important, not only to ensure that customers are with us, but also ensure that he gets things as planned. So this is another area I think we may have to work on. I'm not going to the nitty-gritties of percentages and data, which everything is available in the report. The last but not the least is we have been driving structural changes, and I know Ministry of Agriculture has been driving structural changes as far as the industry is concerned, as far as the policies are concerned, as far as the driving of institutions are concerned. So there is one more thing I think we genuinely want to do, which I'm going to request Secretary Saab, is that I think we must now start create a center of excellence on mechanization. I think that is something I'm definitely going to look at, not only for maize. I mean, maize is one part of it, but center of excellence on mechanization, I think, is going to be extremely important in India, because I see people doing center of excellences in very many areas. But I see in agriculture changing hugely in the next 5 to 10 years because of the technology impetus coming into the agriculture, equipments, implements, mechanization. So this is something we are going to pursue very strongly with the ministry. And I think if this can be done on a PPP mode, where actually the companies put in money, industry puts in money, and create a center of excellence which will focus on technology needs of mechanization. I'm not looking at the competitive needs of mechanization. I'm looking at the technology needs of mechanization. Tying up with the international universities, I think they can help a lot, because in other areas we have big companies working on, whether it is seeds, whether it is fertilizers, whether other areas, we have the large international companies here. But when I look to mechanization, I still believe, and I genuinely believe, there is something we lack. So with that, I am going to stop here, because for me, maize mechanization is extremely important. And even on the harvesting of maize, what we do is, we have something which is not a perfect harvesting machine, but we still have an harvesting machine. But I think we can do much more. Thanks a lot, and I look forward to taking this forward. And we hope that all the work we done on maize is going to impact the maize cultivation in the country, is going to impact the farming community who is doing work on maize, and also is going to help the processing community, and also most importantly consuming community, both nationally and in the future internationally. Thanks a lot, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such an energetic tone to this morning's proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have with us this morning Ms. Anuja Kadian. A brief introduction to the honored dignitary. She has 17 plus years of experience in non-marketing strategy to structure and capitalize on growth opportunities, policy advocacy and government affairs, sustainability, market access and governance. As government and industry affairs leader at Corteva Agri-Sciences, she spearheads the planning and execution of strategic programs and initiatives across Asia Pacific through product and policy advocacy. Corteva Agriscience, a global agriculture company that combines 2 centuries of scientific achievement and agronomic expertise to provide farmers with the right mix of seeds and crop protection. In India, Corteva delivers services to 10 million farmers and 150 million hectares of farmland. We are also happy to share that Pioneer, the global seed brand of Corteva, is celebrating its 50th year in India, and a big congratulations to you. With these words, may I invite you, ma'am, to address the audience. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. मैं माननीय कृषि मंत्री श्री अब्दुल सत्तर जी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि उन्होंने अपने व्यस्त कार्यक्रम में से मेज़ सम्मेलन के लिए समय निकाला। यह हमारे लिए बहुत प्रोत्साहन का विषय है। मंच पर बैठे गणमान्य अतिथिजन, मनोज आहूजा जी, केसवन जी, प्रवेश जी and Sanjay ji from Yes Bank, thank you so much for being here. The Honorable Prime Minister has shared his vision of doubling farmer income. Maize has been identified as a potential crop that can contribute in its own way to the realization of this vision. I would say that the Indian maize sector is now on the threshold of a new revolution. Planting high-yielding single-cross hybrids has played a major role in raising maize production in the country. We thank the Ministry of Agriculture for encouraging such innovation, and we look forward to fruitful partnerships with the government in future for ensuring its wide-scale adoption amongst farmers to bridge the yield gap in the future too. We also applaud initiatives being taken by the Ministry of Agriculture to give a major boost to the new technologies such as the drone use in agriculture. Positive policy decisions will not only benefit farmers but will also bring Amrit Kal for agritechs. FPOs and एग्री स्टार्टअप्स के विकास के लिए एक अनुकूल इकोसिस्टम विकसित करने का सरकार का यह एक उल्लेखनीय प्रयास है. We also comment and welcome the decision of government to exempt notification of the GE plants falling under the categories of SDN 1 and 2. This decision will benefit the Indian agriculture, farmers, consumers, and the society with the value addition for everyone in the value chain. And any discussion around agriculture is not complete without acknowledging and a mention of the international year of millet. And at Corteva, we applaud the government's vision of making millets an engine of growth for agriculture and achieving its rightful position in the world map. Coming back to maize, I'm really happy to share that as Corteva, we work with over 1 million maize farmers in the country, covering all the 3 seasons. We have trained more than 12,000 female maize farmers on soil health, nutrition, and water stewardship in Betul and Hoshangabad district of MP. 16 such female maize farmers are now working as board of director in FPC created under this program. Around 6,500 female farmers have experienced an annual income increase of more than 10,000 in last 3 years because of the increased productivity as part of this project. श्री अब्दुल सत्तर जी ने औरंगाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट के में सिलौद शहर में किसानों के विकास के लिए काफ़ी काम किया है। किसानों की नई तकनीकों को अपनाने के लिए प्रेरित करने के लिए वे विभिन्न अवसरों पर पायनीर किसान बैठकों में व्यक्तिगत रूप से आए हैं। थैंक यू सो मच सर। As Corteva, we are committed to development of farmers with our sustainable innovations. And at this moment, I'm really glad to share that Indian Institute of Maize Research has awarded Corteva the Outstanding Company Award for the year 2023 for our contribution to maize research and product development. We will always support the government in their agriculture development agenda and will be happy to partner with government on project focusing on enhancing farmers' income. With these words, I congratulate FICCI for continuous efforts since last 9 years in organizing maize summits. Thank you everyone for being a part of it.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us today and encouraging us with your presence and your words. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst this morning Mr. Sanjay Vopuluri, Head Food and Agribusiness Strategic Advisory and Research segment of Yes Bank, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce the honored dignitary to you all. He has more than 24 years of work experience handling various roles across management consulting, agri-commodity procurement, rural extension, marketing of agri-inputs and agri-financing. And today we are proud to share with you that we shall be witnessing the release of FICCI Yes Bank Knowledge Report, which is transforming India's maize sector, the critical role of technology and innovations. So may I request first the Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly do us the honors. इस पुस्तिका का विमोचन अपने कर कमलों से करने जा रहे हैं माननीय मंत्रीवर। जोरदार तालियों से अभिवादन करें। We are very thankful to Yes Bank and Mr. Sanjay Vopuluri for being a part of this initiative. It gives me great pleasure to now request him to kindly address the audience.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to you all. On behalf of Yes Bank, I extend a very warm welcome and hearty greetings to our chief guest, Shri Abdul Sattar ji, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, State of Maharashtra, Government of India. Warm greetings as well to our guests of honor and senior dignitaries on the dais, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shri Pravesh Sharma ji, Chairman, FICCI Task Force on FPOs and Director, Samunati, Ms. Anuja Kadya, Director, Government and Industry Affairs, Corteva Agri Sciences, Shri T.R. Keshwan ji, Chairman, FICCI National Agricultural Committee, and all distinguished government and industry leaders present here today. On behalf of Yes Bank, I thank FICCI for continuing to knowledge partner with Yes Bank for this 9th edition of India Maize Summit. This is the 3rd report that we are releasing over the last 3 years, and this knowledge report released today, titled Transforming India's Maize Sector, the critical role of technology and innovations, provides an outlook of the global and India maize sector, highlights key technological interventions across the maize supply chain, lists out various government initiatives that promote technology introduction and adoption, and puts forth select recommendations that could result in creating an enabling environment for introduction and scaling up of innovative technologies across the maize supply chain. India's maize production has tripled from less than 10 million tons in the mid-1990s to more than 34 million tons today. However, the current productivity of maize in India is much lower compared to other maize growing countries such as US, Brazil and Argentina. India's maize productivity stands at about 3.1 metric tons per hectare compared to a global average of about 6 metric tons per hectare. Among other factors, low productivity in India can likely be attributed to limited adoption of technological interventions across the maize supply chain. For India to meet the growing demand for maize and remain competitive in the global market, it is essential to promote innovative technologies and practices across the maize ecosystem. Technological innovations in genetics and plant breeding, plant nutrition and protection, climate smart solutions such as precision agriculture and early warning systems, modernizing harvesting, innovative post-harvest management, all these are expected to have a significant impact on production and productivity. Emerging technologies such as gene slicing, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, data analytics and connected sensors hold promise for boosting yields, enhancing supply chain efficiency and fostering sustainable and resilient cultivation. This report that we are releasing today lists out and explores various such emerging innovations and technologies that could play a critical role in the growth and development of the maize ecosystem. The Government of India has taken a number of proactive initiatives to boost introduction and adoption of new technologies across the agricultural supply chain. For instance, the Digital Agricultural Mission 2021-25 promotes use of digital technologies in agriculture, providing farmers better access to innovations such as use of drones and sensors, access to real-time market information, and enabling direct market linkage and facilitating e-commerce platforms. While there is significant potential to introduce new technologies, there are specific challenges that hinder large-scale adoption. Factors such as highly fragmented customer base and the resultant inability to reach large number of small and marginal farmers, lack of authentic farmer data for organizations to plan reach-out programs, poor rural internet connectivity infrastructure, and lack of scale resulting in high cost impacts large-scale technological adoption. To address these challenges, 5 action areas have been identified in this report. The first is promoting public-private partnership to leverage technologies. Combining public initiatives that the government is taking with private sector investment and ingenuity could significantly boost introduction of innovative technologies. Second is focusing on technologies that are suitable and adaptable to the Indian conditions. These could include specific high-yielding, pest-tolerant, climate-resilient, genetically modified hybrid seeds that cater to hyper-local agroclimatic conditions in India, use of innovative portable equipment for farm-level quality assessment and farm management, cost-efficient farm-level drying and storage infrastructure, and use of digital platforms, not just for extension, but also for sharing of equipment and linking farmers to markets. The third focus area is devising effective extension programs. A well-designed extension program incorporating both traditional and digital methods is likely to significantly enhance successful adoption of new technology. Fourth is building the necessary IT infrastructure, which is going to be critical for introduction of technology. And the fifth is developing an enabling regulatory environment for introduction and adoption of new technology. The focus area for development for a regulatory environment could be creating a conducive environment for research and development, improving access to farm level data, and continuing various conducive policies for promoting startup ecosystems in India. Yes Bank sincerely hopes that this knowledge report released today serves as an idea generator for all stakeholders working towards introduction of technologies that boost productivity at farm level as well as build efficiencies across the maize supply chain. I once again thank FICCI for giving Yes Bank this opportunity to serve as knowledge partners for the India Maize Summit 2023. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure of welcoming in our midst Sri Manoj Ahuja. He is an IAS officer of the 1990 batch from Orissa cadre. Prior to joining as Secretary Agriculture, he has held several portfolios like Joint Director Personnel, Training and General Administration, Commissioner and Secretary Steel and Mines, Sports and Youth Services. He also served as Chairman CBSE Ministry of Education prior to joining his current post. We are very honored with your presence here today, sir, that despite a very big paucity of time, you could join us here at the very last moment. It gives me great pleasure to request Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture, to kindly address the August gathering. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome.
धन्यवाद। माननीय कृषि मंत्री महाराष्ट्र सरकार अब्दुल सत्तर जी, विकी से केशवन जी, परवेश शर्मा जी, यस बैंक से संजय जी एंड अनुजा जी कोर्तेवा से, और उपस्थित मेज इको सिस्टम से जुड़े सदस्यगण जो इधर उपस्थित हैं, आप सबका मैं स्वागत करता हूं। और साथ ही साथ विकी और यस बैंक को ये जो एक अच्छी एक रिपोर्ट रिलीज़ करी है मेज़ के ऊपर, उसके लिए भी उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। और मेरा विश्वास है कि जो कई बिंदु इस रिपोर्ट में जो लिखे गए हैं उसको हमें आगे ले जाने के लिए हमारे को कार्य इस पे करना ज़रूरी है। आप जानते हैं कि कृषि क्षेत्र में पिछले 6 वर्षों में जो वृद्धि हो रही है वो 4.6% से हो रही है। द ग्रोथ रेट इन एग्रीकल्चर इन द लास्ट 6 years हैज़ बीन 4.6%। और कोविड के दौरान भी हुआ, तो एक तरह से एग्रीकल्चर में जो रेजिलियंस आ रही है और जो ग्रोथ का मोमेंटम बना हुआ है, इसके कई कारण हैं। 2-3 कारण मैं आपके सामने रखता हूँ। The reason why agriculture sector has been growing at this rate of growth, some factors or some elements which are contributing to it. One is, I think, the farmer himself as an entrepreneur, his ability to learn, his ability to innovate has increased. Rather than us pushing knowledge, I mean his ability, because of literacy, learning from each other, I think that is one factor which is increasing the rate of growth and innovation overall in this sector. Second is the growth of the ecosystem around agriculture. You will find that across the value chain there is a healthy growth of agri startups, agri tech companies. You would have in marketing, in providing seeds, in aggregating, in mechanization, or across the value chain, storage and movement. I think that's a very healthy sign that this is happening. Third is the benefits we are getting out of technology, which allows us to address the information problems or the information issues for anybody, be it the farmer. He needs very specific, precise information which is actionable. Can we bring it to him? Steps are being taken in that direction. Anybody associated with the value chain, suppose somebody is into marketing, he would like to know what is the production of a crop in a particular area, when is it going to be harvested, that kind of a knowledge. Again, a farmer, while he is taking a decision to sell, he has to know what is the price he is getting at local mandis and all, so that he can sell at an appropriate price and in an appropriate time. So all these things, I think, are underlying whatever is going on to slightly bring about an higher growth rate in agriculture. And I would like to re-emphasize, I think the second point which I made, the ecosystem where agri startups are there, agricultural companies are there. I think it's very important to work in a collaborative manner. I think Sanjay also mentioned the innovativeness and the quickness of response and the decentralized decision making which is appropriate to particular situations which the private sector has, along with the framework which the government has. A large number, if you would have seen, and the book also has one full chapter in the end about government schemes which are there and which can be converged. I think the need here is to have frameworks in which we can work together in a collaborative manner and in an easy manner. I am sure when you work with the government, there has to be ease of business, there has to be certainty, there has to be clarity as to what is going to happen, there has to be transparency, and that is something we are emphasizing. And I would like to just highlight here, in the horticulture sector we came out with for 4 or 5 crops clusters. In fact, we are aiming at 55 clusters. 4 we did in the first instance, another 3 we are doing, where we actually bid out development of a cluster, where the private sector actually bids. Somebody from the private sector, he says, I'll put in this kind of money. We tell him how much assistance we can give through government schemes and other programs, and what assistance can be given to farmers. Another model is, which has been there and we are revising it, it's the in a PPP mode, development of agriculture in a PPP mode, and that also allows the private sector to work with the government sector for the benefit of the farmer. I think what we need to work together is that we should work in a very transparent manner. There should be ease of doing business, like I said. There should be certainty, and for that we need workable frameworks. Just to highlight what I am saying, in the horticulture sector, what we have done is, there is an RFP where it is bid out, and the follow-up is all very nicely done through IT systems. So every land which is worked on is geo-referenced, every asset which is there is geo-tagged, accounting is online, and it is all put in the public domain. And very light-hearted supervision, because the IT system itself is doing the, it's doing the monitoring. So you don't need heavy-handed monitoring, which may lead to certain issues. Plus, you have to have inbuilt flexibility. You can't predict the future. So you need to have those ability for that system to allow changes if once you have gone into a program or project. And I think there is a lot of potential in this area of working together for the benefit of the farmer, and we do look forward to working on these frameworks quickly and then taking it ahead. Similarly, areas of concern for us, which I have highlighted earlier, even though this is a Maize conference, is areas like oilseeds and pulses. Oilseeds mainly because we are still importing a lot of oilseeds from outside. But these are the general frameworks which can be applicable across all crops. Coming to maize, I think Mr. Keswan pointed out, he had given facts and figures. I will not reiterate. But the fact is, right now we have about 10 million hectares under maize, about 100 lakh hectares. About 34 million is the production, which is the third highest cereal after rice and wheat. But given the demand scenario in the coming years, due to ethanol, we have a target of 20% blending by 2025-26. The need of the poultry and the animal sector, to which 60% of the maize goes. The need for our consumption plus processed foods, we would require a quantum jump in our production, maybe to the level of around 40-45 million tons in the coming 4-5 years, which is a growth rate of maybe 20%. And I think we all need to get together, get across the value chain, across, as they say, the beginning, good quality seeds, appropriate to that particular agroclimatic zone, appropriate to the demand of the farmers, number one. Second, proper agronomic practices, the right kind of inputs, quality inputs if we can give. Third is proper mechanization, which Mr. Keswan alluded to. And I think we should, the point is very well taken, and we can work together. One of our FMTTIs, we can convert into a center of excellence for mechanization, and we would definitely take it up. And then again, the entire value chain. Last time I was here, somebody was mentioning about this problem of aflatoxin, which affects when you store maize, and then the losses in the value chain. So the entire value chain, wherever there is wastage or losses, we need to systematically understand them and cut them down. And that can, again, with the research institutions, both government and private, the private sector companies and government programs, I'm sure if we work together, we can bring about a significant improvement in the state of things. और शेष में मैं फिर से धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा यस बैंक को और फिक्की को कि एक बड़ी अच्छी रिपोर्ट उन्होंने हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत करी है और मुझे इतना समय नहीं मिला उसको विस्तार से पढ़ने के लिए, बट मैं जल्दी से मैंने कुछ पन्ने पलटाए। तो इसके ऊपर भी मैं अनुरोध करूँगा कि फिक्की अगर लीडरशिप लें तो इसमें जो एक्शनेबल पॉइंट्स हैं, हर चीज़ पे आगे क्या करना है, कैसे बढ़ना है और कितने समय में हम क्या कर सकते हैं, वो करना भी बड़ा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी इसमें मेहनत गई है। काफ़ी लोग मैंने देखा इस रिपोर्ट के पीछे थे जिन्होंने अपने विचार दिए हैं और सुझाव दिए हैं। और मुझे लगता है आज भारत विश्व में इस स्तर पे है कि अगर वो चाहे इम्प्रूवमेंट लाने के लिए या कोई चीज़ में बढ़ाव करने के लिए, उत्पादन हो, उत्पादकता हो, तो हमारे पास वो है। हमारे पास सिस्टम्स हैं, लोग हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी है और एंटिटीज़ भी हैं गवर्नमेंट में, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में, जो ये चीज़ को पूरा कर सकती हैं। तो इतना कह के मैं आप सबको फिर से एक बार धन्यवाद देता हूँ और मुझे यहाँ पे आमंत्रण करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद माननीय सचिव महोदय। देवी और सज्जनों, आज हमारे बीच मंच पर आसीन है माननीय श्री अब्दुल सत्तार, माननीय कृषि मंत्री महाराष्ट्र सरकार। हम हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हैं माननीय मंत्रीवर्ग का। वे 4 बार सिलोट कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से एमएलए निर्वाचित हुए हैं और कृषि और किसान विकास के साथ आपकी विशेष अभिरुचि है और बहुत गहन जुड़ाव है। He has a keen interest in rural development and farmer welfare and has given priority to value chain development in corn, cotton, soybean, and oilseeds. Under his leadership, the state has launched programs in climate resilient agriculture to attain sustainability. He has a huge experience in development and has held portfolios like animal husbandry, dairy revenue, and rural development. वे स्वयं एक किसान परिवार से जुड़ाव रखते हैं, तो इसलिए कृषि और किसान विकास की तरफ इनकी विशेष अभिरुचि है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं माननीय मंत्रीवर से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें। जोरदार तालियों से अभिवादन करें।
आज के इस यहाँ विशेष मीटिंग के लिए जिन्होंने हमको बुलाया वो TR केसवान जी, अध्यक्ष हमारे राष्ट्रीय कृषि समिति, और दूसरे अनुजा जी, संजय जी, मनोज जी आहूजा, प्रवेश जी शर्मा, सभी यहाँ मंच पे बैठे अधिकारी, अलग अलग से कंपनियों से जुड़े या सरकार की तरफ से लोक प्रतिनिधि के रूप में महाराष्ट्र सरकार का मैं कृषि मंत्री इस नाते से आप सबका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि एक अच्छी मीटिंग हमारे यहाँ, अभी मेरे पहले वक्ताओं ने सारे देश के बारे में, ये मक्का जो है वो किस तरह से होना चाहिए, कैसे होना चाहिए, उसका पेरनी से लेके सूंघनी से लेके तो मार्केटिंग तक, उसको नई नई जो टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है उस तरह से किस तरह से हम किसान को उसके अंदर मदद कर सकते हैं। एस बैंक और सभी जो हमारे यहाँ जितने फिक्की के तब इससे निमंत्रित किए गए सभी लोग यहाँ जो मौजूद हैं, मेरे चुनाव क्षेत्र में भी काफ़ी बड़े पैमाने के ऊपर मक्का, हमारे तरफ मक्का इंग्लिश में उसको कॉर्न, अलग अलग नामों से पहचाने जाती है, लेकिन सबका मकसद हमारा एक ही है कि इस हमारे फेडरेशन के तरफ से जो आज देश के सबसे बड़े जो सेक्टर में हमारे पास महाराष्ट्र स्टेट है, महाराष्ट्र स्टेट एग्रीकल्चर के माध्यम से देश के अंदर जो गिने चुने राज्य है उसमें महाराष्ट्र का नाम है। महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जो जो काम करने वाले बीज से लेके तो बाजार तक जो नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है, उसके संग खेती विकास के माध्यम से पंतप्रधान जी की भी अपेक्षा है कि हमारे देश में हर तरीके में, हर तौर तरीके से जो भी अलग अलग हमारी फसलें होती है उसके अंदर एक अहम पिक है हमारा मक्का। ये महाराष्ट्र में अगर कोई भी उसको उस माध्यम से प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में आना चाहता है या और सरकार की तरफ से उनकी जो कुछ अपेक्षाएं हैं वो सारी अपेक्षाएं पूरा करने के लिए महाराष्ट्र सरकार के मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय एकनाथ जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी, ये दोनों की भावनाएं किसान के संग जुड़ी है। लेकिन आसमानी संकट के अंदर भी किसान उसकी चपेट में आ रहा है। हम देख रहे हैं कि ये बदलते हुए माहौल में, वातावरण में, क्लाइमेट में जो बदलाव हो रहा है, आज गए हफ्ते भर से हमारे तरफ गारपीट, बहुत बेमौसमी पानी आने की वजह से काफी किसानों को नुकसान हो रहा है। ऐसे इसमें किसानों को सक्षम करने के लिए अगर हमारे पास मक्का एक ऐसा है कि पशु खाद्य बोल के उसका इस्तेमाल किया जाता है, लेकिन उससे हटके भी कई दुनिया में ऐसे मार्केट है, दुनिया में ऐसे उस पर प्रोसेस करने वाली कंपनियां हैं या मार्केटिंग करने वाली है, जो अभी हमारे साथी ने बताया कि एथोनॉल अगर एथेनॉल की तरफ हम जाते हैं तो काफ़ी मदद हमको इसमें मिल सकती है। और इसमें अगर मदद देने के लिए हमारे स्टेट में अगर कोई आता है तो उसके लिए हमारी गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से उनको जो कुछ फैसिलिटीज़ वो अपेक्षा रखते हैं वो भी उनको दिया जाएंगी। उनको जो भी बिजनेस करने के लिए या किसान से जुड़ाने के लिए हमारी जो किसान की जो कंपनियां हैं वो उनसे जुड़ेंगी, और वो जुड़ने के बाद इसमें काफ़ी बदलाव हम ला सकते हैं। जो मेरे खुद के डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इतने बड़े पैमाने के ऊपर मक्का पकाने वाले, निकालने वाले, खेती करने वाले मक्का के इतने किसान हैं, क्या उसके माध्यम से हमको भी आपसे जुड़ना, आज जो हमारा यहाँ आने का मकसद ही है, रमज़ान महीना है, अभी रोज़े का 26वां रोज़ा है आज, तो ज़्यादा तौर के ऊपर कोई भी अपना गांव या अपना अपना राज्य छोड़ के यहाँ आना, उसके पीछे मकसद ही है कि ये आपकी जो आज की यहाँ छोटी हमारे देश के बड़े बड़े लोगों को यहाँ बुलाया गया। आज तोमर साहब भी आने वाले थे लेकिन कुछ वजह से आए नहीं, लेकिन हमारे जो सचिव जी है वो यहाँ आए, उन्होंने आपको अभी मार्गदर्शन किया है। उस माध्यम से मैं आपको महाराष्ट्र महाराष्ट्र स्टेट, इसके अंदर यहाँ के जो किसान हैं उन किसानों को सक्षम करने के लिए, उन किसानों के माल की मार्केटिंग करने के लिए, उसको स्टॉक करने के लिए, जो भी आपके माध्यम से हमको स्टेट के अंदर आप आज अगर आपकी कोई कंपनी आती है, कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आती है, या कोई भी, या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और राज्य सरकार दोनों मिला के हम अगर आपकी फीकी के माध्यम से कुछ कर सकते, क्या कुछ करने के लिए आपका कोई प्रपोजल अगर होगा तो हम उसको भी मदद कर सकते हैं, ताकि हमारे पास जो ये कौन मक्का पकाने वाला जो किसान है वो बड़े पैमाने के ऊपर महाराष्ट्र में है, और वो विशेषता मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है। इसके लिए हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की तो पॉलिसी है कि जो भी लोग अगर इसको जुड़ते होंगे, जो नए सेक्टर से कुछ लोग आते होंगे, किसानों के साथ काम करने की उनकी अपेक्षाएं होंगी, और उनकी अपेक्षाओं के संग सरकार से जो कुछ उम्मीदें होंगी वो भी सरकार पूरी करेगी। महाराष्ट्र सरकार इसके लिए मक्का, ये एक अलग से हमारे तरफ का जो आज हम दुनिया में इसकी डिमांड बहुत है, देश में भी है, राज्य में भी है, लेकिन उसके संगत संगत उसको इथेनॉल के अंदर अगर कन्वर्ट किया जाए तो काफ़ी बड़े पैमाने पे हम किसान को अच्छा दाम दे सकते। किसान जो वो खेती करता है उसको अगर प्रॉफिट अच्छा हुआ तो और किसान उससे जुड़ेंगे। और अभी हमारे पास पहले बीच में उत्तर प्रदेश के बाद में महाराष्ट्र ही ऐसा स्टेट है कि वहाँ सारे फैक्ट्री जो है वो शुगर कारखाने हैं, गन्ना है, गन्ने की खेती बड़े पैमाने पे है। वो अगर ज़्यादा हो गई तो कारखाने तो उतने ही रहते हैं, कारखानों में जितनी कैपेसिटी होती है उतनी कैपेसिटी से वो शक्कर बना सकते हैं। लेकिन मक्का एक ऐसी है कि ये कम दिनों में आने वाला पीक है, 120 दिन, 100 दिन, 90 दिन, नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी से नए नए अभी बीज आ रहे हैं, ये नए जो तरीके हैं उस तौर के तरीके से 100 दिन के अंदर आने वाला सबसे अच्छा पीक अगर सादा और सिंपल और बगैर नुकसान का कोई होगा तो वह है मक्का। और आपकी सारी टीम उसमें काम करती है, आप सब लोग अपने देश के अंदर उसका अपने अपने हिसाब से अपना योगदान है। मैं एस बैंक का भी शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने भी जो रिपोर्ट दिया है उस रिपोर्ट में जिस तरह से हमको हमारी जो उम्मीदें हैं, जो फिक्की की अपेक्षाएं हैं, वो अगर पूरी करना है तो उसके लिए राज्य सरकार की तरफ से भी हम हमारा पूरी मदद, जितना जो कुछ लगेगा, बाकी स्टेटों में क्या होता है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने क्या करना चाहिए उसके बारे में अलग अलग सबकी अपनी अपनी राय है, लेकिन मैं स्टेट का मिनिस्टर इस नाते से ये बात तो आपको जरूर बताना चाहता हूं कि इसमें जो भी मदद लगेंगी, जो भी हमको ये प्रक्रिया करने के अंदर जो भी आगे बढ़ेंगे, उनको सरकार की तरफ से भी पूरी मदद की जाएंगी। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट भी मदद करेगी, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी करेंगी, लेकिन आपका भी यहाँ जो हमारे अभी दोस्त ने इतने पहले ओपनिंग बैटिंग में ही बताया कि किस तरह से कैसा हमको इसके अंदर आगे बढ़ना है, पर लेकिन आगे बढ़ने के लिए सरकार और आप लोगों का बहुत महत्व का योगदान है। आप लोग, आपके तरफ से आपकी जो भी जहां अलग अलग पॉलिसी, अलग अलग स्टेट की, अलग अलग देश भर में जो भी इससे जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, इनकी अपेक्षाएं भी अलग अलग है, लेकिन ये सारी चीजें पूरी करने के लिए हमको इसको केंद्र बिंदु जिसको बनाना पड़ेगा वो है हमारा किसान। और अगर हमारा किसान सक्षम करने के लिए जो भी आगे बढ़ेगा हम उनके संगात बढ़ के हिस्सा लेंगे, सरकार भी मदद करेंगी। और ये जो आज हम फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडियन चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स और इंडस्ट्रीज इनके तरफ से मैं प्रति आभार व्यक्त करूंगा कि एक अच्छी पहल यहाँ, क्योंकि मैं इस बार पहली बार मैं इस खाते का जुड़ा हूँ इससे। इससे पहले अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में मैं महाराष्ट्र सरकार में काम किया हूँ। हमारा नया सरकार आया, ये 7 महीने से या 8 महीने से मेरे ऊपर जिम्मेदारी एक कृषि विभाग की है। और ये कृषि विभाग के अंदर कई ऐसे लोगों की अपेक्षाएं हैं किसानों की, कि किसानों को वक्त के ऊपर उसका माल जो तैयार होता है उसको स्टॉक करने के लिए भी, जैसा मक्का है, मक्का बम्पर जब तैयार होती है तब उसको भाव नहीं मिलता है, जब वो किसान के घर से चली जाती है तब उसको भाव आता है, जब उसको रेट बढ़ के मिलता है। फिर किसान को ऐसा लगता है कि ये मार्केटिंग करने का कुछ ना कुछ अलग से तरीका है। लेकिन किसान के माल के लिए स्टॉक करने के लिए कुछ हम सिस्टम बना सकेंगे, स्टॉक करने के लिए कुछ लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे, कुछ गवर्नमेंट की मदद से, कुछ आपकी मदद से, एस बैंक का भी रोल उसके अंदर बहुत अच्छा रहेगा, उनकी भी मदद से लास्ट हमारे देश में जितनी भी जो जो साइड में कुछ बैंकिंग व्यवहार है, कोई इंडस्ट्रीज व्यवहार है, कई लोग हमारी गवर्नमेंट के अलग अलग पार्ट हैं, केंद्र सरकार बड़े पैमाने के ऊपर पंतप्रधान जी की इच्छा है, उनकी अपेक्षाएं हैं कि देश में या ऐसे कोई अभी नया हम देख रहे हैं कि जवारी बाजरी, एक जमाना था कि जवारी बाजरी एक गरीबों का खाने का अनाज था। आज वो ऐसा हो गया है कि जो गेहूं और चावल ये श्रीमंत खाते थे, अब वो गरीब वो खाते हैं और मालदार जवारी बाजरी ढूंढते फिर रहा है। तो ये बदलाव जो हुआ है ये देश में पहली बार हुआ है। आपने देखा है कि हमारे दादाजी जब बताते थे कि हम हमारे गांव में एक देशमुख बहुत बड़े किसानों के जमींदार होया करते थे, तो जब लोग देशमुख मरने की दुआ करते थे कि देशमुख मरेगा तो गेहूं की रोटी खाने को मिलेंगी, कोई ना कहीं मीठे चावल चावल मिलेंगे। आज उल्टा हो गया है, गरीब वो खाना खा रहा है जो नहीं खाना चाहिए, गरीब और जो अमीर है वो ढूंढते फिर रहा है कि ऑर्गेनिक खेती कहाँ होती है, वहां अच्छा माल कहाँ मिलता है। तो ये जो बदलाव हो रहा है, ये बदल हो रहा है, वैसा मक्का और ये कॉर्न में भी ऐसे बदलाव आ रहे हैं कि दुनिया भर के लोग इसको जुड़ रहे हैं। कई इसमें ऐसी चीजें हैं कि जो हमको मालूम नहीं है, गरीब किसान को मालूम नहीं रहता है, वो खेड़े में देहात में रहता है, उसको इसकी इतनी अहमियत नहीं है। लेकिन आप लोगों के पास वो टेक्नोलॉजी है, आपके पास वो मार्केटिंग है, आपके पास वो नए नए तरीके हैं, चाहे खेती करने का तरीका होगा, कोई खेत नहीं करता होगा, जिन्होंने ये रिपोर्ट बनाया उन्होंने कितनी खेती की है ये मालूम नहीं, लेकिन जो खेती करता है उनसे भी अच्छी रिपोर्ट यहाँ यहाँ से भी बनती है। खेती सिर्फ पसीना बहाने से या खून जलाने से नहीं होती है, उसके आपके जैसे लोगों के में जो टैलेंट है, ब्रिलियंट है, वो होता है। अभी कंप्यूटर निकला है, पर कंप्यूटर से पहले कुछ लोगों के दिमाग कंप्यूटर से ज्यादा तेज है, उसका भी इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। और वो इस्तेमाल से हम दुनिया के अंदर अपना देश, अपने देश में हम सोचेंगे हमारा महाराष्ट्र, फिर महाराष्ट्र में सोचेंगे कि नहीं है हमारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट, हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमारा चुनाव क्षेत्र। हर एक हर एक आदमी अपने अपने मतलब से, अपने अपने तौर तरीके से, पर वो देश के संगात और किसान के संगात जरूर जुड़ा है। यहाँ बैठे तमाम लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि हमारा किसान आत्महत्या ना करे। जब हमारा किसान आत्महत्या नहीं करेगा, वो करने की वजह क्या है? तो वजह कहीं ना कहीं तो भी है कि जो किसान माल पकाता है उसको मार्केटिंग मिलना चाहिए, उसको जो खेती करने के लिए आसानी से कर्ज मिलना चाहिए, कर्ज मिला तो उसको वो उसका जो ब्याज है वो नहीं होना चाहिए या कम होना चाहिए। ये सारी चीजें इतनी छोटी छोटी है कि इससे अगर जुड़े हुए किसान से हम जुड़ गए, हमारा अगर वो बोलते हैं ना खजूर का हिस्सा, बहुत बड़ा नहीं पर खजूर का हिस्सा भी अगर हमने मदद किए यहाँ तमाम बैठे हुए लोगों ने, तो हमारे देश के किसानों के ये संकट में से बाहर काटने का काम, किसान को सही रास्ते पे लाने का काम, किसान को ऐसे कई छोटे छोटे पीक है, छोटे छोटे हम जो किसान जो माल लेता है, मैं बताएं आपको क्या मक्का के अंदर हमारे पास अभी संशोधन चल रहा है, अभी उसको अंतिम टप्पे में है, वो 80 दिन के अंदर मक्का आएंगी और मक्का 80 दिन के अंदर आने के बाद में इसका जो एवरेज है वो अभी से जो 1.5 गुना हो जाएगा। तब जब वो माल आ जाएगा, माल पे वक्त में जब वो मार्केट में आएगा और मार्केट के अंदर उतने गोडाउन होना, मार्केट के अंदर उसको उतने सुरक्षित और तरीके से रखने की सिस्टम होना, जब भाव कम होता है, जब उसको गारंटी के ऊपर 80% तो भी पैसा हमारी व्यवहार के हिसाब से हम उसको नगद देना चाहिए। जब तेजी आई तब उसका माल मार्केट में आना चाहिए। लेकिन ये सारी चीजें करने के लिए आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान, अलग अलग कंपनियों के अलग अलग जिम्मेदार यहाँ बैठे हैं। हमारी सरकार के यहाँ सेक्रेटरी जी भी बैठे हैं। तोमर साहब आने वाले थे, वो कुछ काम की वजह से आए नहीं, लेकिन उनसे लेके तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब तक सबका एक ही है मकसद है कि हमारे वहाँ का किसान की उसका जो प्रॉफिट हो, उसका जो उत्पन्न हो वो दुगना हो। दुगना होने के बाद में कोई ऐसी जो आफत ना आए कि जब किसान वो चपेट में आ गया। दुष्काल अलग अलग तरीके का है, कभी ज्यादा पानी, कभी कम पानी, कभी पानी नहीं वक्त के ऊपर गिरना, कभी पानी गिरते टाइम पे उसमें गार गिर जाना। ये ऐसे इतने छोटे छोटी मुश्किलें आती है कि ये सारी मुश्किलें, सारा ये सामना करते समय किसान हवालदिल हो जाता है, किसान थोड़ा नाराज हो जाता है। उसको अगर उसने छोटे बच्चे के जैसा 90 दिन तक या 80 दिन तक उस माल को पोसा, उसको उसको बीज को जमीन में डाला, उसको उगाया, और आप काटने के समय आफत आ गई तो बहुत नाराज होता है। ऐसी नाराजगी के समय हमको उसके संगात हमारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट तो गए 7 महीने में आई। 7 महीने में हमने 4 बार किसानों को मदद की, 4 बार। आप अंदाजा लगा सकते कि एक सरकार नहीं आना और 4 बार किसानों को हमारे स्टेट में 12,000 करोड़ रुपए का अनुदान उनको दिया गया है। तो ये काफी दिक्कतें आती है, बाकी के जो स्टेट चलाने के लिए जो भी मुश्किलें आती हैं उसमें कुछ ऐसा मक्का एक ऐसा पीक है, ये जो मक्का है, ये जो कौन है, ये ऐसा है कि ये सुरक्षित रहता है। उसको बाहर से कम कपड़ा जैसा पहनाया जाता है आदमी को, वैसा उसको एक कवर रहता है, वो कवर में सुरक्षित रहता है। दूसरे जो ओपन पीक है उसमें बहुत काफी नुकसान होती है, इसमें कम नुकसान होती है किसानों की। इसलिए ये किसान को मक्का ये खेती की तरफ लाने के लिए जो अभी रिपोर्ट इस बैंक ने और आपका दोनों के माध्यम से आया, अभी सचिव महोदय ने बताया, तो वो उनके देश के लेवल पे उस पर स्टडी करेंगे, उसके लिए कुछ भी रास्ता निकालेंगे। पर हम तो हमारे स्टेट में इसके लिए जो कुछ करना है, जैसा भी करना है, हमारे किसान को जैसा सक्षम करना है, उसको जो ये नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी के तौर तरीके से खेती करना बताना है। हम अभी नानाजी देशमुख साहब के नाम से एक जो नई से हमने एक बैंक से करार किया है, 10,000 करोड़ रुपए हम उसमें खर्च करने वाले हैं। उसके अंदर कुछ औजारे, कुछ नई सिस्टम, कुछ किसानों को मदद, सिर्फ किसानों को ट्रैक्टर से लेके तो नए नए जो ठिबक, स्प्रिंकलर, वाटर गन, ये कम पानी में ज्यादा से ज्यादा पीक कैसा लिया जाए उसका भी काम हम कर रहे हैं। हमारे स्टेट में हम कर रहे हैं, देश के लेवल पे अलग अलग राज्यों में अलग अलग राज्य की अलग अलग पॉलिसी है। वो किसान को मदद करने की सब्सिडी के रूप में होगी, या कोई इंडस्ट्रीज वाले या कोई कंपनी वाले आते हैं उनको मदद करने के अंदर। वहाँ हमारा जैसा एक औरंगाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहाँ D+ जोन बनाया गया है। वहाँ D+ जोन बनाने का मकसद ही ये है कि वहाँ जो आने वाली कंपनियां हैं उनको MSCB में सहूलत मिले, उनको इनकम टैक्स, सेल टैक्स में सहूलत मिले। हमारे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से जो भी सहूलत दे सकते हैं वो हम उनको दिया जाएंगी, ताकि हमारा मार्केट बढ़े, हमारा किसान के माल को अच्छा दाम मिले। उनको जब जब भी वो आसमानी संकट में आता है तो हमारे सुल्तानी संकट से तो कम से कम बचे। नहीं तो दोनों तरफ से अगर मार पड़ गई तो किसान के लिए बहुत, यानी इतनी कठिनाइयां, इतनी समस्याएं, इतनी दिक्कतें, इतनी अड़चने आती है कि उसमें से मार्ग निकालने के लिए आपकी जो यहाँ हमारे सब केसवानी जी ने जो बताया, ये हमारी मतलब दूसरी मीटिंग है हमारी। से पहले हमारी एक बार मीटिंग हुई, मैं किससे ना किससे कहीं ना कहीं किसने भी किसान के लिए कुछ भी अगर मीटिंग रही, वो चाहे कहीं भी हो, मैं वहाँ खुद जाता हूँ। वहाँ हमको कुछ सीखने को मिलता है। हम हमारे राज्य के लिए कुछ ना कुछ आपके पास से जो योगदान मिलेगा वो योगदान हम हमारे किसानों को वहाँ देंगे, हमारी सरकार चलाने में मदद होगी। किसानों को मदद करने के अंदर आपसे, आपके जैसे लोगों की राय, आपके जैसे लोगों की मदद, आपके पास यहाँ आने के बाद में 4 रिपोर्ट मिलती है, 4 हमको मालूमात मिलती है, उसमें से कौन सा अच्छा तरीका है, कौन सी अच्छी चीज है कि जिसके लिए हम हमारे राज्य के किसान को वहाँ सक्षम करने के लिए, मजबूत करने के लिए, उसको अपनी इनकम डबल करने के लिए इसके बहुत बड़े फायदे होते हैं। मैं फिर से एक बार तहे दिल से हमारे सब दोस्तों का, भाइयों का, बहनों का, सबका स्वागत करता हूं, सत्कार करता हूं। और आज आपकी एक काफ़ी अच्छी मीटिंग चलेंगी, सबकी अपनी अपनी, अभी मुझे लगता है और आगे भी समय है, लेकिन मेरा समय थोड़ा कम है क्योंकि मुझे आज जाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। महाराष्ट्र में मेरे चुनाव क्षेत्र में हमारे गांव में आज 26वां रोज़ा रहता है और 26वें रोज़े की थोड़ी इम्पोर्टेंट अलग रहती है इस्लाम धर्म में, इसलिए मेरे को वहाँ जाना, लेकिन यहाँ का भी आना भी उतना ज़रूरी है। एक अपन अपने लिए करने ये बात अलग है, लेकिन अपने किसानों के लिए जो यहाँ मिलने वाला है, ये भी जो धन है, ये भी जो मालूमात है, यहाँ भी जो सीखने को मिलता है, यहाँ भी जो देश की मालूमातें सामने आती है, दुनिया की मालूमातें सामने आती है, उससे अपने राज्य चलाने में काफ़ी आसानी होती है। इसलिए मैं आज यहाँ आया हूँ। वक्त का कमी है, लेकिन जो भी महाराष्ट्र में जो भी अपेक्षाएं आप रखेंगे, उससे ज़्यादा ही अपेक्षाओं में हम सच्चे खरे 100% जो भी आपकी उम्मीद है, उस उम्मीद के संगात हम चलेंगे, उसके संगात हम जुड़ेंगे और महाराष्ट्र को सक्षम करने के लिए आपका महत्व का योगदान आप देंगे। ये उम्मीद के संगात मैं सभी भाई और बहनों का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय महाराष्ट्र।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्रीवर कि आज आप इतने विशिष्ट समय रोज़ा के दौरान हमारे बीच यहाँ पर इस सभा में आए और अपने विचार सभा के साथ साझा किए। With that, may I request Mr. Pravesh Sharma, Chairman FICCI Task Force on FPOs and Director Samunnati to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
माननीय महाराष्ट्र के कृषि मंत्री जी अब्दुल सत्तार महोदय, मनोज आहूजा जी सचिव कृषि, मंच पर आसीन गणमान्य व्यक्ति, देवियों सज्जनों, मुझे लगता है कि माननीय मंत्री जी के उद्बोधन के बाद जिस स्पष्ट रूप से उन्होंने अपने दिल की बात रखी, अपने राज्य और राष्ट्र के लिए मक्के के महत्व को रेखांकित किया, आज के इस समारोह में हमें बहुत ही, मैं समझता हूँ, एक मार्गदर्शन मिला है, एक दिशा मिली है। आई एम ऑल्सो वेरी ग्रेटफुल फॉर दी कमेंट्स Manoj made and his openness to incentivize, encourage public-private partnerships to take this whole maize value chain to the next level. I was sharing with him informally that about maybe 40 years ago, when I was a young civil servant, maize was considered a coarse cereal. It was basically grown in tribal regions. माननीय मंत्री जी ने सही बताया कि बाजरा, ज्वार और मक्का एक गरीब आदमी का भोजन माना जाता था. But the transformation of the maize crop sector is one of the two big success stories of the last 2 decades, which is primarily led by the private sector. We talk about cotton, but actually maize is the other big success story, primarily driven, as I said, by private sector innovation. And one of the things that we hope to see at the end of this conference is a list of specific ideas on how the government and the private sector, especially technology companies like Corteva, Bayer, and a host of others, but also supporting sectors like engineering. Yashwanji mentioned, technology, especially the production technology, mechanization. These are extremely important aspects of seeing the next level in this value chain. So we are very hopeful that the presence of this August gathering, many of you are specialists in your own areas, that we'll have by the end of the day some very tangible ideas. Manoj has already been very open about interacting with industry, and he was again mentioning that we'd like to see some specific opportunities that could be identified, which the government would be keen to support, and look at innovations, how the leveraging of public infrastructure along with private sector innovation could be managed. So once again, thank you so much for your presence here this morning. And since we are a little behind time, request all of you to stay in your seats because we'll start the next session as the dignitaries leave the session. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close the session, we have the pleasure of sharing with you all that we have in our midst this morning Mr. Amir Sattar, who is the convener of Maize Stewardship Council in Maharashtra, और वे माननीय मंत्रीवर्ग के सुपुत्र भी हैं। मैं उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे मंच पर आकर संत नामदेव की प्रतिमा और शहद भेंट करें सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों को जो कि मंच पर आसीन है। Ladies and gentlemen, today is World Heritage Day and आप सभी से बताना चाहेंगे कि संत नामदेव की वाणी आज भी उतनी ही सत्य है जितनी कि तब थी जबकि उन्होंने लिखी। So the Honorable Minister spoke about change. I think change is the only constant, but this is one thing which is yet to change. That is the truth of Sant Namdev's Vani. शहद की मिठास और संत नामदेव की प्रतिमा भेंट करते हुए श्री आमिर सत्तार जो कि माननीय मंत्रीवर्ग के सुपुत्र भी हैं। धन्यवाद श्री सत्तार। एक बार फिर हम माननीय मंत्रीवर एवं माननीय सचिव महोदय और मंच पर आसीन सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का धन्यवाद करते हैं। With that, we quickly move on to our next session. This session is being moderated by Mr. T.R. Kesavan, Chairman FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Group President TAFE. It is entitled A Silver Bullet of Feed, Fuel and Starch Self-Sufficiency. The esteemed speakers for this session are Mr. Prashant Shukla, Head of Supply Chain Purchasing and Customer Care, India Rocket; Mr. Roshan Lal Tamak, Executive Director and CEO, Sugar Business, DCM Shriram Limited. He will be joining us virtually. Mr. Nikhil Toshniwal, Vice President, DHeart; Dr. Chekappa G. Karjagi, Senior Scientist, ICAR IIMR; Mr. Rajiv Yadav, COO, Agrocorp India Trade Service Private Limited. Meanwhile, while we are waiting for the table to be set, a brief introduction to the esteemed moderator and the speakers of this session. This session is being moderated by Mr. T.R. Kesavan, Chairman FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Group President TAFE. He has over 40 years of national and international experience in both functional and management areas and has been a mentor in national and international fora. He also has a track record of 30 years in the areas of agriculture, productivity and management, government-industry interface and public-private partnership. Mr. Roshan Lal Tamak, our esteemed speaker, is Executive Director and CEO, Sugar Business, DCM Shriram Limited. He heads the sugar and ethanol businesses at DCM Shriram Limited as its Executive Director and CEO and brings with him more than 3 decades of distinguished professional experience of leading large organizations towards strategic growth in the Indian sugar sector. Mr. Prashant Shukla is Head of Supply Chain Purchasing and Customer Care, India Rocket. He has 25 years of experience in managing end-to-end supply chain operations and plays a crucial role in developing and maintaining good relations with vendors and distributors. Dr. Chekappa G. Karjagi is Senior Scientist with ICAR IIMR. He works as a maize breeder and has been doing so since the year 2009 at the Indian Institute of Maize Research of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. During this period, he has developed an essentially derived long-duration field corn hybrid, PMH1 LP, the first low phytate maize hybrid in the country. In this session, we will be joined by Mr. Nikhil Toshniwal. He is VP Digital and Network Initiatives at DHeart. He has also previously founded Farm Guide India, a tech for good company that set out to bring smiles to last mile farmers by giving them access to finance, insurance, buyers information, agri inputs, machinery and services. Mr. Rajiv Yadav is COO, Agrocorp India Trade Service Private Limited, a seasoned professional with more than 18 years of work experience with experience in commodity trading, including procurement, sourcing, storing, and finally selling them by covering full operations. So there they are, ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed moderator and the speakers of this session. I'll request you all to please kindly remain seated. आप सभी से हमारा अनुरोध है अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं। अगला सत्र शुरू करने के लिए हम तैयार हैं। अगला सेशन हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। आप सभी से हमारा अनुरोध है अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं। Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats as quickly as possible. As you can see, the esteemed speakers have joined us on stage. Let's put our hands together and welcome the esteemed moderator and the speakers of this session. I now hand it over to the moderator of this session, Mr. Kesavan. Sir, it's over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think we have already heard enough in the first session about the importance of maize. Now I have a lot of experts around me. So I am really going to go to the experts to ask them, share them some of their expertise, and let's see how it really going to work out. See, we just now heard both from the Minister Sahab, Secretary Sahab, and also from Anija ji that how important it is. So we call them the Queen's cereals, and we always look at whenever we talk about maize, I think very rightly say, the maize has been taking very important, larger amount of importance in the cultivation today, being third in India, and the need that the maize has to be much more. You have heard an interesting statistics where say that we are almost 50% productivity compared to very other nations in the world. So just imagine we can go back to not even doubling it, at least even 50% more productivity. You are suddenly talking about from 30 million tons, we have gone to 45 already. We don't have to worry too much. So these are the questions I think we need to really answer. I am not going to get into the statistics because I think the statistics are all available in the reports. But what I am going to get into is picking a few brains who are sitting around me. And I am really going to start with the brain which is very different. So I am really going down to, I won't come to you, Nikhil, I will come to you a little later.
Roshan is online.
Lotion is there, I know.
Yeah.
So,
I can take.
pardon?
I can take the lead.
No, I wanted to ask one very specific question. I was looking for, I see. So, Chikkabaji, one fundamental question. Because before I start into other areas, I really wanted to talk about. See, you heard about the productivity of maize. So the question here I am going to ask you is because you have been working in the scientific environment, you have been part of the you are the science in ICAR and IMR. You are working as a maize breeder from 2009. So the first brain I am going to pick is how do you think the improvement of seed quality is going to help the increase in productivity in India? Is that the only solution? Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you.
Sir asked a very fundamental and basic question that what is the how important the seed quality in enhancing the maize productivity. And we all know that seed is the basic unit. Without seed, nothing runs in the agriculture. So if you look at the overall production, productivity, and also area of maize in India and vis-a-vis any part of the world. Technology, for example, the seed production technology are the good seed and the hybrids vis-a-vis open pollinated varieties. We all know, as sir told, that statistics is there on the report. If you look at the report, the moment the new technology entered into the farmer's field, there is a sea change in the seed production and productivity of the any crop, and in case of maize also it's no different. When we talk about the seed quality, it is the hybrid. When you look at the USA productivity since 1934 to 1960, there is no much enhancement or increase in the on an average yield or national productivity of the USA. The moment they shifted from open pollinated varieties to single cross, double cross hybrids, the productivity start picking up in USA. And by the time they reached 1990, they again shifted the new technology, that is single cross hybrid. It is here the seed that matters and the technology which mattered the most. If you come to the India, since 1957 to 1990, if you look at our productivity, there is no much difference in the average yield of the Indian national average yield of maize. In 1990, with the intervention of the private sector entered into the seed business, and there is a new policy intervention by Indian government that where the private players have been allowed to sell and market their seed. The moment they entered in 1989 with 84, in fact 89, and hybrid, that in public sector also there is a sea change that ICAR introduced hybrid breeding program in almost many of the crops. Maize is one of the crop. The moment the project is started by 1997, the hybrid started developed by the public sector and also private sector. By the time we reached 2006, then the director of IIMR, Dr. Saidas, took the bold decision that nothing else other than the single cross hybrids. From 2006 onwards, you just look at the report, how the production, productivity and area has increased in maize in India. Here the role of the seed, then the technology, that is single cross hybrid technology, which has played a pivotal role in enhancing the, not only enhancing the productivity, but also expansion of the area. If we look the expansion of maize area vis-a-vis other crops, the moment the high productivity, high production, high productive hybrids when entered into the market, it started replacing the other non-remunerative crops, be it sorghum, be it even sometimes cotton, even the more research intensive crops like rice. And seasonal shift has taken place. The area under maize in Rabi season has increased subsequently, and in many states, for example non-traditional states, if I pick some states like Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, where not much area was there under hybrid in these states earlier, maybe before 1970 or 1980. The moment hybrid technology came, it has completely wiped out the non-productive crops, because farmers ultimately he wants profit and the higher yield. That is how the technology of single cross hybrid has played a pivotal role, and that is the seed. And in the morning session that our Secretary Agriculture has already mentioned that it is private sector driven. It is clearly implication. I am not saying that we are not working as a public sector. We are continuously working, and we are in our flag bearer in with respect to technology, single cross hybrid technology. That is we are the one who promoted that nothing else other than single cross hybrid technology will work in India. That is how all private sectors, and there is a parallel development in the system also. That is the protection of the technology. Single cross hybrid technology are very uniform and it is easily protected, and 2001 and 2005 that India has come up with the PPAFRA, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right Authority. That is how they can protect. That has actually complemented the implementation, matlab bringing the technology in the farmers' field. That is how seed is your technology is there, it is protected and farmers are able, and now large scale seed production has been already taking place. In public sector, what is happening is that we are developing the hybrid, somebody else is taking up the seed production. But in case of private hybrid, the person who is developing the hybrid, they are the responsible for seed production and marketing. But here in we have been tied, somebody else has been given that responsibility. That is how we are not able to made. But still I am telling you, based on the breeder seed indent, if you look at the breeder seed indent from last 20 years, our breeder seed, based on breeder seed indent, still 16% of maize area are covered by public sector hybrids. And moreover, maybe 30 to 40 indigenous small and medium companies have already entered memorandum of understanding with many of the public bred hybrids, maybe from state agriculture universities, maybe from ICR institutes, and they are actually marketing tons of hybrids. So that is how seed has played a pivotal role. But now in future, again this seed and technology will play an important role with respect to tackling the stress, maybe abiotic stress, maybe biotic stress. Because when the area has expanded from year on year, then maize is started available throughout the year. Then the incidence of pests and diseases has already taking their in making inroads into the farmer's field.
Doctor,
For example,
I'm going to cut you here
Yes.
because I think you have come to a very particular point. So that's the reason why I got the right opportunity time to ask the next question.
Okay, sure. Okay.
That is the reason I thought I will. But I'm going to come back to you.
Sure.
You got one point which I'm very, very keen. So I'll come back to you.
Okay.
The question here is, I'm going to ask this to Mr. Rajiv Yadav, who is the CEO of AgroCrop India, basically the trading services. You are very much involved in maize and other areas, other commodities. So my question here is, why maize? We talk a lot about, see today traditionally, I know it's a very simple question, but I think many of us may have this question in our mind. Why maize? Why not other things? So let me ask you the question, why maize? And how do you find that maize is going to help us?
Thank you, sir. The question might sound pretty simple, but the answer is not that simple. I'll give you the reasons why. If I look at 10 years down the line and 20 years down the line, I personally feel that the possibility of the nuclear wars and all those kind of wars between the nations are minimal, the chances would be minimal. The next world wars would be about fresh water. Now, if I look at sugarcane exports out of India, which is sugar exports out of India, which is about 6 million tons. If I look at rice exports, which in a good crop year goes to the extent of anywhere between 20 to 22 million tons. For me, actually you are extracting the water out of the Indian ground level and exporting it to the other countries. Whereas if I would have been able to shift or use that area with maize, probably I would have been able to conserve the Indian water table, because most of the world nations are slowly and slowly, if you look at the map, that how many countries are facing this freshwater crisis today. The number is growing with every passing day, and that is the level of seriousness around this particular topic. And I personally feel the reason that why maize should be promoted is only because of this reason, that obviously the second reason comes from the topic of the second agenda, which is it is a silver bullet of feed, fuel and starch. But for me, even this topic is secondary. For me, the most important answer is we have to save our fresh water levels in the ground. Otherwise, India will also start running dry. It is not going to be very long that all our rivers will start, with the global warming, the ice on the Himalayas is melting fast. The rivers are kind of slowing down. If you look at Yamuna, there's hardly any water in Yamuna except the rainy season. So for me, that is a bigger concern. So I hope, sir, I have answered your question.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. In fact, I think this has been a very important aspect, water conservation, and I think when I come to your question, I'm going to link it with the DSR price also. I'm going to come to you on that. Before I move over, I am going to talk to somebody who has got a habit of buying a lot of corn. As probably the largest purchaser of corn. Is somebody smiling? I didn't mean that corn. I meant maize. Okay. The मैंने corn बोलते तो हंसना चालू कर देता है. So, and he has got something like 25 years of experience in this. So I really wanted to look at how we are going to look at this corn, the purchase of corn, and what does he see the future of corn industry, and what are his pain points. I know some of these people have got enough pain points. So if we can highlight the pain point, there can be a solution. Somebody is telling me that I have to keep a strict check on time, which I will do. I don't know who gave this, but somebody. You did not give it, but somebody gave me this. So I am going to keep a strict. So let's keep short but to the point. Yours, sir.
Yeah.
Prashant Shukla, head of supply chain of Rocket.
Thank you very much. We are one of the largest corn buyer, and we process corn to make value-added products which we sell to food, pharma, biopharma, nutraceuticals. What it does basically is that I kind of manage the back-end supply chain along with my team. We procure large quantity of corn all across all the regions of corn production. It's extremely critical to this particular aspect of fuel versus food debate, and how it is very critical. Today, I always advocate that establishing balance is extremely critical in what we want to do, because even ethanol is the country need, and hence it is important that we don't ignore any of those aspects while we are working in one area. It is important that we have to be cognizant of each industry's requirements and work towards it. And I am very happy that previous speakers have alluded to some of the aspects of increasing corn production. I think that this is extremely critical. Second aspect which we have to see is to reduce wastages during the value chain. We don't really give too much thrust to this particular aspect, but I deal in back-end supply chain quite at an industrial scale, and we know how much wastages are happening. The kind of infrastructure which we need at collection centers. So we work with FPO organizations like Dehat or Samunati, and several such organizations at ground as grassroots level to develop those collection centers, provide farmer an access and and very ethical closure of his transaction with us. What we do is that we have very ethical practices of corn buying, where measurements, the way we receive corn, the way we handle farmer, all of that is completely digitalized, and so it's extremely critical that the farmer gets due of his proceeds quickly, without any cheating on weight, without any weight of money coming into him. So we kind of manage those aspects. Third and very important aspect which I wanted to cover is the standardization of quality. So as you all know that if we have garbage in, we will have garbage out. So we definitely need some understanding of farmers on the quality aspect, and what our organization along with a lot of these FPO organizations and what we do is to spread awareness of quality aspects on better agriculture practices, how it also helps on increasing the yields and recoveries, but also how can you reduce wastages, how can you store properly so that aflatoxin levels are controlled, how do you provide farmer a facility to check aflatoxin levels and physical parameters and things like that, how do you create those infrastructure on ground so that buying decision can happen along with farmer. And farmer is actually a very progressive cult, or if I can say that way, they are very progressive. They understand what we talk to them, and there are several organizations I know in various sectors in agriculture, in sugar and other areas where they deal with farmers on ground and work with farmers. So I think as Rocket company, what we do is to provide farmer an access to cut all the mediates in between and directly come to us. And in the process, we deal in complete capability building of this ecosystem.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. I think that you also talked about the 3 pain points, which is very, very important as far as I'm going to come to you finally, because some of the pain points I genuinely believe you people have solutions. But before I come to you, I think we have Mr. Roshanlal Tamakji on the net. He is not well, so he has kindly consented to join by video. Sir, you have heard about the discussion on water. I know that you are doing a huge water conservation as far as the sugarcane is concerned. You also been looking at productivity of sugarcane. But I think the question I'm going to ask you is slightly different. I'm really going to ask you, people have been talking a lot about, using this maize for ethanol. You have been doing this from the sugarcane in a big way. So, sir, your opinion, how do you think maize is going to add to our ethanol strategy and the blending programs? And what are the challenges? Because when you talk about ethanol, we immediately link to sugarcane. And if it's non-sugarcane, it is crop or corn based or cereal based, it's going to have a different challenge. So only these 2 points I'm going to ask you, because I know you are very much well versed in these 2 areas, and both are important for the India. We are looking forward to it. So over to you, Roshanlal ji.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Mr. Keswan and Fiki, for giving me this opportunity. My apologies that I could not attend it personally. Coming to your question straight, as all of you are aware that ethanol blending program is a very, very progressive and promising program of Government of India. And by putting all building blocks very, very clearly, Government of India has brought this program on a firm footing, and this is running very successfully. In June 2021, Honorable Prime Minister had launched the roadmap of ethanol blending program, and as per this roadmap, by 2025, country has target of achieving a 20% blending. In terms of crore liters, it will be coming approximately 1,000 crore liter. As on date, approximately 400 crore liters ethanol is supplied, out of which approximately 83% is supplied by sugarcane-based feedstocks. However, for achieving our 20% target, the ratio which has been projected by Niti Aayog, that 55% ethanol will come from sugarcane-based feedstock and 45% will come from grain-based feedstocks. And as previous speakers have also mentioned, there are challenges associated with the rice production. So that is obvious. So naturally, maize is the logical choice. And maize ethanol economy is very clearly established, as we know. The US example is in front of us. So this is a logical choice, and maize need to be promoted to augment not only ethanol but other requirements, as Mr. Shukla has mentioned about starch and other requirement, and feed also. As far as challenges are concerned, I see clearly 2 challenges with the grain-based distillation plants. Number 1, because you have put up the money invested into plants, so you need a very, very reliable supply chain. So to overcome these type of conditions, certainly production needs to be increased and reliability has to be enhanced. So therefore, my suggestion over there is that the project developers need to develop a network of agronomists and extension workers. They need to create a team so that in their catchment area, they are involved in agri-extension activities and promote maize cultivation to help farmers to increase their yield, as sugar industry is doing for sugarcane. And second challenge, though it is not directly related to maize, but that is fuel for boilers, because that is also a very clear challenge, as there are so many competing uses of biomass, and biomass cost has gone up. Therefore, the second challenge in front of grain-based distillation plants is that they need to develop the biomass supply chain as well, so that their plant can run satisfactorily. I stop here.
Thanks a lot, sir. I think you have made that very clear that you actually talked about there is a dependency up to 45% on the grain-based ethanol in the long-term future. I have a few questions here. Probably, I think we have time, and we will come back to you on that. But I'm going to go to Nikhilji. Nikhilji has been with Dehat, and we also know each other for some time, at least on the VC kind of. You had created a lot of value chain initiative. You also created agri-tech. Now, what I really want to ask you here is, you have heard about the problems what you today talked about. One is the wastages on the harvesting, then subsequent wastages of maize when it comes to storage, and then also you talked about, in fact, Mantri ji was telling me, यार मेरा बड़ा problem है storage नहीं है. So he asked me that anybody can give a storage. So I don't know whether you can do that, but that we will come talk separately. The question is, how can we create storages near the maize producing area so that we can reduce wastages and then transport it appropriately to the necessary area? So what is somebody like Dehat, who's basically started as a startup, now I think you have grown out of the startup, you're reasonably large today, big today. So this is the area I think, what is that startup like yours can help in areas of maize, and where do you think your interventions can help to liquidate the problems of the current scenario?
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, everyone attending this session. So, towards what I have been asked is that on the wastage side, be at the back end, pre-harvest wastage, and even on the side of post-harvest value chain, that how we can make it quicker to be less dependent on the infra and to minimize the cost. So, I will answer pre first. On the side of pre-harvest, like out of around 2.5 lakh metric ton of maize which we have procured in the last year, around 20,000 metric ton has been on the side of ethanol as well. While rest we have bifurcated and created capacities on the side of sustainability, on the side of traceability, and hence various buckets. On the side of pre-harvest, the key challenges when we work with the farmers, that understanding that they have three basic markets: starch market, feed market, as well as now coming up of the ethanol market, which is so far not very well understood by the farmers at the last minute. So when we talk about the wastage and if they are going surplus, then there is a chances of them getting a right parity. So first of all, with the ethanol, there is no parity which is being there. Maybe due to the second problem which you mentioned, that they are not enough storage and obviously processing units for that. To minimize the wastage on the pre-harvest, there are three things which we have done technically. One is that creation of a pest task force, that they are various, I would say, pink stem borer, spotted stem borer, then comes the fall army worms. With this, it is very much surprising to know that around 22% is the average losses due to these three things, which are not something like just 1 year old pest or 2 year old pest. These are like happening for year on year. While there have been various IPM practices, but we do see that this requires a revolution. So we invested heavily on top of it in terms of creating a right awareness channels, in creation of a lead farmers at the last mile, to make sure that in this village, if last time 20% was the losses, this time we have to minimize to 5%, and we have defined the SOPs of the extension workers, we have defined the SOPs of the lead farmers, and then there is a digital advisory going to the farmers. This all being well coordinated with the local authorities. Thankfully, in a few of the districts where they are very much proactive. Now, this is showcasing some of the beautiful results which we see. That's one. Secondly, on the side of, we do understand that India and much of the regions under maize, another region is very well under floods, droughts, and a lot of climatic factors. Into this thing, we have come up with a kind of a parametric insurance bundled with the seed packet itself. In parallel to the government subsidization, it's a very much privatized, but that is a very nano one, like 60 rupees of premium added with the seed packet. And if the next month there is, say, no rainfall, then the farmer gets paid off with that. Now that is something paid off for the cost of 4,000 to 5,000, which he gets into the sowing and all the plan. What this is helping? This is helping farmers to prioritize maize in comparison to other crops, first of all. And secondly, this is helping the farmers to be rightly aware about what should be my climate resilient practices, and that SOP is now a great time to be built in among the farmers. We have discussed about sustainable SOP, we have discussed about good production SOP, gap practices, but we need to discuss about climate resilient SOPs. So that's the second, as a bundle insurance. Now, and the third thing is, sir, just a base layer of the past to which I talk about. To do this insurance, to do this best task force in a real-time manner, you have to get a digitized communication. And that is where we invested heavily onto farm and a farmer digitization. When we talk about a farm digitization, there are various government sources of cadastral maps which are being putting across. And secondly, through satellite detection of a maize and working around the crop map of the maize is quite doable. I wouldn't say this thing for bananas. I wouldn't say this thing for pomegranate. But usage of satellite imagery for maize is very straightforward, is having good precision. On the side of farmers, then definitely we have been, digitizing the farmers, and also have been talking to various banks that they should rightly digitize the farmers who have been given loan on the maize part, and let us map out that which farmer is seeing what as their primary market, starch market, feed market, and this is what helping us to devise the financial product, which we are pretty immature as of now, but we are developing in that direction. So that's a side of a technology in the pre-harvest time.
Thanks a lot, Nikhil. I think it is very interesting, and really interesting to see the startups working on a cutting edge, actually not just preaching but trying to give solutions. And this is what you're really trying to do. And that's what is the most impressive part of it, because I always and genuinely believe farmers want solutions. Farmers does not want data or preaching. I mean, the reality of life. So thanks for doing that. But whatever you talked and earlier, what was discussed, including the ethanol, etc., the question comes, I'm going to really go back to Doctor. Doctor, there are two questions I want to ask you. One is, we always talk about maize and need for productivity, etc. So I said I want to link it up with the DSR rice. See, one of the problem in a DSR rice is also weeds, which you know. So they created what is called as a coated rice. We don't, unfortunately, don't use that in India. I don't even see that being looked at. So in case of maize, is there any thinking of coated maize coming up at some point of time as for seeds, which can actually help to cut down the pest problems in the future? I'm not talking genetically modified, because the minute I talk genetically modified, will go somewhere else. I'm really talking about coated seed, which can help in pest management much better, so that right from the let us say the inception time of the seed, the growing time of the seeds, is one question I'm going to ask you. The second question again I'm going to ask you is, there is always a statement made that if I have broken rice, 29% of ethanol can be produced out of 100 grams of rice. So, and we know that we buy so much of rice, we buy so much of wheat, and we also waste it because it goes completely waste. So why are we not looking? I mean, it's slightly different from the ethanol question, the maize question. So the first question for you is, anything are we doing a coated variety so that I can cut down the problems what he mentioned? Second is, while we are looking at this, when we are abundantly buying rice and wheat, why are we not looking at converting all that thing going waste into ethanol if it gives 30% productivity? Only two questions. But just stick to that answer to this question.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, in case of coating, right now, sir, as such, there is no such kind of thinking going on. But certainly, all private sector seed being sold in the market are certainly seed treated. And in order to address the basic problem, for example, regional problems, for example, in case of peninsular India, if it is a sorghum downy mildew is a basic problem, and blanketly they go for seed treatment with metalaxyl. Similarly, now to address the problem of FA, they are going for fluticasone, and that is also like that. So these are the presently which is being practiced. In addition to that, depending upon the local problems like TLB, again there is a Capton and other kind of treatments going on. But pellet kind, it's not yet in the card. And second, with respect to waste maize use for the ethanol production, in 2 years back we had a national seminar at Ludhiana. One of the starch industry person, he gave offer that he want to purchase anything which is waste maize, and now already work has been started, but only thing is that he has asked anything, even if it is infested, I will purchase and I will use that corn for ethanol production. So now thinking has started. Maybe in near future we will come out with some kind of many persons of that kind.
Thank you. And the question why I asked for the coated seeds is, I find that we, by and large in India, we are little lagging behind on coated seeds. So somewhere, maybe I think we will ask Vicky to make one separate seminar on coated seeds and advantage of coated seeds. Why are we not using it? And what is that we lack? Because genuinely there are plus points on coated seeds, because we cannot give the same kind of realization on a genetically modified seed, but definitely it can do better with respect to pest and growth than the productivity on a coated seed. So let me park that for you. Now I am going to again go back to Rajiv, because he talked about the conservation of water, etc. Sir, honest question here is, how many people or the farmers actually understand the importance of water conservation? Or because I see two kind of farmers. पानी बहुत है, आराम से he is not bothered about wasting water. पानी नहीं, रोते ही बैठेगा. There are only two kinds of farmer. I don't not seen anybody in between who thinks that I have to conserve water. And since you talked about conservation of water, I know it is important than maize. How do you educate people that you need to move out? Now, we have the same problem in oil. You know what Mantriji talked about. Even on lentils and oil, these things and all, people are not willing to move, despite knowing very well that is going to help them. Even nitrogen fixation is much better if you grow a lentil. But farmers don't move because they find it easy to grow rice and wheat and sell it on MSP to the government back. Sorry, that's the reality. So how do you think you can really get that thought process into farmer that important to save water? Number one. Second, ये तो काम में आता है.
Sir, good questions. Let's start with water first. So, somewhere when you say that the farmer is not willing to listen is something which I would tend to disagree a bit. Now, why I'm saying so is because, you know, there's a very old saying that a farmer is the wisest economist, which basically means he moves around the crop pattern basis the realization which he had out of the various crops last year. Now, why in India the wheat crop has been constantly growing? You might call it a result of green revolution, whatever. But at the end of the day, the major reason for me for the wheat numbers to grow is the backup from the government in the form of MSP, and there is somebody standing to buy and put everything into the warehouse. That kind of a support is not there today in when you look at corn, because if I'm sorry, my friend might not like it, but if internationally, if I'm unable to export starch because the global corn prices come down, then, you know, I would also like to go back to the farmer and say, I would also like to buy a relative lower. Today, we have a Russia-Ukraine war going on, so the global prices are hot. Chicago was hot. Last year, India saw the export hike of starch to the extent of 43%. This year, we are only left with 13%. So, the markets are very dynamic. If somebody says that the farmer is unwilling to listen to us, no. He wants consistency and that support, that there is somebody standing behind his back, and it does, and, you know, when needed, there should be somebody holding his hand. So, that's the answer to the first question. What was the second question, sir?
Basically, no, the first question is related to the conservation.
Huh.
That I think you answered.
Yeah.
I think the second question also you actually answered, because
No,
I was trying to link it to
the other thing which I also want to add when it comes to corn, though it does not fall under the Essential Commodities Act, but you know the other important factor that you will as a group, you know, probably this is one of the elitist groups sitting in the room. We also need to do some kind of a brainstorming session that why are we not able to attract the private funds into agriculture. Again, I would go back to the government now, since the IS Saab has moved out, the Mantri Saab has moved out, but I would say very inconsistent policies. So today, the little bit of price hike, okay, let's talk about stock limits. Let's talk about banning the futures. I mean, I really don't know is that today if I have to go and invest something on a port facility, I would say today this thing is being allowed to export, tomorrow this is banned, and that my whatever capacity I have put up at the port is not going to be utilized and is going to be a burden on my head. So I am saying the government as far as agriculture is concerned, I do understand that we are a socialist country, we have to take care of our population in terms of the price surge and everything and inflation, all those points noted. But I mean, how many times have you seen Chicago or ICE being banned because the prices in US have gone up for any of the commodities? The answer may be, I don't know, I don't have the count. Maybe the answer is zero. So, you know, that is something what we need to look at and come up with more consistent policies. And through Mr. Keshavan, you know, somebody who is summarizing the notes, you know, this message has to go to the government that our agriculture policies actually need to be far more stable rather than, you know, topsy-turvy every now and then. That's my personal second.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Val. I mean, your point absolutely noted. I tend to agree that we need a consistent policy. So I have to ask that question to now Prashant ji. See, there are two problems which comes out here. One is, see, if there is enough stocking facility, you are able to take care of this kind of problems. See, why wheat and rice does not happen this? Because you have phenomenally amount of go down facility and you trying to procure whatever is possible, and now I think we are overflowing still, but unfortunately we don't have similar facility in other seeds and definitely not in maize. So what happens, any wager is number one. Other point I think is also coming very importantly is, see, if you have a high value addition in maize, then you can also import maize and convert and also re-export the value added product. Today we don't have that also. See, let us say suppose our maize production is less for whatever the reason may be, and we want to import maize. But if it is converted to a value added product and then you either sell in India and re-export it, still that is beneficial for the country. That also I don't see the chain coming up. Because I need a solid storage facility and very high extent of value added facility. The example is cashew nuts. You know, we import cashew nuts from somewhere else, do shelling, do prepare and then sell, export it out, because we have the sheer quantum of thing to handle cashew nut which you're not able to grow. Why can't you do this in maize and corn? So this is a question I never understood it. So over to you.
So there are two aspects to it. So please come with me to Bihar in next season, which is coming now. When you move in your car or when you see how farmers their houses are, you will find corn, the maize is stored in open or in gunny bags and lying in the dockyard or the backyard of somebody's house, where you will see water, you will see rainwater, you will see all sorts of unhygienic conditions all across to store this corn. From there the fungus growth starts and you start to get into problem and damages. So extremely important that we look into storages very seriously. Like what we are doing in our own plants, we are building silos so that we are able to accept farmers' crop as it comes to our plants. When we work with organizations like Dehat or organizations like Sammanuti and some of these good startups or FPOs, we try and create a planning that how much we will be requiring, and farmer is completely geared up to understand those nuances. So it comes to us, we store it, it definitely gives more of a shelf life because we keep it in a dry place, we keep it in a proper place. And Mr. Keswan's point is right, that this is one area which along with government and all of us, we will have to keep building on slowly. The collection centers. Now, one single farmer does not have 5 metric ton. He has 300 kgs, 500 kgs, and it is stored in open. How? So there has to be a vehicle who is moving. Now you understand that how complex this situation becomes on everyday basis. That farmer is harvesting, keeping proceeds in his backyard. One bullock cart or trolley truck is moving and collecting these stuff from farmer by farmer and coming to the mandi. All of this has a limitation on timing, wastages, and then when it goes to mandi, you are in somebody else's hands. So I think there is an ecosystem which we are influencing, working with farmers, working with these organizations to provide that right process and a planned process. You cannot also undermine the food security aspect of it. Please understand that as soon as you talk about international supply chain, there are other complications. You can import, you can re-export, but ultimately you are losing value. You cannot compete with the same geography where ultimately this is going to be used, because if I import corn from somewhere, export it somewhere else, and the Chinese guys will always be more efficient, and because I have a two-way freight, so you will not be competitive. So ultimately, we have to really look into. We want to export our goods freely, but we don't want to import. This is not an equal supply chain from my point of view. So we would really have, and I am absolutely for looking into ethanol, because farmer has options. As a corporate, what kills us big time or what affects us negatively is too much volatility. If it is more stable, it is always better for us, because we can take our pricing decision, long-term decisions basis that, and we can adhere to that. So I think these aspects are important, and farmers should have all the options, and we are absolutely ready to work with farmers and interested organizations to create storage, collection centers and things like that.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think you answered most of the question. No mind. I think I'm going to ask this question to the Secretary Sahab also. See, India always had export-oriented zones, which was typically for manufacturing. The advantage is you can import duty-free, value add and export wherever you want. If you buy the same item from India, you get compensated for the duty structure and still use it. I don't see ever happening in agriculture. I don't know why. I'm not asking you to answer that question, because I think this is a much larger question to the ministry also. Why can't we even look at that slightly differently? I'll come to you.
No, but the question is, can you repeat the question?
I'll come to you. Give me a minute. So the question I'm going to have is, you heard all these issues being talked about, okay? I'm really going to ask for one single, not too large, because I think we are really coming to an end. What I'm going to ask is, you heard all this. Will a startup like yours can actually do a collection system? Like, I always appreciate Amul for what they have done. The only thing is, they do 360 days a year. Whereas when it comes to agricultural crop, it's only for the season. But the question is, can a startup do a collection system, ensuring that it is transported properly? And when you collect, you pay the farmer. Is it possible, and you think that can change the way we were exactly trying to answer his question?
Thank you, sir. So, I would say yes, that is fairly doable, and we do, our turnaround time. So, we, on the side of output, we work on a demand lid, we gather the demand from esteemed organizations, including Rocket. And then it takes us not more than 4 to 5 days to ensure that at the back end, we aggregate. And how do we aggregate? Because we have invested onto creation of those micro entrepreneurs at a village level. So as soon as we get demand, we display it, and then definitely the logistics supply chain is being handled by us. But since we have a clarity that which are the blocks, and in one block that, okay, these 10 micro entrepreneurs have given that they have certain quantities, and we can run over and afford this logistics to happen. However, so in that case, prompt payments to farmer also happen, because that guy is not having enough payment, and all he is being incentivized that you keep on digitizing, the farmer gets some payment promptly. So that's what, for the farmers we portray that fair pricing, fair weighing terms, and prompt payment. These are three things. For the micro entrepreneur who is being maybe selling seeds, additional income. So in that case, there is an aggregation happening locally. Now, oftentimes this may not go well in the areas where the demand is inconsistent. A part. B part, in the communities where the prices are very volatile. We cannot afford to have this. That's the second thing, because the farmers are very much confused, right? Even the micro entrepreneurs is scouting for 3 parallel markets, so he doesn't take a decision. So this may happen, I would say, but totally not up to the cycle. We should keep our expectations that this wouldn't be like milk. It cannot be a milk run for sure, because it's in commodity which requires shape, size, and also storage, and it's not something which is going to be consumed within the next day or so, right? And also the varieties differ a lot with the milk packet. So two farmers can mix it and create a large tons, but over here no, we cannot. So in that case, things wouldn't be a milk, but for sure the turnaround time, if it can be reduced to 5 days, yes, what we can aim is that by 2025, with a large set of farmers, much more penetration of micro entrepreneurs, this stat could be 3 days. So if that stat is 3 days, this substantially takes off the infrastructure requirements. But definitely it requires very efficient supply chains, very efficient logistics, trucks, GPS enabled. So that is where it has to be invested upon, and that is where the public role comes into picture, either on the supply chains or in the storage itself.
I get a feeling that sometimes it's going to be very important, but and I also believe the startups can play a role. How much this is going to, because see, one of the biggest concerns I always have on this is scaling up. Scaling up is the biggest problem in this, which is that's in agriculture. That's a big problem. Anyhow, coming down to, I got a question to both of you. I'm going to quickly throw that question. Little ticklish. What is your thinking? First, I'll ask him. Then I'm going to ask you about genetically modified, say, maize. Shall I? Yeah. It's a question. You can say what you want. We won't record it. Don't worry.
So, as you rightly said, I'm going to answer this question for sure, but not on behalf of my company, nothing. These are purely my personal opinions. So, cannot be quoted anywhere in terms of my reference to my company or anything. This is purely my take. Now, yeah, so as you rightly said, this is a very ticklish question, difficult, controversial, if I may use the better word. But nevertheless, having said so, we discussed, and probably we have the scientist also who's going to take on this tough question. We are already working on how to come out with the better hybrid seeds, whether how to improve the productivity. But if you see in 2023 versus 2013 versus 2023, we have our production numbers have gone up by about 10 million tons. But the majority of that growth has come in primarily because of the addition in the area and less in terms of the improvement in the yields. So is there something which we are drastically missing? Is there something why, you can always put a question on your mind, why Argentina yield is so high, why Brazil yield is so high, why US yield is so high? I don't have to answer that question. There is something. I am saying again, if you look at any, forget about corn GM seed, any genetically modified seed, that would be far more resistant to the weather vagaries, that would be less water consuming, that would be more resistant to the pests and all that stuff. The quality would be far more consistent. So there are series and series of advantages. Now, I'm also thankful to the government that the first commodity was BT brinjal, BT cotton. Now the government has already allowed the experiments on rapeseed. So currently, as we speak, and Dr. Saab can correct me if I'm wrong, the government has allowed, and the experiments are going on rapeseed. If that goes through, I am sure the current crop size of 6.5 million tons of mustard which we have annually can really take a big jump and also reduce the burden on the Indian exchequer, because we spend a lot of our forex in terms of imports of edible oil. Thirdly, if you look at the soya oil which comes from Argentina, Brazil and US, it's all from genetically modified beans. Now we might say, no, जो GM का प्रोडक्ट रहता है वो तो सिर्फ मील में रह जाता है और तेल पूरा छन के आता है, इसमें GM का कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं आता. That's a safe way to, keep ourselves happy about it. But yes, there is a need for us to look into it. And yeah, I mean, so that's my personal take. We should look into that direction because that's the only way, with the growing population, with the growing GDP, with the growing feed demand, with the growing starch demand, for everything we are growing, right? So I don't know, for us to keep ourselves self-sufficient, is that the only way? I mean, I leave the question open to the audience and draw your own conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's a difficult question. So many times I had to leave the difficult question with the scientist. The question here is, one is genetically modified. There is also a general feeling in India that if I can do something in India, it may be much more acceptable. So
Yes,
back to you on genetically modified.
So actually, thing is that it is purely my personal opinion. Nothing on behalf of ICR. It's a tough question, and it's also a bit debatable question also. But sir, I think with respect to, yes, sir told that every country has adopted. Many countries have adopted, especially maize and soybean. Why can't India? The question comes. But sir, if you look at to the whole world, whatever may be the countries, they have adopted technology step by step. They come up with the double cross hybrids, then the single cross hybrids, then they on top of it they went with CM, and to address a specific problem. In India also, the biggest problem is weed and insect, to some extent, not to the larger extent, and the major problem is stress. If something coming out with respect to stress tolerant, maybe abiotic stress tolerant, like waterlogging or drought, because in USA Pioneer, Monsanto, they already developed a CRISPR edited product for drought or moisture stress tolerance. If we can come up with some, because now gene editing is a boon for scientists, we can, if we can able to make something which is cope up with this kind of moisture stress, certainly it is a welcome decision. Nothing against about the technology.
Because I think there is enough debate going on. So last word, I know it is 12:30. Somebody is looking at me with, I said I'll close at 12:30. So last word to Roshan Lalji. You have heard everybody. What is that you like to add, sir? Because you have phenomenal expertise in handling large tracts of land, working with farmers, cooperative farming, and you develop your own command area for sugarcane. Just think for a command area for maize. Possible? That's your last question, and with that I am going to end before I get thrown out. Thank you. Roshan Lalji is there? Is not there. See, once in a while the God also helps us to close on time, 12:30 sharp. Thank you. Thanks a lot for all the participants. I think it was an interesting discussion. I don't think we don't get from a panel discussion, but what we seed some thoughts, and sometimes it will be very debatable, but unless you debate, you don't get an answer. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for conducting this session so well, and yes, for keeping us on time. So quickly moving on to our next session, which is entitled Technologies for Strengthening Maize Supply Chain to Meet Future Demand. The moderator for this session is Mr. Sanjay Vupaluri, Head Food and Agribusiness Strategic Advisory and Research Segment, Yes Bank. And the esteemed speakers of this session are as follows. We will have a special address by Dr. S.K. Malhotra, former Agriculture Commissioner and Chairman CIB and RC and Project Director DKMA. The speakers, Mr. Rajiv Mishra, Head Agronomy Vertical, Yara India, Ms. Harleen Bedi, Strategic Marketing Leader, Corteva AgriScience, Mr. Harinder Singh, Director, Excellent Enterprises Private Limited. a brief introduction to the esteemed speakers and moderator while the stage is being prepared. Mr. Sanjeev Puluri is the National Head of Yes Bank's Food and Agriculture Business Strategic Advisory and Research Unit. This specialized knowledge banking vertical provides unique knowledge-driven solutions to clients across the food and agriculture domain by actively engaging in research, strategic advisory, policy advocacy, and knowledge dissemination. Dr. S.K. Malhotra is former Agriculture Commissioner and Chairman of CIB and RC and Project Director of DKMA. He is Agriculture and Horticulture Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture. He was also providing technical guidance in policy planning, program development, coordination, and execution of developmental activities. Mr. Harinder Singh is Director, Excellent Enterprises Private Limited. He's a major in animal nutrition and started India's first plant as Excellent Cattle Fodders Private Limited to commercially process fodder as silages, hays, TMRs, mineral lick blocks, and he also entered into a joint venture with NDDB for licks in cold process under the guidance of Dr. Verghese Kurian. Mr. Rajiv Mishra is Head of Agronomy Vertical at Yara, India. He holds a doctorate in agronomy from GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology and has a work experience of more than 2 decades in agriculture sector, which includes research at GB Pant University, initial working of HTM project with UDEC for Government of Uttarakhand. Ms. Harleen Bedi is Strategic Marketing Leader, South Asia, Corteva AgriScience. She is responsible for corn portfolio strategy and building future product pipeline to deliver relevant and best offerings for growers, the country, and the environment. And she's also currently working on varied projects to contribute to the agri ecosystem. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed moderator and the speakers for this session. I'll request them all to please join us on stage. May I once again request you all, we are not taking a break. I request you all to please kindly remain seated. Please remain seated. We are not taking a break. We are straight away moving on to session 2. Technologies for strengthening maize supply chain to meet future demand. I request all the speakers to please join us on stage. I request you all, please kindly take your seats. Please take your seats. We are ready to start the session. I request you all, please kindly take your seats. I request all of you to please take your seats. We are ready to start with session 2. I now hand it over to the session moderator to take the session forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second technical session of FICCI 9th India Summit 2023. On behalf of FICCI and Yes Bank, I extend a very warm welcome to our guest of honor and senior government representative, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Project Director, Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture, ICR, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Thank you, sir, for coming today and taking time. Also, thank you very much, distinguished panelists, Ms. Harleen Bedi, Strategic Marketing Leader, Corteva Agri-Sciences, Mr. Rajiv Mishra, Head of Agronomy at Yara, and Harinder Singh Ji from Excellent Enterprises. One of the key focus areas for us as the maize dynamics are emerging is the fodder challenge that we are having. We've been talking about bioethanol, but a challenge on fodder is a very important challenge that we are facing, and Harinder Singh Ji represents that area. So thank you all for joining this afternoon, and please allow me to start with a brief context of what we intend to do over the next about an hour. As aptly mentioned in the previous sessions, maize's contribution to India's socio-economic stability or equilibrium is becoming more and more important, more and more significant. Maize is a source of income to more than 15 million farmers in the country, and it is the fastest growing cereal in the country. in terms of not just area, but also in terms of production and also in terms of productivity. We've seen that domestic maize production has increased. Many speakers did speak about this. And despite this increase, there is a slow increase in productivity. The productivity growth is not as fast as it should be. Our India productivity stands at about 3.1 metric tons per hectare compared to the global average of 6 metric tons per hectare. And our last speaker, Mr. Rajiv, did mention that why not we be at 10.5 like in US or 7.6 as in Argentina. And what is stopping this? So the focus of this discussion will be on trying to understand the technological innovations that are required or the trends that are there which are important for increasing maize productivity. With this brief introduction, it gives me great pleasure to moderate this second session on technology advancements in maize to meet future demand. The objective of this session is to understand the critical role that innovations could play in boosting productivity and availability of maize in India, and also to understand what needs to be done to boost introduction and adoption of these new technologies. This session will be broadly split into two parts. In the first part, we'll have Dr. Malhotra give us a special address on the overall overview of what's happening in the maize sector in India and what are the technological innovations that could impact this sector. And in the second part of the session, we'll have a panel discussion which will focus on understanding the perspectives of our three eminent industry leaders alongside Dr. S.K. Mishra on this topic. So I now invite our guest of honor, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, to deliver his special address to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the introduction. So, as today we are here for the program that's a 9th India Maize Summit, and first session is already over, and now we have come to the second session, technologies for strengthening maize supply chain to meet future demand. So thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay, for giving an introduction and setting the tone for today's discussion. Well, by this time we are more wise because one session is already over, inaugural session is already over. Some kind of basic database, it has come before us that what is the status of maize production in the country right now. But yes, globally if we speak about, it's a really a high valued crop. Maize, when we speak about multifarious uses are there, and our last Kharif season was very good. I think area covered was more. That's why our production is expected to further increase, because the estimates so far we have received from states are very encouraging. Then again, Rabi season again, good area coverage has happened. So it is expected that our total production will reach to 33 million ton, more than that. That will be as per the second estimates received so far. This is the present status of. Well, it's a very true that our productivity is around 3.3 ton per hectare, which is really less if we compare with other countries. But how it is to be increased? So there are several drawbacks. There are several constraints because maize cultivation is happening 80%, I think, total. That's under the rainfed ecosystem and totally dependent on the monsoon. We get the good monsoon, crop will be good. I remember when we discussed in the ministry the recent past that how we can do a kind of diversification, because there are several areas where rice and wheat cropping system is there, and rice again it consumes more water, but if we compare maize with the rice, the water requirement is very less. But how we can do a kind of crop diversification in those areas? but the profitability level should reach to that one. So the major point is that how we can bring that yield level so that profitability also reaches to the level of rice. Yeah, I made a point at that time that yes, rice is a totally highly water consuming crop, water guzzling crop, but if we have to diversify with maize, then definitely maize will come from the dry ecosystem to the irrigated system. Definitely its yield will increase, because the yield projections whatsoever have been shown, it's a 3.2 tons or so, but if we will bring to the irrigated system, definitely it will go to 2.5 to 3 times we can get more from this one. And it has been proved, and there are few states, they are achieving a better yield level, and particularly those southern states where productivity is well compared with the developed nations. But here the point relates to that how we can further increase the productivity, how it could be done, because our research system has already given very good number of varieties. Just I was going through the data, then I came across about more than 430 varieties for the different agroclimatic zones. Those varieties have been developed, but we need to choose and see that how best varieties could be adopted in those areas, and productivity level, higher productivity level should be achieved. Just I'll give you an example of mustard. Just though it's not directly related with it, but I'm telling you the story that how government of India implemented, because oilseed is a very priority sector for government. When mustard was planned that we need to further increase the area, we need to increase the production, then a decision was taken by the government that we will not promote variety which yields lesser than 2 tons per hectare. So that was implemented, and it shows the impact. It showed the impact, and the yield level of mustard increased from 70 lakh tons to 112 lakh tons. This is just with a single intervention. So the single intervention, the yield level was we achieved a higher yield level. So similar approach could be followed for maize also, but maize again, it's a crop which is preferred more in the industrial belt. Dr. Sai Das is available with us, so he is the person. He knows the he very well knows the pulse of maize. He knows the A, B, C to Z about the maize, that how it is to be taken forward. But we need to increase the production, where we need to increase the availability of the good seeds. Just I was going through the data when I came across that about more than 3 lakh quintal seed requirement is there for maize, and sufficient seeds available. There is no shortage, but we need to see that how we can further make available the seed of specialty varieties, either it's a baby corn, wheat corn, because that's also now there is a demand for those one, and quality protein maize also it comes into the discussion. Well, one projection just I saw that by the year 2050 shall be needed 65 million ton of the maize, this requirement. So this is a projection which has been made. These are the extrapolated figures which have been, but we need to increase the production. So here the efforts have been made, some kind of planning has been made that yes, Kharif season this much area should come, and then Rabi season again we need to promote. There are several states now they are coming forward, and area is also continuously increasing. West Bengal, you take the example where now maize cultivation during summer season, during Rabi season is increasing. Similarly, summer also another segment where we can increase our area as well as production. But yes, there are some drawbacks where, because summer season they need more water requirement is more, but we can do its cultivation only on those area where sufficient water is available. So my objective to mention is that we need to increase our productivity. I mean, productivity led growth should take place. Good, we agree to this. We need to increase our seed replacement ratio for open pollinated varieties, though more than 50% cultivation is single cross hybrids. And this is one approach. Second is area led growth, but how this area led growth should take place? Then again, area led growth will take place through that summer cultivation and Rabi season that I am asking where high productivity could be achieved. So that mode could be followed, and large scale adoption of the technologies, and we need to further see that how we can increase the quality of the maize. So if we have to increase the quality of the maize, and good agriculture practices are also required to be followed, because a segment of market is demanding for good quality produce. So so good agriculture practices are required to be adopted. Very recently, Government of India has developed this INDGAP, the help of Quality Council of India. So this INDGAP benchmarking has been successful. That INDGAP is required to be, that's a kind of certification system which will certify that yes, the produce of maize has come through a particular process where each and every part has been certified, and all practices which are desired have been followed to achieve high production with high quality. So second point which relates to that, we need to have safe production of good quality production should be there, and it will come through use of the bioagriculture, where I used to speak and use the word biosolutions. There are several biosolutions which are required to be adopted at large scale. So when I use the word biosolutions, it means biofertilizers, biopesticides, biocontrol agents, and another input, new input now for which Government of India has already released the guideline, biostimulants. So biostimulants are also now being promoted. So those new inputs are required to be used, because the cultivation of maize comes from the Kharif season majorly. So if we use the biostimulants, definitely it will help the plants to uh, increase its own capacity to absorb more nutrient, and further contribute towards yielding more production from this point of view. Anyway, I am confident that this session will definitely provide us an insight and some solutions, and further discussion will take place, and brilliant panel is available with us. Mr. Rajiv Mishra, Ms. Harlin Bedi, and Mr. Harinder Singh is available with us. So let us enjoy this session, panel discussion. I hope this panel discussion will be very useful, but the participation is equally desired from all the audience, so that we can have a live discussion and productive discussion should take place. Thank you so much. These are my remarks for which I wanted to just enter.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. S.K. Malhotra was previously the Agriculture and Horticulture Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. In this capacity, he focused majorly on increasing production and productivity of agricultural crops. He worked on the National Food Security Mission, the National Mission for Oilseeds, Mission for Development of Horticulture, and increasing water productivity. And today he's broadly outlined that if we are looking at 65 million metric tons demand by 2050, there are two areas that we can look at: area increase and of course varietal change, and increasing productivity through varietal change, the right seed, and of course the other interventions he was talking about was the effort being put in by government by introducing quality seed, the India gap part of it. Moving forward, the next part of the session, we will focus on a panel discussion with industry representatives. Dr. Malhotra will do his viewpoints. So with us in our panel, we have our first panelist is Ms. Harleen Bedi. Ms. Harleen Bedi is strategic marketing lead Cortiva. She had before, and she is responsible for the corn portfolio strategy in Cortiva, and is responsible for building future pipelines to deliver relevant and best offerings to farmer, the country, and the environment. Thank you, Harleen, for joining in. Our second panelist is Mr. Rajiv Mishra, Head Agronomy Vertical. He's a PhD in agronomy from GV Pant, and he currently works with Yara India, and he has more than 18 years of agri sector. Our third panelist, Mr. Harinder Singh, comes with, he's an agriculture graduate with a major in animal nutrition. Mr. Harinder started the first India plant to commercially process fodder as silage, hay, TMR, and mineral lick blocks. And his company, Excellent Enterprises, the first company to export hay pellets, straw blocks in 1998 UAE. And today, fodder silage is an important topic, and we'll hear from him on technological innovations in this space and where we stand from. So, starting the panel discussion, I'd like to start with, of course, the seed and the plant protection part. Ms. Haleen Bedi Kotiva is an agri-science company, one of the largest companies focused purely on agri, and a global leader in agri-chemicals as well as high-yielding variety seed. In your current role as strategic marketing leader, you have the responsibility of introducing new varieties, not only in India but also in South Asia. Given this background, what in your view are the key global and India technological developments that are defining productivity, plant protection and seed maize? And do you see any technology introductions that India maize sector is lagging in? Might want to put the mic on.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I think the best part is we even heard the first session and a lot of points, which need to be further elaborated. One is regarding the productivity. When we look at productivity, I would like to say that there has been uh, enhancement, very steady enhancement, because if you look at 2005 versus 2020, from 2 MT per hectare, we have come to around 3.4. So it's a very small increase. But if you look at the scope for maize as a crop, there's a huge potential to increase productivity. And as rightly said by Mr. Malhotra, that the major challenge, when we look at the national average productivity, it comes down. And the reason why it comes down is the rain fed. So around more than 70% of our acreages are rain fed. So, rain fed just pulls the entire national average down. And if you look at Bihar, the post rainy acreages or the corn production, we are on par with US. So that's the kind of, yield we are delivering. And there are certain reasons why we are delivering. First, the kind of hybridization. So when we look at all India, the hybridization is less. But when you look at the post rainy in the eastern part, the hybridization is really very good. It's near to like 90%. So that pulls up your productivity. And second aspect is the, which is very basic. It's very basic. It's plant population. So, in the previous panelists were discussing and were talking, what's different in Argentina, what is different in Brazil, why India can't achieve it. So it's as simple as plant population. In India, we have 50,000 to 75,000 as an average plant population. And in those countries, they start from 75,000 and they go up to 90,000. In Brazil, even 1 lakh. So that's the difference. Just imagine your 10% increase in your plant population will also help in increasing productivity. So when, Mr. Keswan was talking about mechanization, that's, very important for us because today the plant sowing, we have seen farmers sowing. So it's, you will have your seed drill, manual sowing, exclude Punjab, which has pneumatic planters and all that. But in other states, it's still, very basic sowing, manual sowing or seed drills are used. So it becomes very important that, the plant population as basic thing, if we improve, you will get sudden up in your productivity. So for this, these seeds which the farmer uses should be very good quality, high yielding hybrid variety which respond to a good population. So that's what you mentioned, that the best quality seeds are the basic to increase productivity. So I think in case of India, for achieving and improving productivity, few changes in the farming practices wherein we handhold our farmers will be very important. And I really like the idea of center of excellence, wherein when we are talking about technology, so mechanization is the foundation. A small thing like a pneumatic planter cannot work in a rain fed area of MP. Because of the soil, it can't work there. So we have technology mind in India. We have a plethora of engineering institutes, IITNs, who can come up with solutions which are very basic, very indigenous, and at the same time easy to scale up for a small marginal farmer who can use it for precision planting. So when we look at precision planting, it is basically your spacing, the seed rate, and even the depth of planting, because that will ensure proper germination. Even if your seed rate is good but your germination is not good enough, again it will pull down the productivity level. So these are the aspect from farming perspective. Coming to seed and plant protection products, so seed is the most important basic. If you have a high yielding seed, then your first job is done. The farmer is rest assured, yes, I'll get the productivity. And from company perspective, from research and technology perspective, I think the agri scientists, it's a big work for them, and they have done a lot of good work. Wherein we talk about abiotic stress, for maize, it impacts the productivity, and abiotic stress like your drought, your salinity, heat wave, cold tolerance. So those are the things which affect. So from technology and R&D perspective, our job is to ensure that we work on germplasm, which is much more stress resilience, stress tolerant, and we give the best solution to our farmers, so that tomorrow if there is a drought or some water logging or certain issues with respect to heat wave, as we have seen these days, so the yield drag or the productivity loss is minimized. So I think that's one aspect which comes from company perspective, or the corporates who are working in this agri science field. It's very essential from R&D and technology perspective to bring the best germplasm to the farmer. Second, I would like to also mention about the breeding. So when we talk about the plant breeding, okay, so leveraging the your genome diversity, that's very important. And few of the panelists also mentioned about super technology and those new technologies, how they can be used for genome editing. Ensure it's like there's a problem and there's a solution. Is it okay now? Yeah, sorry, I think it got muted on its own. So okay, so the CRISPR technology, those technologies will also help to overcome the biotic stress. Now what are these biotic stress? These are your disease, pest incidences which are happening, and what was there in the past and today will certainly change because of the climate change. So it's very important that we as a R&D technology company should work on future and ensure that we have product, we have good germplasm, good hybrids which can be delivered and overcome the biotic stress. The last thing I would like to mention is, it's like coming from pharma, and this is agri science. The main aspect in any technology is how quickly you can go to patient, or you can solve any problem, or you can solve the farmer's problem. So I think shrinking the entire R&D technology process is very important, and there are certain technologies which scientists and R&D are working, like your haploid, double haploid methods, and even with respect to those markers, identifying markers. So what it helps in predictive breeding. So at least, the time span and the probability of success is enhanced. So I think these are the technologies from seed perspective which will come. And I would like to add on to what you have mentioned regarding biologicals. Uh, I'm also a good fan of biologicals, because biologicals will help even for abiotic stress also. So, you have certain abiotic stress mitigators which can be used along with the best germplasm. I think then it's the integrated stress management which will ensure the best yields which our farmers can get. So,
Thank
I
you.
think that's from my side, Sanjay. I
Thank you
hope I
very much. I
answered it.
think, yeah, perfect in the way you have bucketed it. One is at the farm level. I think very clear area where we can work on is increasing the population of the field, plant population of the field. On seeds, if I hear it right, I might be a little biased, but genetic modification or genetics that are suitable for Indian conditions.
Yes.
And assuming or projecting the future needs and working towards that and speeding the process of introducing genetic change. And of course, plant protection, biologicals, one area we need to focus on. Thank you. I'll just from there move to Mr. Rajiv Mishra. Mr. Rajiv, you're an agronomist. You've been in the field for more than up to 20 years. From a nutrition perspective, we've heard about cultivation, we've heard about seed and plant protection. From a nutrition perspective, what is your view? In your views, are the reasons for low productivity, and what are the technologies we need to work on from an India for India?
Yeah, thanks, Sanjay. Thanks for the question. And I think just a minute, let me adjust it. Okay. So I think because we heard that during last 2 decades, lot many changes happened. Especially this corn crop scenario has significantly changed. You mentioned about the productivity increase. You mentioned about the technological advancement. If we see in case of seed, at present our farmers are having high yielding varieties, and almost I think whatever varieties are being grown or the germplasm being used by the global farmers in other countries, almost similar type of varieties or the germplasm is being used by our farmers also. In terms of plant protection chemicals also you mentioned. So earlier farmers were dependent only on that red and yellow triangle chemistries for controlling stem borers, but now they are using this high-tech CTPR based, CTPR plus combis, and even brofenilides type chemistries, which are very new, latest, new generation. These are also available to the farmers. Same thing with the in the herbicide segment, because herbicide is also, herbs are also considered to be the major reason to check the productivity. So we are using this HPPD chemistries, which are world class and the new generation chemistries. But in contrary to that, if you see the fertilizer use trend of the farmers, do you think that this much of changes or the adoption of technologies has happened in this segment also? Still our farmers, they are using or they are following almost the similar trend of that fertilizer uses as they were using earlier. And the worst thing is that earlier our farmers, they were having the facility or the availability of this FYM. But if you now you check randomly with any farmer, how often and how much amount of FYM they can use, they are able to use in their fields. I think you know the answer. So I think the main reason for the low productivity at this moment and is the imbalanced use of fertilizations, and farmers they adopted other technologies, but I think somehow इसको उन्होंने थोड़ा सा इग्नोर किया है. लगता है उन्हें कि धरती से मिल रहा है ना, तो मिल रहा है तो मिलता है. But you also mentioned about the some of the technologies की how we can increase the yield by increasing the plant population. अरे अभी at present whatever plant population we are using being used by the Indian farmers, उस plant population को support करने के लिए soil में fertility का है. Soil, if we are growing the same crops again and again year after year, then what will happen? Same type of nutrients will be taken up, and with the biomass वो field से बाहर जा रहा है, and we are not compensating it. And the worst part is that because as I mentioned, FIM now it has become costly and become unavailable. So it's not being compensated. High yielding varieties, you rightly mentioned, Dr. Malhotra, ki maize is a crop. If you provide right set of nutrients, so being C4 type crop, it's very responsive to agriculture it is inputs. But if you're growing the best quality of seed without proper fertilization, then I think it will fail to showcase or fail to deliver the best result yield, both in terms of yield and quality, which is expected from that variety. So I think this is the one reason. Another, now coming on the technology part, your second part of the question you mentioned. So I think still farmers, they are not taking taking this soil fertility or soil testing, especially the soil testing, these things seriously. Because we are having a soil facility, soil analysis facility at Tiara, and on annually we used to get almost 25 to 30,000 samples. We used to analyze, but yesterday I checked with one of my team member कि यार मेज का बताना कितने samples आते हैं. You will be surprised to hear the number was less than 300. So you just see how farmers are considering the soil fertility levels or the status or the soil test like technologies currently. So this is the fact. Next, there are some other technologies also. Some handheld this digital tools are also available. Earlier we were using some LCC. Now DLCCs are available. Digital leaf color charts are available. Now N-tester technologies like N-tester are available. We are also working on similar technologies. As one technology is ATFORM. So ATFORM is a technology which is based on N-sensor algorithm, and also it's utilizing that satellite imageries and technologies. So these technologies can help our farmers in predicting the correct or the right need of the fertilizer, especially the nitrogen, because nitrogen being the most important or the most this is the nutrient which for this crop respond very well. So they can decide, they can take decision on the timings, on the amount of the nutrient to be applied. Second thing is that second technological thing I think which can help is the new formulations. So sorry, I think I'm taking much time. Okay, so I think some new technologies like new formulations. Mostly whatever fertilizers or the nutrients farmers currently using, they are still using the bulk fertilizer, those old bulk fertilizer with less nutrient use efficiency. While in market, most of the high nutrient use efficiency based fertilizer based on advanced technologies are available. And I will take just one more minute. If you want our farmer, Indian maize farmer, to compete with the global maize farmers, then we will have to provide them the level grounds. We have given them best quality seed, we have given them other technological tools, but on this nutrition part, I think we should advise them, we should give them that right knowledge so that they can take decision. And ultimately, if our farmers, they are able to take decision, or they are able to prepare a fertilizer schedule as per the crop need, as per the soil test, as per the real condition of the field, and as per the crop objective, because it will also it is also again an important thing, because earlier farmers were growing maize only for this grain purpose, but now for most of the maize farmers, these objectives are well defined. Some of the farmers, they grow for seed production, they grow for normal this grain production, for fodder, even for silage. And very interestingly, some of the futuristic food processing companies, they remain interested in some additional features, like what are the inputs farmers have used, because they have taken some mission or some goals to become carbon neutral by 2050.
Got it.
So
Thank
they,
you.
they remain interested, just one few seconds, they remain interested what type of inputs you have used. We just conducted a few trials last year, and especially in maize, and we found we just changed only the source of fertilizer and the carbon footprint level reduced by 25%.
Got it.
So I think these are the technologies which can help, and which can help our farmer to become competitive, or I think by this way we will be able to give them level field to compete with the global farmers.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. In fact, some very clear key pointers. One is soil testing.
Yeah.
I think there are, in addition to traditional testing labs, there are a number of startups, if I'm correct, Krishi Tantra, startups like that, which are focusing on soil testing as a core area of development. Second is using a combination of fertilizers that are tailor-made for
Yeah.
each location for maize. Probably that is, yeah, that is the second one. And third is the focus that is required. What was the third? I just skipped.
That hyperlocal calendar or scheduling of the fertilizer.
Hyperlocal scheduling of fertilizers.
Basis the soil fertility report, basis the plant need. Not
Absolutely.
because what happens currently, farmer when they go to purchase nutrient or fertilizer, they just rely on the shopkeeper.
Got it.
जो उसने
So-
दिया वो ले लिया.
Absolutely. So we've been discussing about inputs till now, and one area in maize and maize crop playing a very important role is feeding animals. Especially the dairy sector. Maize is one of the crops which has the maximum potential to provide for fodder, and Harinder ji, you've been working on this for decades now. According to you, how do you see the fodder market developing over the last 4-5 years? There's a lot of action happening in this space. And what are the technologies that can improve the access of maize as fodder to dairy farmers?
Okay, thank you, Sanjay ji. You see, as most of the speakers, since morning we are looking at soil nutrition, and Rajiv ji also shared that without feeding to the animal, to the plants, we may not get proper. So similarly, in this case, in dairy, when we were having very low yielding animals, 1 liter, 2 liters per day, so that was sufficient, that was good at that time, 30 years, 20 years back. But now, as you are looking, we are now having animals with yield like 70 liters, 71 liters, 72 liters per day. Recently, few days back in Jagraon PDFA, Kisan Fair, and in NDRI also. So we were having cows 71, 72 liters per day. So we need a nutrition that should be more efficient. The animal that requires feed to convert to ruminate, to convert into blood, and then that blood into milk. So it takes 72 hours, 48 hours to 72 hours to convert all this into milk. So 1 liter milk that requires 400 liter blood to go through the mammary glands. So that process is quick. So we need to feed them pre-processed, value-added, better fodders. Ruminants, these cows and buffaloes, they are herbivorous, you see. And in India, we are producing the costly milk. We are generally used to see Jindabad, Murdabad every day, that farmers, they used to demand that to increase their milk prices because they are feeding costly cakes, soybean, and other things. Like in dairy developed countries, Holland, Denmark, Israel, the people are getting milk, quality milk from silage hays. So the large part of the plant, the biomass of maize, around 200 quintal per acre that we are getting from spring maize in Punjab and in other areas also. So we need to preserve, we need to add value, we need to produce good quality of fodder with more dry matter. Actually, when we are feeding fresh fodder, like in India, so we are feeding the animals water. 80% water we are feeding. So the blood, the milk that will come from dry matter. So when we process it, add it value, ferment it as silage, so it becomes very rich nutrition for the animal, very economical for the farmer. And like in dairy farming, the balance sheet, 60 to 70% is responsible from nutrition part. So 60 to 70% means if the milk price is 35 rupees, so 26, 28 rupees is responsible for the feeding. So here we are losing most of the losses. So we are losing the profit part. We are doing lot of work to take the fodder from field to the animal, and with processed fodders, this will not serve to only the good nutrition to the animal, saves a lot of money to the farmer, but will also generate a lot of industry for the entrepreneurs, for the startups. In Saudi, in Dubai, you are looking, there is not too much fodder. They are all feeding their cows from imported this haze silages. So in nutshell, we have good opportunity to go into commercial processing of fodders as silage, and fodder surplus states like Punjab, Haryana or Maharashtra or Bihar, where maize is too much, we can put up such units. That video we were playing sometime back from Punjab Agro, I am handling that project. So surplus states, we can avail this large part of biomass into useful nutrition, rich nutrition, and we can serve to fodder deficit states. Secondly, it can be Ramban during flood, during drought, during all these snow, earthquake, etc. And then the dairy animals, they require even nutrition around the year. So whenever we change the fodder, we change the nutrition, the performance gets affected. Milk yield, dry matter, fat. So we need to keep minimum disturbance. We need to feed even feeding. So silage is the Ramban there also. So in nutshell, we should adopt this commercial processing, and it will also serve as food security to world's largest cattle population here in India.
Thank you, Harinderji. In fact, we've, as a conference, we typically focus on the grain, and the major biomass, the other part of corn, can be used as fodder. I think that is one key focus area. Sir, Dr. Malhotra, I'll just come to you from here. You have done outstanding contribution in R&D. You've earned the Young Scientist Gold Medal in 2005, Best Paper Award in 2009, J.S. Pruthi Award 2010, R.S. Paroda Award 2015, and we've heard about various areas where technology can be introduced. In plant population is one thing. I'm more interested in the most burning issue, the gene slicing and the tracer technology that's being done. What is your view in terms of where the government is focusing on trying to improve productivity on the back of technology? What has the government done, and what are the focus areas that the government is looking at?
Well, so I would like to answer your question in two ways. 2 points, I should say. First, researchable issues, because we have already identified gaps that why the productivity is low. To address those gaps, there are some researchable issues, as it has been discussed by other panelists also, that we need to break the yield barriers. we need to use the modern biotechnological tools. We need to bred the varieties which possess drought tolerance and again tolerance to several insect pests and diseases. So this is the approach which is required to be followed, and research sector is also working on a similar way. The progress is there. So we have a system which is called as All India Coordinated Research Project for maize. So this is a unique example in the country where we have a system where multi-location testing is done for the technologies, where we come out with a solution that particular agroclimatic zones we need to use this variety, where a kind of, because that's the outcome of research uh, which has been done on the basis of location specific and multi-location. That approach has been followed into it. So using the modern tools, breaking the yield barriers as I mentioned, and then this is a researchable part. Now second part relates to developmental. So developmental point of view, Government of India already has had one program, that's a National Food Security Mission program. So under the National Food Security Mission program, there are about 8 submissions. So there was earlier there was a submission which was called as a core cereals. So then from core cereals, nutri cereals were taken out, these millets and agas, and now we are left with only 2 core cereals. One is maize and another one is barley. So under the National Food Security Mission program, the cluster approach has been recommended, that we need to follow the cluster approach where the set of technologies are required to be showcased to the farmers, that they can compare with the good varieties, where a kind of all inputs and input delivery system is there, and the recommendations are there. Those recommendations are required to be adopted, as a few of our speakers also mentioned, that here nutrient use efficiency we need to increase. So we need to increase water use efficiency, then further this all is a part of it one. Then second point relates to that all of sudden if anything comes in between, suppose in the past also we experienced this fall armyworm all of sudden came, but we were not having the solution available with us, but today we have solution available with us, and many of pesticides have been now recommended, but one technology which has been authenticated, which has been validated, that is 30 days. First 30 days are very crucial for fall armyworm. In some areas it happens. So that seed treatment was, a recommendation was also done. So scheduling has been done for the different problems. Those schedules are required to be adopted appreciably if we have to overcome those problems into it. So this is the approach where government also works, research, development, and then further extension of the technologies, upscaling those technologies in a large scale, so that large scale adoption that should happen.
Thank you, doctor. In fact, I think maize, when we look at it, we look at it as a homogeneous crop, which actually is not, because of the numerous hyperlocal situations. And I'm sure the scientists from IIMR will definitely, put this as an important step, where we try and come out with a clustered approach and first map the clusters. Is it possible to map out the clusters, probably develop a maize atlas for India? Because if not, it is very difficult to understand, the complexity that is involved in maize. Thank you, sir, for that. I'll quickly do a concluding round of questions because we are just short of time. The next set of questions I'll try to focus on, if we have these technologies, if we have these thought processes, what are the challenges that we are facing to introduce these? Why can't we speed up introduction and adoption of technologies? Ms. Halin Bedi, you've been primarily talking on introduction of hybrid seed and plant protection chemicals, biologicals, new chemicals that can be used for plant protection. What are the challenges that companies face while trying to introduce new technologies?
So when you look at challenges, I think The major challenge is the timelines, first is how quickly, the entire framework, which is the legislature, regulatory framework, policies, the approvals can be given. I think that if it can be shortened, it will be much more better. Because if you look at the agri as an industry, it's very vulnerable, very dynamic. And today, what is the need, tomorrow it may not be. As Mr. Malhotra mentioned about FAW. So FAW, when it came, there was no solution. And today, our farmers are at mid of the learning curve. They know how to manage FAW with seed applied technology, pre-treated seeds, plus the how many foliar spray they need to do. So I think if we shorten the process of approvals, that will be really, really helpful, both from getting the best hybrid seeds in hands of farmers, and even the crop protection and other products available to them. So that's one part we would like to mention. And second is even getting the right product. When I talk about right product, it's about genuine product also. So the IP protection and the genuine check, that is also very important, because when you look at a farmer, he or she is very much dependent upon the retailer who is selling in their catchment area. So it becomes very important to ensure the right products are being made available for farmers. So the genuinity check, the IP protection, I think the curbing the counterfeit, it's a long term, because it's a double-edged sword. One, it impacts the productivity for the farmer. Second, even it's not good for our sustainable agriculture. So it even erodes the soil health. So that's very important that we ensure that the right, it's as good as eating a counterfeit medicine. So it's harmful for yourself. So similarly, even feeding a wrong product to the soil is harmful for us, because indirectly we consume it. So I think that part needs to be further improved. So I would like
Thank
to
you.
mention these two
Thank
processes.
you.
And even when we talk about technologies, yes, the GMO, I think there's a standard, first tag on saying that, I'm just saying as an individual, not as a company. But I would like to mention over here is, yes, we need to look at the technologies with other developed nations are using it. What is the pros and cons? I totally appreciate and respect our country, because how they are evaluating, and as per the need, they take the right decision. So we'll wait for that, and we'll see how the best technology reaches to our farmers in India also. So
Thank you.
thanks, Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Alina. Yeah, two important areas. One is speed of process of introduction, and two is hyper protection and protecting the authenticity of technology that's being introduced. To you, Rajiv, what are the challenges you face when we're looking at better technologies for nutrition, plant nutrition in maize?
Yeah, I think the first point is quite similar with that of Harleen mentioned. The time, the time taken in the commercialization after developing a technology, it takes a huge time, especially in India, to commercialize a product. And that is the reason companies like Kiara, which are having almost 245 plus product combination, different grades and different, which can be fitted in the hyper local recommendation of the farmers. In India, we are having only selling only 10-15 grades, and like Yara, other companies are also there, and they are also facing the same problem. So I think one is the time, and where government, I think we are still hopeful, because I think government is working on INM bill. So I think this thing will be taken care. So we are hopeful for that. And I think if some of the technologies which are already being commercialized in other countries, developing countries, on the similar crops, and those products are having that high nutrient use efficiency and some other added advantages. So I think in that case, those studies or those data should also be considered while getting the approval in the as a process in India.
Got
So
it.
I think
Thank
we
you.
can save some time there.
Got it. I think again, sir, basic recommendation is time for
Yeah.
introduction, and then Why should we repeat the testing in India? Why don't we take studies that are already used, especially for nutrients? If it's not plant protection chemicals, at least for nutrients, it can be used for India. To you, Harinderji, you have been, promoting silage use in the country for a long time. What are the challenges you face while introducing silage use in the country, and what can government do?
Yes, it is a good question. You see, this is my 92, immediately after finishing my MSc. So, till today, we are looking the straw, the poor straw, poor nutrition that is selling at rupees 12 or 15 rupees in Delhi or even in Punjab, whereas silage that is much rich nutrition, very convenient, labor saving. We are not getting able to sell even at rupees 6 per kg. So somewhere our scientists, our experts, doctors, dairy department, the people they have lost the time to educate the common farmers to tell them which one is better. So the poor nutrition is selling at premium and the rich nutrition is still farmer is not aware of. So this is one challenge, and second is adoption the stereotypes, the social system. Farmers they still consider they have more respect to prali or tudi busa, whereas silage that contains 18, 20, 22% of grains and fermented and well nourished. So the farmers they have less preference for that part of nutrition. So third is the government support or government platforms. So like during drought, floods or earthquake or during snow. So the government that should consider creating fodder banks to keep preserve this rich nutrition instead of considering those other alternates. So these
Thank
are
you.
some of the challenges. That
Thank you,
we see.
Harinderji. I think primarily it is about awareness creation and
Yes.
proper extension services. At some point of time, silages are going to become very important for the country, and I'm sure, sir, you can take a view on that. To conclude the session, Dr. Sir, could I request you to share your views on the recommendations that have come up in the session, and what role can private sector play to address these recommendations on themselves, and what is government doing to support them?
Yeah, well, excellent. A very good discussion has taken place, and very good points have emerged out from the discussion. So I would like to quickly respond to some of the points where discussion has taken place. One point was raised that plant population is required to be increased. But here I would like to just clarify that already package of practices are available. Just I will give you an example because there are different crops, maize, the common maize, then we have sweet corn, baby corn, and so baby corn is there where we need to have more population, increased population. So package of practices already says that 16 kg seed is required to be used. But your point is related to plant population. We need to maintain that stand,
And
crop stand,
mechanization also,
mechanization.
the
We
right
need
spacing,
precision. That should be
sowing,
pneumatic,
yeah.
that which you mean. Planters, those are required to be put in. So precision that sowing is really I appreciate that is required to be done, but here government of India has already started one mission program, that is a submission for use of machinery in agriculture. So custom hiring centers are there, those custom hiring centers facilities are required to be used for that purpose. And then biotechnological tools I have already mentioned, I will not repeat it again. But here stress mitigators as it was mentioned. So stress mitigation, that's very important, because in the arid ecosystem, rainfed ecosystem, whenever maize is grown, it needs a kind of strength, and I have already mentioned about this. Biostimulants are the new input which is now coming in the picture. Seaweed extract, humic acid, fulvic acid, there are several other biostimulants. If those biostimulants are used for the arid ecosystem, definitely it will give a kind of boost to the plants, and we can have a good yield which could be achieved. And then another point was also mentioned that we need to use the green chemistries. Yes, I agree with you. Now several green chemistries have been registered, and we have now molecules available with us in the country. Those molecules have been registered. Those are required to be used. Just I'll give an example. Spinosad is there, one of the product which is recently it has been registered. It is considered more safe in comparison to the other pesticide. When I use the word pesticide, it means it covers everything. I mean fungicide, everything. So because the pesticide word will be, it covers all. So then new chemistries. Yes, there are several examples, because in the routine control measures we are using this. You mentioned about the red triangle and all other things. So all such high risk pesticides have been banned now. So I was the chairperson of the first committee where 18 pesticides were banned, and now again the second gazette notification has come for 27 more pesticides have been banned. So in the last 4 years 45 pesticides have been banned from India. So this is a kind of approach which is now being followed. So because in the long run we only come across that yes, this is a particular pesticide which is harmful. So site specific nutrient management is very important. So that is required to be followed, and soil test based application of the nutrients, judicious use of the of the fertilizers, that's very important. And where this digital tool, those could prove very useful, and Government of India has already started one program where digitalization in agriculture is now being promoted, because each and every farmer is having Android that phone available with him, and he can easily get the informations related to inputs, production system, and then market, etc. Those are required to be carbon neutral. Yes, we need to now decrease the carbon emissions from agriculture. So one study is there where 20% of the carbon emissions they come from agriculture, and now India has set 2047 agenda, because in the year 2047 we are going to achieve 100 years. We will reach to the 100 years of independence. So where we have just envisioned that yes, India needs to become the global power, and we need to address several such global issues. So from 20% we need to come down to 7.5%. This is a kind of target which has been fixed for this purpose. So quality fodder and all other things, yes, you have very appreciably mentioned into it, because because fodder ultimately it is to be consumed by the animals. Again, whatsoever we will get from the animals, milk in the milk form and milk products, again it's a part of food chain. So definitely it is going to address our food security issue for this purpose. So fast approval of the pesticides, yes, new molecules, already a kind of system has been set. I understand, because there is a long process, and already according to the pesticide act, about 18 months it takes for the new molecules, if those are required to be registered. So for registration purpose there is a huge data requirement. That particular industry, they need to prove bioefficacy of that molecule. Chemistry angle, they need to establish a kind of facts that yes, this is a safer chemistry. And then toxicity point of view, lot of data is to be generated. Those data are now being examined by the committee, and those are put up before the central insecticide board and registration committee. So here for new molecules a system has been set, that if there is any new molecule and if it is make in India, then it will be given preference. Already some kind of system is there, and this decision has been already taken. Then biofertilizers, biopesticides, again this has been put into that, yes, we need to have a separate, there should be a queue for consideration for the registration. So these are the points. Then again, you in the second point which you mentioned, just I will quickly finish it. What is the role that you see for private players in improving productivity and availability of maize in our country? Yes, already private sector is doing good job. If you take example of maize, and there are several inputs, seed, pesticides, fertilizers, and then machinery also I will put into the input category. So here seed, single cross hybrids, or already private players are in the market and they are doing their good business and lot of acceptability is there, but we need to make available quality seed to the farmers so that we can enhance our production and productivity, and it should come from some regulatory system, then only it will be very much helpful. Similarly, pesticide I have already explained, I am not going to cover that part, but machinery also I little mentioned about that one, where private sector is playing the greater role and they need to further come forward to have a kind of linking, because one part which is left, that's there is a 47% I think consumption of this maize is in the poultry sector, then 13 to 14% is for animal sector. So that industry, I think that is required to be pitched in, and some kind of cluster approach again is required to be followed. If production happens in cluster, then procurement will also be easy by poultry industry as well as by the animal industry. In the nearby poultry farms, if production happens, I think it will be a win-win kind of situation for the farmers as well as for the industry. So these are the few points just I wanted to mention.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for responding to each point that was made by all speakers. We are short of time. I wanted to open the session for question and answers, but because we have 3 minutes time, I'll conclude. You can always reach out to individual panelists to discuss your points. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for patiently listening to the panel. On behalf of Yes Bank, I once again thank Vicky for giving us this excellent opportunity to moderate and knowledge partner for the session. I now pass it on to Vicky, Secretary, to conclude and take forward. To you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. That concludes Session 2, Technologies for Strengthening Maize Supply Chain to Meet Future Demand. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now take a break for lunch, but please do remember that we start the next session on time at 2:30, so please do make sure that you're seated here at least 5 minutes prior. Thank you and enjoy the break.
Trust is the foundation of any relationship. It is the key to success and prosperity. With a vision to transform the lives of Indian farmers and participate in India's agricultural transformation journey, from a food deficient country to the world's leading agricultural nation, Pioneer took its first step into the Indian agriculture market in 1973. Pioneer's constant endeavor has been to contribute towards the nation's production, maximize productivity, and improve growers' profitability by introducing the best products. In this journey, Pioneer has garnered many firsts to its credit. In 1996, Pioneer introduced hybrid maize with the best genomics to unfold maize crop potential. With the objective to deliver the best quality seeds, Pioneer established a state-of-the-art production unit in Hyderabad, India in the year 2000. To improve yield levels of corn crop, Pioneer introduced single-cross corn hybrid in 2002 and brought significant breakthrough in the agriculture sector. Pioneer recognized the need and importance for hybrid mustard seeds to fulfill the increasing demand of mustard oil and improve crop economics for the grower. The first mustard hybrid was launched in 2008. Rice is a staple food throughout India and one of the most produced food grains in India. Pioneer launched first hybrid rice PHB 71 in 2008. To educate and facilitate our farmers, Pioneer Pravakta Network and Paramarsh Customer Care Helpline in 6 languages was launched in 2008. In the year 2011, corn hybrid P3522, launched in Rabi, created a breakthrough in yield levels comparable to those in the USA. In 2014, Pioneer opened new doors of advancement in the field of agriculture by establishing a crop research center in India, adding more to its achievements in the process of enabling farmers' prosperity. Pioneer introduced the mustard hybrid 45S46 in 2015 that significantly increased farmers' income with quantum leap in yield levels. After proving itself and gaining trust of millions of Indian farmers, Dow DuPont and Pioneer became a new entity, Corteva AgriScience, in 2018. This standalone company soon emerged as the largest pure-play agri company. In 2019, introduced the Acre Next, direct seeded program in India. With this, Pioneer made a significant advancement in the agricultural sector through making climate-smart and sustainable solutions available to farmers. We are grateful to celebrate Pioneer's 50 years legacy of trust and prosperity with our farmers and other stakeholders as well. During this incredible journey, Pioneer strongly supported and contributed towards nation's agriculture missions and has been instrumental and collaborative with industry stakeholders to enhance agri-ecosystem, contribute towards sustainable and climate-resilient agriculture. With a strong vision and purpose, we continue to focus on R&D to bring the best technology and products for our farmers in order to make them prosperous and competitive in the global agri-league. Pioneer, a name that stands for trust. Trust that opens doors to growth and prosperity. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. It is the key to success and prosperity. With a vision to transform the lives of Indian farmers and participate in India's agricultural transformation journey, from a food deficient country to the world's leading agricultural nation, Pioneer took its first step into the Indian agriculture market in 1973. Pioneer's constant endeavor has been to contribute towards the nation's production, maximize productivity, and improve growers' profitability by introducing the best products. In this journey, Pioneer has garnered many firsts to its credit. In 1996, Pioneer introduced hybrid maize with the best genomics to unfold maize crop potential. With the objective to deliver the best quality seeds, Pioneer established a state-of-the-art production unit in Hyderabad, India in the year 2000. To improve yield levels of corn crop, Pioneer introduced single-cross corn hybrid in 2002 and brought significant breakthrough in the agriculture sector. Pioneer recognized the need and importance for hybrid mustard seeds to fulfill the increasing demand of mustard oil and improve crop economics for the grower. The first mustard hybrid was launched in 2008. Rice is a staple food throughout India and one of the most produced food grains in India. Pioneer launched first hybrid rice PHB 71 in 2008. To educate and facilitate our farmers, Pioneer Pravakta Network and Paramarsh Customer Care Helpline in 6 languages was launched in 2008. In the year 2011, corn hybrid P3522, launched in Rabi, created a breakthrough in yield levels comparable to those in the USA. In 2014, Pioneer opened new doors of advancement in the field of agriculture by establishing a crop research center in India, adding more to its achievements in the process of enabling farmers' prosperity. Pioneer introduced the mustard hybrid 45S46 in 2015 that significantly increased farmers' income with quantum leap in yield levels. After proving itself and gaining trust of millions of Indian farmers, Dow, DuPont and Pioneer became a new entity, Corteva AgriScience, in 2018. This standalone company soon emerged as the largest pure-play agri company. In 2019, introduced the Acre Next, direct seeded program in India. With this, Pioneer made a significant advancement in the agricultural sector through making climate-smart and sustainable solutions available to farmers. We are grateful to celebrate Pioneer's 50 years legacy of trust and prosperity with our farmers and other stakeholders as well. During this incredible journey, Pioneer strongly supported and contributed to its nation's agriculture missions and has been instrumental and collaborative with industry stakeholders to enhance agri-ecosystem, contribute towards sustainable and climate-resilient agriculture. With a strong vision and purpose, we continue to focus on R&D to bring the best technology and products for our farmers in order to make them prosperous and competitive in the global agri-league. Pioneer, a name that stands for trust. Trust that opens doors to growth and prosperity. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. It is the key to success and prosperity. With a vision to transform the lives of Indian farmers and participate in India's agricultural transformation journey, from a food deficient country to the world's leading agricultural nation, Pioneer took its first step into the Indian agriculture market in 1973. Pioneer's constant endeavor has been to contribute towards the nation's production, maximize productivity, and improve growers' profitability by introducing the best products. In this journey, Pioneer has garnered many firsts to its credit. In 1996, Pioneer introduced hybrid maize with the best genomics to unfold maize crop potential. With the objective to deliver the best quality seeds, Pioneer established a state-of-the-art production unit in Hyderabad, India in the year 2000. To improve yield levels of corn crop, Pioneer introduced single cross corn hybrid in 2002 and brought significant breakthrough in the agriculture sector. Pioneer recognized the need and importance for hybrid mustard seeds to fulfill the increasing demand of mustard oil and improve crop economics for the grower. The first mustard hybrid was launched in 2008. Rice is a staple food throughout India and one of the most produced food grains in India. Pioneer launched first hybrid rice PHB 71 in 2008. To educate and facilitate our farmers, Pioneer Pravakta Network and Paramarsh Customer Care Helpline in 6 languages was launched in 2008. In the year 2011, corn hybrid P3522 launched in Rabi created a breakthrough in yield levels comparable to those in the USA. In 2014, Pioneer opened new doors of advancement in the field of agriculture by establishing a crop research center in India. Adding more to its achievements in the process of enabling farmers' prosperity, Pioneer introduced the mustard hybrid 45S46 in 2015 that significantly increased farmers' income with quantum leap in yield levels. After proving itself and gaining trust of millions of Indian farmers, Dow DuPont and Pioneer became a new entity, Corteva AgriScience, in 2018. This standalone company soon emerged as the largest pure-play agri company. In 2019, introduced the Acre Next, direct seeded program in India. With this, Pioneer made a significant advancement in the agricultural sector through making climate-smart and sustainable solutions available to farmers. We are grateful to celebrate Pioneer's 50 years legacy of trust and prosperity with our farmers and other stakeholders as well. During this incredible journey, Pioneer strongly supported and contributed towards nation's agriculture missions and has been instrumental and collaborative with industry stakeholders to enhance agri-ecosystem, contribute towards sustainable and climate-resilient agriculture. With a strong vision and purpose, we continue to focus on R&D to bring the best technology and products for our farmers in order to make them prosperous and competitive in the global agri-league. Pioneer, a name that stands for trust. Trust that opens doors to growth and prosperity. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. It is the key to success and prosperity. With a vision to transform the lives of Indian farmers and participate in India's agricultural transformation journey, from a food deficient country to the world's leading agricultural nation, Pioneer took its first step into the Indian agriculture market in 1973. Pioneer's constant endeavor has been to contribute towards the nation's production, maximize productivity, and improve growers' profitability by introducing the best products. In this journey, Pioneer has garnered many firsts to its credit. In 1996, Pioneer introduced hybrid maize with the best genomics to unfold maize crop potential. With the objective to deliver the best quality seeds, Pioneer established a state-of-the-art production unit in Hyderabad, India in the year 2000. To improve yield levels of corn crop, Pioneer introduced single-cross corn hybrid in 2002 and brought significant breakthrough in the agriculture sector. Pioneer recognized the need and importance for hybrid mustard seeds to fulfill the increasing demand of mustard oil and improve crop economics for the grower. The first mustard hybrid was launched in 2008. Rice is a staple food throughout India and one of the most produced food grains in India. Pioneer launched first hybrid rice PHB 71 in 2008. To educate and facilitate our farmers, Pioneer Pravakta Network and Paramarsh Customer Care Helpline in 6 languages was launched in 2008. In the year 2011, corn hybrid P3522, launched in Rabi, created a breakthrough in yield levels comparable to those in the USA. In 2014, Pioneer opened new doors of advancement in the field of agriculture by establishing a crop research center in India, adding more to its achievements in the process of enabling farmers' prosperity. Pioneer introduced the mustard hybrid 45S46 in 2015 that significantly increased farmers' income with quantum leap in yield levels. After proving itself and gaining trust of millions of Indian farmers, Dow DuPont and Pioneer became a new entity, Corteva AgriScience, in 2018. This standalone company soon emerged as the largest pure-play agri company. In 2019, introduced the Acre Next, direct seeded program in India. With this, Pioneer made a significant advancement in the agricultural sector through making climate-smart and sustainable solutions available to farmers. We are grateful to celebrate Pioneer's 50 years legacy of trust and prosperity with our farmers and other stakeholders as well. During this incredible journey, Pioneer strongly supported and contributed to its nation's agriculture missions and has been instrumental and collaborative with industry stakeholders to enhance agri-ecosystem, contribute towards sustainable and climate-resilient agriculture. With a strong vision and purpose, we continue to focus on R&D to bring the best technology and products for our farmers in order to make them prosperous and competitive in the global agri-league. Pioneer, a name that stands for trust. Trust that opens doors to growth and prosperity. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. It is the key to success and prosperity. With a vision to transform the lives of Indian farmers and participate in India's agricultural transformation journey, from a food deficient country to the world's leading agricultural nation, Pioneer took its first step into the Indian agriculture market in 1973. Pioneer's constant endeavor has been to contribute towards the nation's production, maximize productivity, and improve growers' profitability by introducing the best products. In this journey, Pioneer has garnered many firsts to its credit. In 1996, Pioneer introduced hybrid maize with the best genomics to unfold maize crop potential. With the objective to deliver the best quality seeds, Pioneer established a state-of-the-art production unit in Hyderabad, India in the year 2000. To improve yield levels of corn crop, Pioneer introduced single-cross corn hybrid in 2002 and brought significant breakthrough in the agriculture sector. Pioneer recognized the need and importance for hybrid mustard seeds to fulfill the increasing demand of mustard oil and improve crop economics for the grower. The first mustard hybrid was launched in 2008. Rice is a staple food throughout India and one of the most produced food grains in India. Pioneer launched first hybrid rice PHB 71 in 2008. To educate and facilitate our farmers, Pioneer Pravakta Network and Paramarsh Customer Care Helpline in 6 languages was launched in 2008. In the year 2011, corn hybrid P3522, launched in Rabi, created a breakthrough in yield levels comparable to those in the USA. In 2014, Pioneer opened new doors of advancement in the field of agriculture by establishing a crop research center in India, adding more to its achievements in the process of enabling farmers' prosperity. Pioneer introduced the mustard hybrid 45S46 in 2015 that significantly increased farmers' income with quantum leap in yield levels. After proving itself and gaining trust of millions of Indian farmers, Dow DuPont and Pioneer became a new entity, Corteva AgriScience, in 2018. This standalone company soon emerged as the largest pure-play agri company. In 2019, introduced the Acre Next.
Good afternoon, ladies and
direct
gentlemen.
seeded program.
We are ready to start with the post-lunch session. I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats. So post-lunch, we are now heading into session 4, which is entitled Accelerating Maize Production in Indian States. This session, which is starting immediately after lunch, is Climate Smart Innovations in Maize. Either ways, we have a very thin audience right now. The moderator for this session is Mr. Amit Sachdev, India Representative, USGC. The speakers for this session are as follows: Ms. Shweta Saini, Founder and CEO, Arcus Policy Research; Mr. Bhavdeep Sardana, CEO, Sukhjit Starch and Chemicals Limited; Dr. Vibha Ahuja, Chief General Manager, Biotech Consortium India Limited; and Mr. Kaushal Jaiswal, Managing Director, Rivulis Irrigation Private Limited. I would like to ask the moderator of this session if you would like to start, or if you'd like to wait for some more audience. Meanwhile, a brief introduction to the esteemed moderator and the speakers. Mr. Amit Sachdev is India representative USGC. He works closely with end users and policymakers alike. He provides end users with updates on US commodity prices and acts as a liaison with the traders in the region for importing US commodities. He also works closely with policymakers in the countries, in the region, in the industry to provide information on policy changes that are required for a smooth trade. We have with us Ms. Shweta Saini. She is founder and CEO, Arcus Policy Research. She is an agriculture economist and has led and co-led various policy research and evaluation studies ranging from impact of various programs on farmer productivity, income and access to market. Mr. Bhavdeep Sardana is CEO, Sukhjit Starch and Chemicals Limited. He is responsible for successfully implementing repeated expansions at various units and has led all B2B sales with paper, food and pharma majors. He also actively engages with state governments and Government of India on policies affecting agro-processing industry and the ease of doing business reforms. Dr. Vibha Ahuja is Chief General Manager, Biotech Consortium India Limited. She also serves as the Chief General Manager of Biotech Consortium India Limited and is an expert on biosafety and regulatory aspects, particularly with reference to genetically modified organisms, having more than 25 years of experience in the field. Mr. Kaushal Jaiswal is MD, Rivulis Irrigation Private Limited, and has more than 30 years of experience in agriculture and allied sectors, and he is joining us just now. Working in the space of climate resilient and sustainable agriculture, he is the handling CEO and managing director and has been on this position since 2012. He has hands-on experience on working on sustainability and climate resilience, product stewardship, regulatory affairs, corporate affairs, and other compliances. So with the introductions now done, I now hand it over to the session moderator.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we had a good group as we started. I think our audience has thinned out quite a bit, but I can tell you, those who are interested are still here. I think that is very important. So we can start just putting things in context. We have about 1 hour to go, right? Okay, thank you. So our topic of interest is climate smart innovations in maize. I have on the panel a group, very diverse. We have people from irrigation. Kaushal comes with a 30-year experience on irrigation, basic agriculture. I've known him for 30 years or more. Bhavdeep comes from the starts as an end user. And we have two other speakers, one as a policy research on data sets on agriculture, and Dr. Ahuja, who comes with a relationship with GM, which is the talk of the town as we move forward. But I think just putting things in context again, we are at a point, we heard today morning discussions from the minister and everybody talking about weather vagaries. How do we move forward at this time? We have seen untimely rains this time. Last year we saw excess of heat in February or March. We had problems with our wheat crop. This time I also heard issues with our jeera crop. The prices of jeera as a spice has gone up to about 600 or 700 rupees a kg, which is pretty expensive to get into the kitchen. So where are we heading now? So we are, I think, important for agriculture to move forward as
to become climate resilient. It is important as we move forward, especially for a country like India, where everybody talks about self-sufficiency, but can we be self-sufficient? I think that is the ultimate point. So without taking much time, I would request we'll follow the route. Shweta, you go first. Although this is not, we were told there's no presentation, but I requested Shweta and Vibhaji to make some kind of a presentation, talk data. But I think Kaushal and and Bhavdeep will be going extempore.
Not necessarily.
Not necessary.
If you allow us to present, we will do that.
Perfect. I think you have a video.
No, I have a presentation slides also.
Oh, perfect.
Don't worry.
Thank you. Shweta, absolutely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank Vicky for this opportunity, and I know it's a session after lunch, and I would not take a lot of time, and I'll try and be crisp and stick to my 10 minutes. So at the onset, I've already been introduced as an agricultural economist. So we are data scientists. We work, analyze, study policies, and that's one of the work I think will be relevant for this audience, and that's the work that I bring you here. And so I think I'll start with the basic fact of what Amit left us with. And that's what we've been reading, that India has become food surplus or agricultural surplus in many crops. Last 2 years is testimony that a lot of our surpluses have dwindled. We've gone to the extent of banning exports in many, signing MOUs for increasing imports, and that's appear to be just the beginning unless we start acting upon it, and maize is one just typical example. So as I said, I'll be delivering 3 things here in this presentation. First, I will try and draw your attention to the data on India's maize production. I'll try and make a case for you to probably think about the data that comes in and if there are issues about it. Second thing I'll try and deliver will be the fact that will the country have enough maize in the next 2 to 3 years to meet its various needs. Third is what I will leave the audience with, and that's where I will set the context for my fellow speakers hopefully, is where do farmers of maize grapple? And this is all as an analytical purposes, and that's what I'll prevent. So first thing, clearly Indian crop this year is supposed to be bumper, unprecedented crop of 35 million tons. Now the question is, if the crop in the last few years has been bumper, continues to be so, why are we grappling with double-digit inflation at least for the last 2 years? So the question clearly is, if I were to draw your attention, is to the last 2 bars on the diagram, and that is basically showing that despite a YOY growth rate of 6% and then a 3% over and above that growth rate, the inflation continues to be, despite a base effect, double digit at 21% on average. So now the question is, if the crop was as bumper as has been told to us about, what explains the double digit inflation in maize? Clearly, it could be 2 ways. One, of course, probably the production numbers may require a rethink. And second, probably the demand has picked up much more than what we had anticipated. Let me come to the second part of my presentation here. Now, this is a study that we're doing, and the study will be published by next month, hopefully. And I'll tell you the premise of this study, even though it's tangent to maize right now, but the objective was that we wanted to study if countries, and it's a pet project in energy at the moment, we want to become E20 compliant by 25-26, and that basically means that the petrol each one of us will fill in our cars by 25-26 will have approximately about 20% on an average ethanol mixed in it. So it's a fuel blending target that the government has set for itself, and that is likely to be achieved by 25-26. PM Modi is already announced in Karnataka very recently in the Energy Week. So clearly things are laid out. Now the question is, how do you do the blending? The essential idea behind Niti Ayog's document, that is the Bible document for this whole E20 plan, is that they wish to acquire this ethanol from crops largely. And which are these crops? As per Niti Ayog, 3 major crops. First is sugarcane, second is maize, third is rice, and of course there are others who can actually fill in. So what I present to you on this slide is the requirement they've put up So by 25-26, for a typical year, they will need about 13.5 billion liters of ethanol. Of this, approximately 10.16 is what they require for fuel blending. Nutshell of this slide is, to meet this target, the country will need about 6 million tons of maize. Now that's quite what the number that I'd want to leave you all with. So 6 million tons of requirement if Niti Aayog's base document, and of course we've kind of made assumptions around it and we're happy to share it, and they've been reviewed, by the way, by good academics from within Niti Aayog. So nutshell, if E20 were to be achieved and if the roadmap is to be followed, about 6 million tons additional demand from ethanol fuel blending will come into the maize market. So what did we do? What we did was, as researchers, we undertook forecasting exercises. We knew how much maize we produce. We knew how much can we produce, so we employed certain mathematical models. We also had supply estimates from production. We knew what kind of imports were possible, if it were possible. So we created scenarios of supply and demand in the system, extrapolated it till 25-26. So if I were to look at the scenarios, we've looked at basic scenario of, if the history were to repeat, how much can India produce? Then we introduced shocks of climate change. We also introduced positive shocks of technology, and then we looked up at what supply possibly can come up if all these were to happen. In case of demand, there are two critical factors. Of course, there is a demand from feed, seed, and that of course we've looked at. But what we've introduced as a dynamic is the poultry industry growth rate. And we've looked at how the poultry sector has been growing and what kind of demand for feed for maize will be required if the industry were to grow as it was growing in the past. So cut to the result, what we get is, these are the three diagrams, and the result, this study will be out in the public domain, I think by next month end. So I'm happy to share it once the study is out. But what it is basically saying, the first diagram says, for the next 3 years, what kind of supplies can you expect to create in the country? The middle diagram tells you, if growth of consumption were to happen with the assumptions that I've already shared, what kind of demand will the system have? This doesn't already have a demand of ethanol inbuilt in it. This is where the industry will be, or the country will be, if everything else as it is going to grow, because there is income elasticity of demand for maize, and then there is starch industry, which of course my fellow speakers will be showcasing how that is growing. Then there is alcohol industry that demands maize. So we've tried to inbuilt all of that except for ethanol, which is outside the equation, and exports. So what do we get? The simple way we do is a balance sheet of a crop. So there is a supply or an availability of a crop, and then there is a demand of a crop. We subtract the two to find out what kind of deficits or surplus will the system be able to generate. On the extreme right hand side, you can see that very marginal surpluses are generated in case of these scenarios, and in case the climate change were to happen, and that is shown by the dotted diagram on the left hand side, the dotted bars on the left hand side, we will see that the surpluses do not already exist. Now there are two things which have not been added to these surplus deficit calculations. First is the export. The country on an average has been exporting about 2 million tons, and we've assumed that may not happen, but if the industry wishes to continue to do that, we're saying that the surpluses would dwindle into negative. So clearly ethanol 6 million ton is still out there, and we are, at least if the history were to repeat, if there are innovations, as I'm sure one of my fellow speaker will be talking about, in seed, and therefore we can have large changes or augmentation to the yields of maize, very good. Otherwise, if system were to continue the way it continues, if climate change were to give the shocks that we are already facing, and with El Nino threats we might as well face in the coming monsoons too, what our assessments say is that the maize already looks little deficit in the equation. I'm happy to take questions if in case there are any. So this is the second thing that I wish to give. I leave my presentation with these two thoughts. So clearly we've been working with, we've had the privilege of working with a lot of policymakers, a lot of state governments, and usually the problem is not that farmers in Punjab do not want to shift to maize. Farmers in Punjab do not shift to maize because it doesn't make economic sense for them. So what is it that, how can we get these guys to shift? So essentially there are two big problems that I'm leaving the panel here with. First bigger problem is the volatility of the profits that a maize farmer on an average is able to make in a season, and the level as compared to other crops. So we present to you result of maize versus paddy. Of course, paddy is an MSP crop, therefore assured returns are there. But clearly from a farmer's perspective, he is valuing all of these crops in tandem. And therefore the intercrop parity becomes really critical for a farmer. So clearly, and this diagram for a Punjab farmer looks more volatile, where the profitability of a maize farmer goes to negative in a lot of years in the recent years. So clearly, unless you were to assure remunerative returns to the farmers, and that needn't necessarily come from the MSP and the MSP procurement related regimes, because there are marketing opportunities, the maize farmer will not continue to come back or even consider growing maize. Second thing that I am leaving the table with is the differences in the yields. So Indian maize yields, though rising, are very low. And as I've shown you that there is a global comparison of blue bars, and then there is a green comparison of within the states. So you can see the stark difference between, say, for example, US is 10 tons per hectare, 10.5 tons per hectare, and ours of about 3 tons per hectare. So there is a huge opportunity of yield augmentation, and therefore we have to come up with ways to augment our maize availability, because let alone ethanol, that will add further pressure. The country will not have, doesn't appear to have enough maize already. And I will stop at that. Did I stick to my time? Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta. Keep your questions with you. We'll do the question answer session at the end of this panel. Thank you. Pavdeep, you have heard Shweta talk about non-availability. As an end user, your take. Where are you going as a starch manufacturer or as an industry?
My perspective is fairly based on how we run our operations. You know, I'm quite happy that maize is attracting the kind of research it is, because in these really uncertain times and the topics of the previous panels, I think it all fits in. To get climate smart solutions in a country like ours, where there's a federal structure, the farmers are struggling, and the government is well-meaning trying to create a demand for the farmers to grow more maize or other crops. I think to give a solution first and then follow through with my remarks would be easy. I think the government should just simply allow import of maize and address the problem of trying to reinvent the wheel at the farmyard. But saying that, maize is growing. We were at 17 million tons maybe less than a decade ago. We are at 33, 34 million tons, as Shweta said. I was always thinking that we are at 27, 28, but 33, 34, if it's happening, I'm very happy. It makes more sense for us to keep growing. Our industry, and I'm talking about the starch industry. Starch industry is not a very well-known industry in terms of maize users. We are the number two user after poultry and feed. Some would say starch industry consumes around 10%, someone would say 15%. But I'll say one thing, our industry is growing at double the rate of GDP. That means demand for our products is growing at double the rate of GDP. So it's a double-digit growth, and not everyone expands. And what we are seeing is there is a clear dynamic happening. We are being forced as manufacturers to make products which the new generation of consumers, I'm talking about the entire industry, I'm not talking about my company, the new generation of consumers or the new demand that's opening up with, post-COVID, we've seen health and wellness, we've seen the advent of online retail related to packaging. I mean, look at the paper industry. So our industry is kind of servicing, just to give you all a flavor, we're servicing those kind of sectors. And then there's this China plus one.
where the world is looking at India for base ingredients or base chemical compounds derived from products which we make, as India as an important source. So therefore, our industry is continuously investing in itself and continuously looking at avenues of growth, and literally everyone in the last 3 or 4 years has had a double-digit growth in our industry. I mean, profits are a different thing, but yes, the demand has been there. My wish, I mean, I can't say a recommendation, but as an industry player, my wish is that crop is abundant to so that we can also make ethanol. And the food versus fuel dialogue, should not happen in our country. It would be to the detriment of the farmers. It would be to the detriment of progress. So what's the solution? We need more maize. So no one objects to food or fuel, right? So getting the farmers to grow maize and to grow it well, to match the yields across India, to have a Bihar kind of yield in, say, Rajasthan, which is growing a lot of maize now, to Haryana and Punjab in the Kharif season, not in the Rabi season. The Haryana and Punjab Rabi yield is as good as Bihar yield, but they use as much water as rice uses. So Kharif crop, how do we get the farmers to do it? Do we have the ability to do it? Do we have the infrastructure to do it? So these are questions which I think policymakers can answer. But like I said, I gave the solution before. I think we can import the maize in abundant, or be specific, import maize for ethanol if it's not available locally. Maybe that could be a solution for the policymakers. But yes, the demand for maize is going to be robust. I've spoken about, the government has mentioned, I mean, Shweta highlighted 6 billion liters of ethanol from maize. Starch industry and the poultry industry. India is deficient in protein. Cost of protein is the highest on the food plate across the world. With the new lifestyle which we are all adopting, or our children are adopting, I think, India took the GSM. I mean, I gave that example. We went from analog to digital. We were probably the fastest. And I think the Indian consumer is much more educated, and as our middle class is growing, the kind of food choices we make, there's going to be a lot more protein intake. So maize needs to be there as an option for providing that protein source. So the poultry and the cattle feed sector is also going to grow, I would say, at least 2 times of GDP. So that's the industry scenario I'd like to share, and I'd welcome any questions after all the speakers have made their remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavdeep. Keep your questions to you, gentlemen, ladies. I think we will need those questions. Bhavdeep, to your point, growing a double-digit growth as an industry. I think the numbers that we have had discussion with the starch industry, by 2030, we would be requiring about 10 million tons of corn for the starch industry alone. Correct me if I'm wrong. And with Shweta, you're talking about 6 million tons additional. That's from today, we're looking at 11 million tons more. How do we get that corn? More and more corn. I think option is yes, imports are possible from US or wherever we can. And until India is able to get to that self-sufficiency mode, the option is open, trade is open. How do we, it's important for us. But I think moving forward, I would request Dr. Vibha Ahuja to talk about what are the technologies out there, the new technologies that are available for us to take us to the journey at the next step. Dr. Ahuja.
Thank you, Amitji, for giving this opportunity to share my views. I think what Shweta set the tone of this panel discussion regarding the increasing demand and also highlighting the low levels of productivity in our country. These two are very important factors. I would like to share with you some new technologies which can really help us sail through these situations and contribute to increasing the productivity and thereby, easing out all these situations and meeting the increasing demand that is being discussed. So biotechnology is one of the solutions, and this is just one picture I wanted to share with you. These are the market estimates on how the global seed market is growing by the method from 2010 to 2031. So here, as you can see, the blue color at the bottom is basically the conventional seeds, which are presently being used in India and elsewhere. But if you see the increases in the newer technologies, which is the genetic engineering and the gene editing, which are the new tools available now. Of course, GM crops have been around for almost 30 years now, very safely and very extensively used, which I will share with you. And keeping this in mind, this is what, if this kind of demand is the market projections are there, what people are looking for is how the improved seeds, improved crops can contribute to what all we are talking just now: food security, sustainability, and climate change solutions. You see, the land is going to be remaining the same. The situation is not going to change. We are not going to get more. The only thing is to get more productivity and using the tools which are available, and seed is a very, very important component of that. So that is what we have to focus on. Genetically modified maize, two technologies, GM maize and GM genetic engineering and gene editing. This is what I wish to share with you. And if you look at what is the situation with respect to genetically modified maize, now, it is one of the very well researched plant species, rich in genetic and genomic resources. You see, if we have to use any technology for crop improvement, we need to have a very good information on its, we need to have a variety of the germplasms, we need to understand the genomics, the genetics and all those things. And that is how the researchers work, and they tend to develop newer varieties. So with maize, it's being one of the very important grains. There's a lot of research already and lot of information sources are there, based on which all this research and the new tools have been used. And we have here genetically modified maize varieties, which were first variety approved in 1997. So look at the history of use, it has been widely adopted, and at presently it almost represents more than 30% of the world's maize cultivated area. 61 million hectares, which was reported in 2019. After that, this agency has not brought out the new updates, primarily because of the COVID and other situation. So I'm just sharing this 2019 data, and most of it has been in US. Almost 50% of the area is in US, Brazil, Argentina, South Africa. All these countries have adopted genetically modified maize, fulfilling not only their domestic needs as also exporting. Now look at the traits, herbicide tolerance, insect and disease resistance, abiotic stress tolerance. So drought tolerance and all these traits can actually be integrated into through the genetic engineering techniques, and we can have the improved seeds which could also take care of the vagaries of the weather and deal with when these weather changes are there. It is not only just the just that immediate effect, but it also leads, we have the experts from the maize research here in the diseases, new pests and so on and so forth. So genetic modification, of course, continuous research is required, and more varieties, events are produced. Now this is just those countries which are growing, but more than that, 14 countries actually have approved this, but it is used for food and feed use in more than 35 countries. Significantly higher use in animal feed, where we also need a lot, and green energy products such as ethanol. Now with the ethanol production, one of the benefits is that you get a co-product, which is DDGS, dried distillers grain solubles. Now dried distillers grain solubles is not considered as a GM product in most countries, because it is already processed. And if you see it, and therefore many countries don't even need approval for that. So it is actually exported to or used in more than 55 countries. So this is how the world is taking benefit of genetically modified maize. The new tool in the toolbox is the gene editing, which is discovered in 2012. There were two scientists who won the Nobel Prize for that. This is easy to use and much more precise changes we can make. So again, I would say it is the knowledge of genomics and the extensive work already done which can help make use of this technology. Now, in the genetic modification, there was an extensive regulatory pathway which only very big companies could, pass through and release this product. Now, here comes gene editing, which is much more easier to use. CRISPR and all other tools are there. Precise changes can be made, and the government has come forward and exempted the products. Not only Indian government but many governments around the world have exempted the gene edited products out of the requirements of genetic engineering. So these products which do not have any foreign gene are treated at par with the conventionally bred products. So which means there will be a faster turnaround of the products. The products from research to coming to the use by the farmers and then for being available for the industry, all that time significantly reduced. But I would like to hear say another thing, that it is not that gene editing is a replacement of genetic engineering. Both are required. We need, look at the kind of challenges being talked. You really need a very high quantity. You need all kinds of tools to help us. So gene editing is one tool, genetic engineering is another tool. We need to continue with conventional breeding, and then all other procedural things, like we are going to have next talk on the better irrigation and all those kind of issues. Also, everything has to come together. So gene editing is fairly new. So Vaxicorn was the first product, if you think about maize, which was approved in US, and it is in use there. And this product now is being, these companies or the producers apply to other countries. Japan was another country which came out very promptly with approval of gene editing. They have approved a tomato, they have approved fish, 2 fish varieties with higher biomass. And now just last month, I mean not even a month, on March 23rd, they have approved Vaxicorn also. So like this, that is the 4th product which has been approved in Japan. So the world is moving, and we really need to, make use of these technologies. We have got a very positive decisions by the government last year, when in the 2022 has been a good year for the biotech sector. We got exemption for SDN1 and SDN2, that's the genome edited plants. We also got the approval for genetically modified mustard. So now is the time that everybody should support this technology and try to use these newer tools for crop improvement in India. We have a strong research base, but there is definitely enhancement in funding required. So I would also like to say here that maybe industry should also collaborate with these institutions for expeditious development. It takes time to develop these things, and leaving alone to the government for research projects and all may not be a very good idea. Genetically modified maize is already under trials. The trials were approved in Karnataka. Now the trials are underway by a company called Rallies India. They have already moved forward and they got approvals. There are some issues related to the state consent, but those are slowly getting resolved. We have a very good functional regulatory framework. However, there were challenges with respect to the timely approvals, which are now happening. Another challenge is the multiple agencies are there, and I think as one of the policy issues, this kind of a recommendation also I would request that there needs to be a more clarity in the roles and responsibilities. That is what is the need of the hour, whether it is imports or seeking permissions and so on and so forth. Sometimes the users or the developers are left, in this thing, and these are all very time bound, season bound kind of activities. So if you don't get a timely approval, you actually lose 1 year, because the season will come next time. It's not that I can start the next day. So these are some of the few challenges. But in this, despite that, these are such a promising tools that we need to make use of. And the way forward, some of the suggestions that I had I would like to share with you all here is that we need an enabling environment to make use of these advances for the crop improvement. I can tell you the kind of research base, the infrastructure and the scientists that we have, given good support, they will definitely do wonders and will come out with the products relevant to our need. Expediting the research and field testing is very important, and that's how we can meet these challenges due to climate change. The third point is the transportability of the safety data. We are facing this in the regulatory systems that you need to repeat all these tests in India. Whereas with this world being like a global village and some of these laboratory activities and all, there should be a kind of emphasis on that the data which has been generated elsewhere could also be accepted and need not be repeated. This would save on the time, this would save on the money, and the products turnaround would be faster. Import, we heard about the imports, but I have been trying to, the feed industry particular has been keen on imports, and what we see is that the import procedures really need to be streamlined if at all it is required, because if you don't do imports etc. In a very fast or like without following the procedure and clarity, then there are challenges that such decisions are challenged in the court and there could be a negative implications of that. Most importantly, there is a need to create awareness about this among the stakeholders about these new technologies so that there are no apprehensions. The technology has been used for 30 years. I mean, how much time do we need to understand the safety of this? So much of research, so much of data, everything, so many regulatory authorities have approved. So I think it's the time to move forward and take benefit of these kind of modern biotechnology tools for crop improvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vibhaji. I think very extensive, very important. If Government of India has exempted CRISPR technologies or gene edited and Vaxicon can be brought in, maybe Sukhjit would be a beneficiary of that.
I think the entire industry would. India has an opportunity to replace in the world market specialized starches, where amylopectin content and modified starches for food, for paper, could be sold by Indian manufacturers. I think it's a big opportunity, and we can take advantage of it, and it would be a very customized relationship opportunity where farmers could be engaged with industry to grow this particular variety.
Thank you. Keep your questions with you, gentlemen. Keep your questions with you. One last presentation. Kaushal, you have the last word. But irrigation is very, very important, I think. I think that's one of the key items here at this point of time as we move into times when we don't have water sometimes or we get more rains. Over to you, Kaushal.
Thank you, Amit. And thank you, Shweta Babdi and Dr. Vibha for setting the context. And you have made my life a little easier. In the first presentation, Shweta was telling how much maize is needed in another 5 years time frame when we move toward the 25% or 20% mixing of ethanol. And Bhavresh suggested that we can import maize, as simple as that. And Dr. Ahuja was talking of genomics and talking of gene editing and genetically modified seeds. One thing is very, very clear, that our maize productivity is much, much lesser than the global average. Global average is around 7-8 tons per, and ours is 3 tons. Even in our best of the state, which is Tamil Nadu, it's around 6.5 to 7 tons per hectare. That's how we grow maize. And for any crop, it's not only talking of the maize. Sometimes I feel little puzzled when we start talking about the comparison with the other countries. What is our productivity and what is our production and why we are less? Look, in any agricultural production, First and foremost thing is the genetic potential of the seed. If genetic potential of the seed is to produce 5 tons, at max you can produce 5 tons per hectare. You cannot go on producing 10 tons per hectare. As simple as that. Otherwise, you go and do the gene editing and genetically modified varieties and improve your production levels. So, adoption of technology is very, very important here. Yes, there are other factors also, but first and foremost thing is the genetic potential of the seed. If we have the genetic potential, we can definitely improve our production. Then comes to second important thing is the availability of the water. After seed is very important that you give right amount of the water to any of the crops. And then comes the nutrition and then the crop protection and other things, blah, blah, blah. And definitely the soil conditions, agroclimatic conditions also play an important role. I will focus myself on the water side of it because I am heading a company which is the world's second largest company in the micro space of the micro irrigation. And globally there are only 3 problems related to the irrigation. Any farmer faces only 3 problems. How to irrigate, how much to irrigate and when to irrigate. Other than these, there are no fourth problem related to irrigation. How to irrigate he sorts out depending on his availability of the products and availability of pocket, whether he wants to adopt the drip irrigation or the sprinkler irrigation or rain gun or he wants to do the flood irrigation. But when to irrigate and how much to irrigate is a very, very critical thing. When the farmer, no scientific method is available with the farmer. There are scientific methods available with the research scientists and academicians and the universities, but a general farmer still goes along with his experience, that's all. So we at a Revulis, we have come up with a technology which will help him to solve these 2 critical issues, how much to irrigate and when to irrigate. And before I go to the presentation, can you, okay, I'll wait for that. So what we have done is, we are using a remote sensing technology, and then we are using a local weather forecast, and merge these 2 things with the KC table, which is a crop coefficient, which gives you a peak water requirement of a crop at a particular growth stage. Merging these 3 things together, what we are trying to do, we are giving a very, very crop specific and field specific irrigation recommendation to a farmer. And I'll show you 1.5 minute film, and then I'll elaborate how are we doing that. Can you run a film? It's not coming. No. So what we are trying to do here is, particularly in the drought prone areas, sure where is a high rainfall areas, this may not be very useful technology, but particularly for the Rabi maize, where the water availability has always been a limitation, is a very important tool where the farmer can use. And what we do is we push that report on a WhatsApp message, as a WhatsApp message to the farmer, along with the very high resolution satellite imagery of his field. We provide him a vegetation map and we provide him a plant wetness map. And along with that, what we say to the farmer, you can see if the plant wetness and the vegetation are matching each other, then there is no issue of the water. Then if there is any issue, it may be related to the nutrition or the disease or the pest infestation. And we are providing the farmer local weather forecast, hyperlocal weather forecast to around 3.3 into 3 kilometer square kilometer area, so that he gets a fairly good idea how much is going to be a rainfall, what is going to be the humidity, what is going to be the temperature. And along with that, all these data, we are giving him a irrigation recommendation that his field needs this much of a water in next 1 week time. And we are providing that information not in the millimeter cube or centimeter cube, because the farmer doesn't understand that language. We are providing it in a very simpler language, that how much minutes or how many hours he is supposed to run his water pump. Or so this way, what we are going, we will be able to save water, because the tendency is to over irrigate, not to under irrigate. And when you are applying the very precision amount of the water at the right time, then definitely your yield gets impacted, your quality of the produce get impacted, and it's all on the positive side. And then you save lot on energy, lot on water and other aspects of the life also. And we did a project with Corteva team is sitting here. We did a project with the Corteva in Austria for 4,000 hectares. We did a project almost 100 hectares in India, in Telangana. And I would like to show the results to you by using this technology. So the productivity has improved, yield, grain quality has improved, and there is a lot of saving as far as energy is concerned and water is concerned. So I'll go and just show those two slides rather than going in all those. This is the case study I was talking about. We did it in 919 fields, almost 4,000 hectares, and the number of growers with the active number of growers were 276, which were the part of this project. And if you look at this, it enabled the complete monitoring system was provided to the Corteva as well as on the farmers to monitor their field. And so MANA recommendation were lower than the conventional and irrigation protocol, reduced the amount of water by almost 11%. Water use efficiency ratio was significantly higher in the MANA plots, 23% to the conventional irrigation, and dry biomass yield was also higher. This is what, and this is the testimony of the managers of the Corteva in Austria. I really don't want to go into that, but look at the Indian scenario. Let's focus on India. This is in Israel, MANA. So we did a trial on 100 hectares, number of farms were 41. And what we have observed, that even in the drip irrigated farms with the MANA advisory, application was reduced by 30%. And with the proper irrigation, and there was 10% yield increase noted. These are the seed production farms of the Kotiva in Telangana. So if you are going into the precision side of the water and the precision amount of the fertigation through the drip irrigation system, then definitely we can improve on the yields, and definitely we can save on energy and other cost. And what happens when, particularly when we are using the drip irrigation system and not flooding the field, you will find there is a lot less weed population into the field. And when there is a lot less weed population into the field, then there is a lot less herbicide application or lot less labor applications. So, and when you are using the fertigation, then your nutrition use efficiency also goes high. I am giving you an example of urea. If you apply urea by the broadcasting methods, half of it leaches down, half of it goes up in the volatility. But if you are using the same urea, so nutrient use efficiency of the urea or the fertilizer use efficiency of the urea is particularly in the broadcasting method is around 50%, 50 to 55%. But the same urea is applied through fertigation method, the nutrition use efficiency increases up to 90-95%. That means you are reducing your cost, you are applying less chemical fertilizers, you are applying less water, you are applying less herbicides without compromising on the yield or maybe some better yield. So this one tool can be used for improving the productivity and saving the cost. So I'll end my presentation here and open for the questions.
Thank you, Kaushal. Very interesting. So I think we are using the same technologies back in the US, where we are using precision agriculture, injecting the nitrogen, mapping the fields 1 feet by 1 feet, and injecting based on what is the requirement of that field. We are reducing the cost of production at the end of the day. At the same time, the farmer saves a lot of money at the end of the day. I think these technologies help the farmers reduce their own cost. I think cost is more about saving money, but also profit to the farmer. But at the same time, we are looking at what Shweta talked about, double-digit inflation. If the cost to the consumer increases, it is not good at all. I think overall, it's very important that it's important that we look at new technologies as we move forward. We are open for discussions, questions. I know there will be some questions. We have time for maybe 3 or 4 questions at this point of time. I know Dr. Saindas would certainly have some questions. Please, thank you.
As far as Dr. Bhavdi and Madam said, 6 million ton is nothing to meet the target, even 5 million ton also. If you see in India, the maize expansion area, season are possible. And if you combine the 2 season yield, we get more yield than the USA per day productivity. Only thing is that we have to put long duration single cross hybrid in the irrigated area of Kharif in Punjab, Haryana, easily meet the target, because already there are examples in Hoshiarpur district. In undulated soil, you are getting close to 3.7 ton yield in Kharif season. If you combine 3.7 ton as well as 3.5 ton of 10 ton of spring season, the productivity comes close to USA. So there is no issue that as far as the technology wonderful given by him, but here policy is required. Even in your case also, policy support is required. Wheat and rice, maize has to treat it at par with wheat and rice. There is because farmer knows that wheat and rice, whatever grow, it will be marketed by the government. Here also, if the government farmer think, if I produce maize, may or may not purchase the government. But if policy support is like maize, wheat and rice, you can expand any area in Punjab and Haryana, because almost all the districts have come under the dark zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saindas. I think what is very important to understand here is that wheat and rice are procured by the government. There is a minimum support price. While there is a minimum support price for corn, Government of India does not procure it. One. Number two, when you look at the total production, whatever the number be, 30 or 34 million tons, only 2 million tons, 2.5 million tons is used as food. Rest all is processed. it needs to be understood that it is an industrial crop.
It has become industrial crop.
It is an industrial crop. It should be identified as an industrial crop, not part of the food system. I think that is one of the recommendations I think to be taken by FICCI to take it forward as part of the recommendation from this panel at least.
Can I add some more? So industry support is equally required here to promote the maize.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any more questions? You have one, sir. Thank you. By yourself before you.
My name is Shrikant Guvalekar. I am a journalist as well as working for a lot of FPOs farmers in their risk management. I have one question. Thank you for this wonderful session. I have one small question about Viva madam in her presentation has said about the GM maize trials are going on in Karnataka. If I am not mistaken, you can correct me, that trials are even not allowed for any GM crop in India so far. So how does this regulatory thing works into this?
Mustard.
No,
Mustards are going on.
No.
Maize are going on.
Mustards are going on, not corn.
No, sir. Corn trials are going on.
Even
So I will
mustard
explain
trials
you.
are not allowed.
I will explain.
Mustard
you.
already planted in
Let me
Bharpur.
explain, sir. Let me explain. See, we have a regulatory system where anybody who wants to do the trials has to file an application, submit the data, go to the committees and seek permission to do the trials. The government at no stage has stopped conduct of trials. Number one. The second point is, about 10 years back, the then environment minister had introduced the requirement of seeking no objection certificate from the state governments for conduct of trials. With that, along with some other challenges, led to decrease in the number of applications, and it took a lot of time for companies or the developers or even public sector institutions to run from one state to another and seek these NOCs. The level of awareness, the level about these technologies was less, and that is why there were significant delays in securing any NOCs. Because of some misinformation, some states said we are not only going to give NOCs. In most cases, it is never said no, it's just in limbo. No yes, no no. So there is no official ban, but now with this need, with this newer knowledge, with positive inputs from the government, so last year we have got approval for GM mustard. That's not a trial, it's environmentally released. It's just undergoing ICR variety release trials now, not the GM trials. The pending applications of cotton, maize and other things, people have been approaching the state governments, and so these companies, whosoever got approval from whichever state government, they are starting the trials. And I would also like to say here that even the GEAC, the central government, has also eased the process of conduct of the trials. In fact, what they have said is now applicants need not go. We will approach the states ourselves and ask them that all this has already been reviewed, so please give a go ahead faster. So this is a misinformation that trials were not allowed in India. Trials were always allowed in India. The only thing is procedural delays were there, because of which there was lack of interest by the groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahuja. Any more questions? You have one. Please identify yourself. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Akshat Garg. I just wanted to understand how does the net realizations work in vis-a-vis maize versus paddy as it was shown in the presentations? Is it just a function of yield being low? Because the data showed that it was 4 times in case of paddy, right? And the yield is only 3 times. And in the absence of that, then how do you propose motivating these farmers to shift to something like a maize? Because only if it makes economically more sense that the farmer would preferably shift, right?
This is precisely the reason why I showed that slide. Unless it makes economic sense for the farmers, he will not shift to that crop. And it's not about you delivering a certain profit in 1 year. It has to sustainably be delivered every year, because you are pitting your maize crop against a crop like paddy, for example, that has assured increasing returns every year. So clearly it's really important. But yes, in terms of the numbers that I presented, it accounts for all the paid out costs, it accounts for the yields, it accounts for the byproduct values that the farmers are able to generate. So it's a holistic picture that represents. But precisely why I showed it was that it's not as if the government wants it or if the industry wants it, will the farmer shift. The farmer to shift and to continue to produce what we'd want him to produce, we need his economics to be first and priority most. And that's where I think is the point of why I wanted to say this. So, yeah.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to add, fair point. I think the governments are aware of it, and they're trying to work their way around. Some state governments are more progressive. Haryana came up with a reward for farmers per hectare, cash reward for not growing paddy but growing maize during Kharif. Madhya Pradesh had the Bhavantar scheme. Telangana had a Kisan Ryuthu scheme, which didn't work well. The government did not know how to procure it, procure the crop, and they suffered losses in subsequent sales in the open market. But yes, governments are aware of it, but a sustainable solution which is economically viable, doesn't break the taxpayers' money, and also helps the farmer, I think the jury is still out.
Thank you, Bhavdeep. I think as way forward recommendations, one of the recommendations I would pick would be what Dr. Vibha Ahuja said, transportability. We can port our phone numbers from one service to another one. Why not port the data, which is done at different locations around the world? So I think that is a very important piece as fast forward to adopting new technologies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, speakers, very much. I think it was a good discussion.
Just 1 minute. I have kept two brochures outside. This is one on GM crops, another on gene editing crops. So if anyone wants to know a little more about it, they can pick up from
Very
outside.
interesting. Thank you, Dr. Ahuja. These brochures would be outside. You can pick one for your reading pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the esteemed moderator. Thank you to the esteemed speakers. That was Climate Smart Innovations in Maize. That was session 3. We are now closing it. Moving on quickly to session 4, Accelerating Maize Production in Indian States. The moderator for this session will be Mr. Pravesh Sharma, Chairman FICCI Task Force on FPOs and Director Samunnati. We are not taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain seated. There is no break. In this session, we will have a special address by Dr. P.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And the session panelists are as follows. Mr. Rajesh Kumar Raheja is Cane Commissioner, Government of Punjab. Mr. M. Selvendran, Agriculture Commissioner, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Hanuman Sahai Jad, Director ICAR IIMR. Mr. Uday Devlankar, Chief Advisor, Officer on Special Duty, Ministry of Agriculture, Maharashtra. I request you all to please remain seated. We are not taking a break. There is no break. Please remain seated. Let me give a brief introduction to the esteemed moderator and the panelists of this session. The moderator for this session is Mr. Pravesh Sharma, Chairman FICCI Task Force on FPOs and Director Samunnati. In a career spanning 34 years in the administrative services, he spent over 20 years handling assignments in food and agriculture sector and has been instrumental in leading a national campaign to mobilize farmers into producer organizations to integrate smallholders in the value chain during his tenure as MD Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. Dr. P.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. He joined Agricultural Research Services of ICAR in 1992. And was working as Principal Scientist, Plant Breeding at ICAR, IISR Lucknow before joining as Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India in September 2022. He has put in 30 years of service and is credited with the release and notification of 11 subtropical sugarcane varieties, 3 novel germplasm registrations, more than 60 research papers in journals of repute, and much more. Mr. Rajesh Kumar Raheja is Cane Commissioner, Government of Punjab. He has 35 years of experience in extension, enforcement and administration. His thrust areas are cash crops like cotton, maize and sugarcane under diversification. Mr. M. Silvendran is Agriculture Commissioner, Government of Madhya Pradesh. He joined the services in 2002 and has extensive experience in the field. Mr. Uday Devlankar, Chief Advisor, Officer on Special Duty, Ministry of Agriculture, Maharashtra, is retired with the state government as divisional statistician and has had a successful career of 35 years with state government agricultural department. During his tenure with the state government, he served as the advising secretary to State Agriculture Pricing Commission. Dr. H.S. Jat is Director ICAR IIMR. Dr. Jat is the Director of ICAR Indian Institute of Maize Research, Ludhiana. He educated from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi for his MSc and thereafter PhD. He has made outstanding contribution in developing and scaling of conservation agriculture based management technologies for predominantly maize, rice and wheat systems of India. Dr. Jat fully demonstrated the system-based targeted management practices portfolios to produce more food from less inputs, that is water, nutrient and energy, while improving the agro-ecological resilience under expected climate change scenario. Mr. Ram Sirohi is Head Product Management, India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. He is currently leading the product management function at Bayer Crop Science for India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, and also holds a doctorate in agricultural from CCS HAU Hisar and an executive MBA from SPIMR Mumbai, and has a rich experience of 22 years in the industry and has worked across different functions and geographies in his journey throughout his professional career. So ladies and gentlemen, there they are, our esteemed moderator and the speakers of this session. Once again, I'll request you all to please take your seats. We are ready to start session 4, Accelerating Maize Production in Indian States. I'll request members of the audience who are standing to please take your seats. We are ready to start the session. A very warm welcome to our esteemed moderator and the session speakers. Once again, I request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start the session.
Please do settle down. I think we need to get going. Is Dr. P.K. Singh here already? Anybody from FICCI can confirm? Is Dr. P.K. Singh? He's a little overdue. Okay. So with the permission of the House, I think we'll get going because some people have flights to catch, and we also have an outstation speaker joining us via video link. So this is the concluding session, and I think it's a very important theme, because since the morning we've spoken about technology, we've spoken about the role of the private sector, and I believe that it rounds up very nicely in this session, where we look at the role of the government in particular in three key objectives, and I will list them for the benefit of the House, and would especially request the panel, when they speak, if they could throw light and express their views on these three key objectives. One is that I mentioned in the morning, some of you were here, that maize is one of the big success stories in the Indian crop scenario, which has been primarily led by the private sector. Unlike the success that we witnessed, let's say in the first part of the Green Revolution, where breakthroughs were made in wheat and paddy, that means rice. We achieved food self-sufficiency thanks to the combined efforts of the government, agricultural scientists, farmers, financial institutions. And we, from a food deficit country, became a food self-sufficient country, and we in fact exported food in many years. We are still the world's largest exporter of basmati rice. But in the case of cotton and maize, these are the two crops where the breakthrough in productivity and production has primarily been led by private sector technology, marketing efforts, extension efforts. So we are not talking about cotton today, since we are talking about maize. We need to, as was brought out in the first session, we need to see beyond the current level of around 33 million tons, given the increasing importance of maize as an industrial raw material for ethanol. Come please, just waiting. So how do we envisage a more integrated role between state actors and the private sector, so that this next peak, or shall we say the next intermediate peak, can be achieved this time with a more planned and integrated manner, not the private sector working in its own silo and the government working in its own restricted area. So we would hope to hear from the speakers, a very distinguished panel which has already been introduced, so I will not repeat any of that. So my three wish list items would be: how do we enhance productivity on an average from the level where we have reached? Number two, equally important, especially from the government's point of view, how do we enhance farmers' incomes? And third, how do we improve quality and value chain integration? So for me, these three are actually interconnected, and in fact they are, you can't separate the three. But between enhancing productivity, enhancing farmers' incomes, and enhancing quality and value chain integration, I think many of the answers to the next breakthrough will be before us. The session will be opened by a thematic presentation by Dr. P.K. Singh, who is the Agriculture Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture. He is a very distinguished agriculture scientist, and I will request him to especially focus his thoughts and ideas on these three questions that I have posed, but of course he is also welcome to bring another theme. So Dr. Singh, without any further.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. Just now I have seen that Dr. Saindas is sitting here, so you can get any answer from him on maize, the hybrid maize, father of hybrid maize in India, I can say like that. So, so friends, the problem of maize actually it started with the ethanol. No, when the government thought that ethanol has to be blended with the petroleum, so that target actually was to be fulfilled through sugar cane and all those, no, molasses and all. But when the target was increased from E10 to E20, so that 10% ethanol has to come from some other sources. So earlier they thought that okay, broken grains, broken rice and all those things can be used for that, but again there may be crisis of food security. Crops should not be so easily shifted to such things, no. So in that case, then this thought of taking up maize as a major feedstock for ethanol production came in the mind of all the things. And the thing which Dr. Sahab I think was promoting for long, the diversification of rice from water scarce areas like Punjab, Haryana and all those, and bringing like 3M concept of maize, mustard and moong. Such things were already in the pipeline. So now integrating the two, that is maize for as a major feedstock to bridge the gap of 10% of ethanol blending, and then shifting this high water requiring crops from those areas where maize can be a very good alternate like that. So even we know that in Haryana and Punjab belt, a lot of ethanol, this distilleries are there. If they are fed with maize and if they have some capacity enhancement like that, so almost 30-40% of the requirement of ethanol can be taken up from that area only. But the challenge is to, that is what you said, increase in productivity. So for that, yeah, research needs like developing new hybrids which can suit to such needs. And then we also know that during Kharif, a lot of maize area is under say rain-fed condition. That is the major issue, and that is indicated that from all the data whatever we are trying to take up from different sources, that this Kharif maize is a lot of productivity difference occurs in different places, in different states, and that is where the problem of varieties is there. A single variety cannot fit in the this production chain at all the places. So we need specific, zone specific, or we can say agroclimate or agroecological zone based planning of varieties is a must. So for that, yes, bringing in a new variety is easy to some extent because it may take some 5-10 years, but making it popular among the farmers is yet another a major problem because it requires seed. So if we are going in for hybrid, it means we should have a robust seed production chain in that way, which can always provide sufficient quantity of seed, and then that too in a cost effective manner. That is again the major problem. So in this is the point where we want that breaking of silos, that is companies should distilleries should not work separately, research and development organization should not work separately, and our government system should not work individually. So everyone has to come on a same platform, and then yes, integration of activities. So that kind of that is what we are now planning in cotton also, where we are taking up different stakeholders. So same we are now thinking, meeting was there, I think many of the association of distillers were there in that. So there also we were have that mapping of all these industries where the distilleries are there, and how much is their capacity, how much raw material they want, and how it will be not only ethanol, what is the then the that is what is called DDGS, that is feedstock, that poultry feed which is coming out of that, how much will be produced, how it will be marketed. So just maize is at as of now almost 50% of it is going in poultry feed. So if we divert it So again, there may be a scarcity for poultry feed. So that is very important that wherever distillery is coming, it should also promote that feed production, that DDGS kind of things should be brought up along with this ethanol production, so that it is economical for the farmers also, that they can get good price. Then poultry farmers also can get the feed in that poultry feed at a reasonable cost. So that is also our aim, that now all these things, these are to be blended together. So we need to focus on you mentioned about increasing productivity. So another thing in that is intensification of those areas where there is large maize area, but it is low productivity is there. So we have to see what are the major challenges there, what are the problems faced by the farmers, and then we can intensify maize production in those areas. And that too, it should be near to the distillery, so that they may not have to pay a lot of transport cost for transporting this. That is what is there in the case of sugarcane and such a bulky material for that. But in maize, yes, that may not be that much issue, but still if we get a support from the agriculture side, that it is produced, maize is produced nearby to the those distilleries, definitely the distillery companies or these associations or so whosoever, they can also then be used for extension work. So whenever they have some time, they can send their people to the farmers, and then promoting new technologies, then agro techniques, or whatever that implementation of these things can be, then is easier for them. They don't have to move beyond 10 to 15, 20 kilometers like that. So this is one thing, that intensification of maize with the properly mapped distillery. If we have to coming up in distilleries in Chhattisgarh, yes, we have to promote maize nearby that, and for that we need varieties particular for that area. Then for that variety we should have a seed production chain to back up that variety, so that it can be, if it is in kharif, yes, that kind of variety. If it is has to be produced in rabi, then what can be the agro technique, how it has to be brought up. So all those things have to be aligned in a proper way. So all taking all this into account, this is from our side, we have integrated us with the Ministry of Petroleum and and Ministry of Food itself also, so that there is no problem of interministerial things should always be aligned together. And then this we are focusing on a project, something, a big project, mega project kind of thing, wherein we will be focusing on all these aspects together. So all something around 200 or 250 distilleries which are there, or even if new ones are coming in new areas. For that we will be putting on some demonstrations and something like that, so that yes, that can be then scaled up in the coming time. So like that, this is a plan from Indian Institute of Maize Research. We have involved them for making that plan, and then discussions are going on. One meeting has been over. So the major focus is, again, I can repeat, it is intensification of maize in those areas where it is required, and then development of new varieties and agro techniques specific to those areas to reap the maximum benefit from the varieties, and then linking it with the industry, so that they can help in extension services as well as utilization of the produce from the farmers. And then to make it more cost effective, again, the byproducts coming out from the distilleries should be properly utilized, like for poultry feed or cattle feed or whatever other uses are there. So this is as of now what we are doing. So I think many questions may be there, so I can go for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. This was such a useful and I think quite a revelation for most people. I would, in fact, request Bhaskar is here from the FICCI Agriculture Division, Sarita, etc., that they will be willing to support this effort in any way you think. And I hope that the term industry will not only be limited to the ethanol industry, but also the seed industry, as you know, which is a very major stakeholder and who could be some, a major source of support to you. So we will be happy to maybe arrange a more focused dialogue roundtable wherever you think that we can be of help. So, but thank you so much. And I think the large project approach and doing it as a sort of integrated value chain approach with the ethanol plant at the front end and then backward integration, this is very sensible and makes a huge amount of sense going forward. So thanks again for your very review. I'll leave some time for the floor to have questions once we have a few more speakers. So I'm going to now invite Mr. Selvendran, who's the Agriculture Commissioner, Government of Madhya Pradesh, for his views. Especially, as I said, you heard from Dr. P.K. Singh on the productivity and the integration challenge. We'd especially like to hear what initiatives Government of Madhya Pradesh is planning and how you feel there can be better coordination between industry, government and other associate institutions. Over to you.
Good afternoon, all. I attended the session before this where there were a section of people from the industry trying to explain what is happening on the side of adoption of technology in various fields and how it would be how it can be used as a tool to improve maize productivity, which I believe was a key point that they were discussing. And one of the points which was also made was how profitable it is to cultivate maize from the farmer's point of view. I think I'll largely try to put in a farmer's perspective. From a policy perspective and with the sort of audience we have here, from a business perspective, they are looking, most of the industries or businesses are looking for a steady supply of good quality produce, maize, at reasonable prices for them. But when we look at the farmer's perspective, I think paddy and wheat are the two major crops that they cultivate today from us in a state like Madhya Pradesh. Paddy was being cultivated in less than 20 lakh hectares, 22 lakh hectares around 10 years back. I think prior to 2010, it was around 25 lakh hectares in the Kharif season. Today, paddy is being cultivated at around 35 to 45 lakh hectares in Madhya Pradesh. Similarly, wheat cultivation was at around 30 to 35, maybe 40 lakh hectares per year. And 2 years back, it went up to 110 lakh hectares at the cost of many other crops. But surprisingly, another crop which has actually come up is, which we are discussing today, is maize. Was earlier in 2012, it was at around 2 lakh hectares in Madhya Pradesh. And today it is at around 13 to 14 lakh hectares. 3 years back, it was as high as 14 to 15 lakh hectares. This is in 2018, 2019. The driver of cultivation or adoption of cultivation of these crops, I believe, is government procurement. It's not only profitable prices. I believe that the farmer, as an entrepreneur who generally, mostly they try to take be a little risk averse. So they try to look at what is the price that they get once they harvest their crop. And one good thing about paddy and wheat is because an MSP is declared, and in Madhya Pradesh, I believe after 2013-14, procurement has been done on a large scale and in a very efficient manner. It was available at less than 5-10 kilometers from your farm. The you can sell it on the same day that you take your produce to the center, and the money is generally transferred. The funds, the value of the produce in terms of monetary terms is transferred to you in maybe 10 days at the max. Largely it is being done, and the political executive is very sensitive about this. So this actually led to procurement of around 130 lakh metric tons of wheat in 2019, which was the year when COVID struck, and that year Madhya Pradesh even surpassed what Punjab and Haryana did. Punjab was at around 128, we were at around 130. So one slide which was shown by a speaker in the earlier session was the difference in profitability between paddy and maize. Now, and just one point I also wanted to add is one of the reasons for large-scale adoption of maize in Madhya Pradesh, I believe, was the procurement of maize by government. And if you look at the major maize cultivating districts, which is Chhindwara, Sivni, to some extent, today you also have a lot of wheat in Betul, Khargon, Badwani, etc. Chhindwara, Sivni and Betul, it was largely due to widespread procurement of maize by government. That is one of the reasons why it easily replaced a soybean, which was a major crop in these areas, into maize. I think so. If we look at promoting cultivation of maize as a crop in these areas, in any part, I believe the farmer would look for stability of prices and prices on in comparison to the other crop which he is taking up. And MP is a state, or there are many states where, like Dr. P.K. Singh was also mentioning, there is very diverse set of conditions in the farm in relation to productivity based on availability of water and other things. So a little bit of planning is required, maybe in choosing areas where maize would be one of the most profitable crops, and then concentrating on producing varieties which would perform well over there, and the forward linkages which are required for the farmer to get remunerative prices. I believe that would help in greater rates of adoption of maize. And from the side of government, what I have also seen is that Madhya Pradesh also has a scheme called Crop Diversification Scheme, and in this particular scheme, it's a very simple scheme where government states that in case there is a project proponent who comes up with a project which would induce farmers to cultivate a crop other than paddy and wheat, that is, replace area under paddy and wheat with another crop, then government gives incentive for certain activities that the industry or the project proponent would take. So what we've seen is that most of the proposals that we've received are largely those which are related to vegetables, horticulture crops, medicinal plants. All these are crops which have higher profitability in comparison to wheat or paddy. We haven't seen too many proposals from, I think there is only one proposal that we received from bamboo, and that is a long shot. He is a little, I believe, optimistic about his prospects. So, but going back, I would want to state that increase in area of maize would require not only research, but all research in varieties, etc., but also making it one of the more profitable or more profitable. Secondly, getting prices which are remunerative and stable over a period of time. There was a massive price crash, I believe, in 2018 or 19. So if you look at the area cultivated from 16, it immediately dropped down to maybe 10 lakh hectares or 12 lakh hectares in Madhya Pradesh. And there was tremendous stress on the farmers, and there was a lot of distress sale, etc. So we need stability in prices. And I also believe that government and the industry needs to interact a lot more to address some of the issues. I think Pravesh Sharma sir had also mentioned that we should not work in silos. I was lucky enough to share a lunch today with some of the players from the industry who are procuring quite a lot of maize from Madhya Pradesh. And one thing I was also surprised is that they stated that procurement can be better in case there is a certain complaints to quality in relation to aflatoxin levels. So I too felt that government and industry needs to interact a lot more to understand how do we make it more profitable for the industry, or how do they get material which is required for them, so that the farmers can also produce commodities. The market can also provide the industries commodities in a quantity, scale and quality which the industry requires. I think I'll stop over here. I had a presentation, but it was the slide which you see. I was just wanting to put up the slide to show the relationship between market prices and procurement. Our area under paddy wheat has constantly been on the rise, and one of the reasons is because of the stability in prices under MSP. And if you look at the right hand side, there has been a drop. The orange line basically shows the quantity procured. Last year, the procurement of wheat fell down because of the global price increase globally, where it was more remunerative for the farmer to sell to the market. And for stability of prices, particularly in a crop like wheat, I think we also need to work on certain risk mitigation mechanisms in relation to prices. Currently, crop insurance is offered for loss to or damage to crops. I think it should also include an element of price volatility, so that farmers may also have at least a minimum income return in case there is a crash in prices. While discussing with certain insurance companies, they were also interested in products both ways. They said they can develop products for both the industry and the industry, or the buyer and the farmer, so that when both get insured, when there is an increase in price, the industry gets compensated or the buyer gets compensated, and when there is a crash in price, the farmer also gets compensated. So just to sum up, I would once again like to stress, I had just 3 or 4 points in mind. One is stability of prices, remunerative prices, and an interaction, a creation of value chains, and also interaction between industry, policymakers and the farming community to make available to the end users or the industry what they require. And lastly, mechanisms to mitigate extreme volatility in price. I think I have this. Thank you.
Thank you, Selvendra. Very useful inputs, and especially like your last suggestion. In fact, the House perhaps will recall Madhya Pradesh was a pioneer in the price deficiency payment scheme. Unfortunately, it was only tried for one season. I thought it had very important lessons, and your suggestion that we could explore insurance around price is very welcome. We will develop this further, but thank you for your inputs. I understand we have an external speaker joining us by VC from Punjab. Is Mr. Aheja online, Divya? So, Mr. Aheja, can you hear us? Can you get him online? If he's going to take some time, shall we? He's there?
May I audible?
Yes, you're audible. So welcome, Mr. Aheja, and though your designation says cane commissioner, I hope you're going to talk about maize and not cane.
Actually, I have been given the additional charge yesterday.
Oh, good for
us. The cash crops, that is maize has been included in my job profile.
Wonderful.
I have seen in the Punjab, presently the position of the maize is not very good. Actually, about 90,000 hectares area is under the maize crop, and we will extend it. Actually, the diversification plan, the Punjab state is going to announce the agriculture policy in which diversification crops have been taken prominently, and maize and cotton are the best alternatives in case of paddy. And but the limitation is the crop insurance scheme has not been included in the state government, and it is under consideration and is on cards. As and when from the next year, it is likely to be continued, and then the farmers will make sure that we will get the compensation, because of there was a continuously reduction in yield due to fall armyworm from the last 4 5 years, and farmers are not adopting this maize and are not switching to the maize crop from the paddy, but we are making concentrate efforts to switch them from paddy to the maize. Thank you.
Okay, is that all you want to say?
Sorry?
Is that all you wanted to say?
No, it is okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much for your inputs. I'm going to invite Dr. Ramurthy Sirohi from Bayer Crop Science to hear a private sector perspective on how you see better collaboration and coordination between the government agencies and private sector for achieving the objectives that I stated in the beginning, which is better productivity, enhanced productivity, better incomes for the farmer, and more value chain integration. So your thoughts, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. First of all, I think a very appropriate topic, and I have been associated with maize pretty for long now, and have seen, say, for example, even doubling of the yields in many geographies because of the better inputs and because of the better coordination between private sector and the government in these different geographies. What's happening, and we heard many eminent panelists in previous discussions. The macro situation is changing, and if you talk about technologies, or if you talk about improving maize productivity, and I think rightly so, I mean, the previous speaker, Commissioner MP, very well said, look at commodity prices. Today our maize acreage is increasing only because the commodity prices are very good. In some of the geographies, and right now the harvesting is happening in Andhra and Telangana. 1 acre of maize is returning almost 100,000 rupees, which is unheard of very previously. It used to be in the vegetables, but now the corn farmer is getting that much productivity. Had these commodity prices not so good, probably the maize acreage will also come down. So we need to improve the productivity, and that is the need of the hour, and that is probably the topic which is there today. Because if the productivity is not there, probably these acreage will go down. And I mean, in previous session we heard about, we may be already short of the requirement, and the if the consumption is required even more, given our ethanol requirement, probably productivity is the only thing that we need to do increase. In last decade, if you look at, there are countries who have increased acreage, there are countries who have increased their productivity. In India, we have added close to, say for example, 10 million metric ton. Argentina has doubled its total production in last 1 decade, and China has added as much acres as India has for corn. So they have added almost 8 million hectares. We have added probably close to 1.2 million hectare. We don't have many acres to shift to corn, because there are other food security crops which compete equally. So the acreage increase could be only to the limited extent, and maybe given some incentives, like the prices, if we can ensure the farmer in a down commodity year, probably can help farmer there. So those are some of the macro indicators. In terms of what together we can do, industry and government, I think in our view, the private sector is investing a lot in improving research. So we at Bayer Crop Science are spending close to 2 billion euro per year for R&D, and we are using the very best technologies to give hybrid seed which can generate very high yield potential. But at the same time, the limitation could be maybe the fertilizer, or the fertility, or maybe the rain fed conditions. Those could be some of the limiting factors. Technology, like Dr. Ahuja in the previous panel told about, our neighbors today are going to shift gears. Indonesia has approved GM corn. this year they will be planting their first GM corn. China has moved ahead. They will be planting GM corn. So within Asia Pacific, you will see lot more corn available. In 2022 or 2021, we exported close to 3 million metric ton of corn from India, which we were not doing previously. But if we can increase our productivity and if we can compete with the technology, probably we will be able to compete with our neighbors in terms of improving our production, at the same time competing and making our farmers far more healthier. In terms of some of the interventions, I think we discussed previously also, so mechanization is one big part where government is doing a lot in terms of providing some of the subsidizing equipment to the farmers for planting, which will ensure better plant stand, translating into bigger yields. At the same time, I think silage or the fodder maize is increasing in the country, which will help us ensure our milk security, because if the cattle get a better feed, probably the milk availability will improve. And with the I think the latest technology, because in maize is a crop which is 6 feet 7 feet tall. Earlier it was not possible to spray after, say for example, flowering stage, when some of your foliar disease comes. Now that we have the government is also I think coming with drone policy for agriculture, wherein the application of plant protection measures will be possible even at a later stage, even in a crop like maize, and we have seen those benefits providing 10%, even 20% depending upon the geography, yield increment versus the control with better plant protection measures. So those are some of the views, sir. I think a very apt topic to be discussed at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siroi. Thank you for your views. Can I request Dr. Jat now for his inputs? You are a key player in the research system, and given the problems already on the table and the approach that Dr. P.K. Singh outlined, how do you see research supporting these objectives?
Thank you, sir. Respected panelist and the moderator on the dais, and most honorable and respectable Major Dr. Saindaji and my dear friends. Actually, how we can increase the productivity of the maize, I think we require the different strategy for the different climatic zones or different zones where we are going for the maize cultivation in the country. Basically, we divided our country in 5 zones in our AICRP programs. One is North Hilly zones, and North Hilly zones requires a different type of strategy. When we see the opportunities, what opportunities we have in the North Hilly zone, in that zone, mostly we are going for the OP varieties, or basically the composite varieties we are going, and that has very low yield potentials. So when we target these area with the single cross hybrids, I think we can increase the productivity from the same area. The another issue in the North Hilly zone is basically in the Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, J&K and Assam, that most of the farmers are going for the organic cultivations by default. When we supplement this organic type of cultivation with the chemical fertilizers, around 20-25% of the total recommended dose of fertilizers, I think we can improve our productivity by almost 50%, whatever we are achieving today. It is hardly around 2.5 tons per hectare. If I am wrong, please correct me, sir. So this is the one way that we can increase our productivity in the North Hilly zone. And when we talk about the another zones, for example, the Northwestern Plain zone, where our major emphasis is on the crop diversification. The crop diversification scheme was started long back in 2005, and the aim of that crop diversification scheme was to replace the 5% area of the rice from the maize. But I think there is no less area in the rice, but the rice area is increasing, not increasing, or more or less similar, or even increasing in both the states of the Punjab, Haryana and the Western UP. So I think there is a need. I think we have to, because maize is a crop of opportunity, as Dr. Sainda sir always said. So I think we should go for the system approach, and there should be the enabling policies also must be there. Minimum support prices are there in the Northwestern IGP, but there is not assured procurement. As rightly said by our panelist from the Madhya Pradesh, when there is assured procurement, the area will definitely, the maize productivity as well the area both will increase. So I think this type of the approach should be there with the different states, so that we can increase the productivity. Another issue is that in the northern western plain zones, the groundwater depletion is the major problem actually, and rice requires a lot of water because it's a water guzzling crop. And I think replacement of the rice through maize is the best opportunity. But for that we have to incentivize the farmers. Of course, some of the state governments are incentivize the farmers, especially in case of the Haryana. They are giving almost 7,000 rupees per acre to the farmers for the maize cultivation. But even then, there not much farmers are coming forwards to go for the maize cultivation, and the area is sometimes it is 10,000 acres, sometimes 20, sometimes not more than 50,000 in last 10 years or so. So I think, and not only the assured procurement, but also I think the government should focus on the processing industries and the storage facilities, and also the dryer should be in place in near the mandi gates, so that we can dry the maize and we can store in a proper place, and then we can send it to the another areas where it is required. So this is one of the aspects of the northern western plain zone, and I think we should give more emphasis to the single cross hybrids rather than the double cross hybrids and the composites in the different areas. Northeastern plain zones have another issues. In northeast plain zones, we are going for the rabi maize cultivation. When we see the shares of the kharif maize as well as the rabi maize, in rabi maize we have already around 20%, 15 to 20% area, and 80% area are under the kharif maize, where we are going for the rainfed type of cultivations, where we do not have the assured irrigation facilities as well. So in the northern eastern plain zone, rabi maize is going very good, and I think we have the productivity is also touching around 8 tons or 9 tons per hectare per year. So in that areas, I think, as rightly said by our honorable agriculture commissioner, when we go for the ethanol production in that area, I think maize will come in a big way, and where we do have high potentials, we are getting almost 8 to 10 tons per hectare. Sometimes it is up to 12 tons per hectare. We right now we do have very good hybrids, not only with the private sectors but also with the public sectors, and that has a very good yield potential. And also in northern east plain zones, where the maize is used as a food by the human populations, where we can go for the quality protein maize, because quality protein maize contains lysine and tryptophan, and I think this is required for the proper growth and development of our body, or of the human beings, or the animal population. So I think we should target that area for the quality protein maize also, where we do have low productivity in case of the Assam and other parts of the northern eastern states. Another issue is that in case of the rainfed ecology in the central west plain zone, or in the central zone or the peninsular zone, where we do have the rainfed cultivation of maize, I think there is a need to develop the climate resilient hybrids. Climate resilient hybrids with the short durations. The duration is around 80 to 90 days, and to complete their life cycles. So by doing this, I think we can increase the productivity in that peninsular zone also, because every time sometimes there is a long dry spells in between the sowing to harvesting, and that creates a lot of problems. So if you go for the short duration hybrids, I think we can get some good yield under that situations. And also the one of the important areas, that quality seed availability. Most of these seeds are produced in the peninsular zone, and from there it is going to rest of the country's sites, whether it's North India or the Western or Eastern India. So I think there is a need to develop the innovation seed hubs at the zone level. Basically, in each state there must be seed hubs, so that less transport is required, storage capacity should be there, so that we cannot lose our germination ability or capacity of the seeds. So I think there is a need to work on that also. And also there is a need go for the agronomic management practices. Agronomic management practices we are lacking. Now there are a number of methods are coming: precision agriculture, conservation agriculture, climate smart agriculture management practices are coming in big way, and we do have a very good management practices and portfolio for the maize cultivation in India, and by which you can bridge the management yield gaps. And if you look at the management yield gaps in case of the maize, it is around 40%. So with the same varieties, you can increase the productivity by 40% when you manage your crops from seeding to harvesting. These are some of the examples. If you look at the fertilizer recommendations, in the fertilizer recommendations for most of the states for the maize cultivation is around ranging from 120 to 150 kilograms per hectare. But these recommendations are very old. At that time, our maize productivity was around 1 ton, 1.5 tons per hectare. But now we are getting the productivity of almost more than 8 tons per hectare. So there is a need to revise these recommendations, and I request all the universities so that should revise these recommendations, because to get a yield of around 8 to 10 tons per hectare, we need at least more than 200 kilograms of the nitrogen. On this and on other sides, because the cropping system intensifications, or when the cropping intensity is increasing over the years in our country. So the cropping, because of that, our organic carbon is also depleting. If you look at the case of the northwestern plain zone, the organic carbon content is around 0.4%. Earlier it was 0.7, 0.75%. So on one side the organic carbon is declining. When organic carbon is declining, your other primary nutrients, basically nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, is also declining, because we are not keeping the residue on the soil surface. Most of the residues are burned in the northwestern plain zone. So on one side we are losing our soil fertility tester. On another side we are giving the less recommendations of the N and PK. So there should be a balance between the fertilizer recommendations for these maize crops. Maize is a crop that can fit in every cropping system. So there should be a system approach. When you go for the maize wheat mung bean system, the approach should be different. When you go for the maize mustard mung bean system, the approach should be different. Because one recommendations doesn't fit all, doesn't fit everywhere. So there is a different approaches for the different systems. And the maize is the crop that can fit in the cereal crop systems. It can fit in the pulses, in vegetables, in the oilseed, everywhere it can fit as a crop diversification, as a intercrop, or as a relay crop also. It can fit very well. And also scale appropriate mechanization is also there, because right now if you look at the laborers are moving away from the agricultures everywhere, not only near the metropolitan cities, but everywhere. When you go to the village, the laborers are not coming for the agricultures. They will go to the nearby cities for other works, but they are not interested to work for the agriculture. So there must be scale appropriate mechanization from the seeding to the harvesting. And when I am talking about the seeding, in case of the seeding, earlier we are using the normal planters, and in the normal planters we cannot maintain the plant population of 40 to 50,000 per hectares, not more than that. But for a good crop stand or good crop productions, I think we need more than 70,000 plants per hectare. And for that, pneumatic planters I think are coming nowadays. And 2 days back I went to the Dasme's land force company, and they are now in Punjab. It is coming in big way. Last year they sell almost 500 pneumatic planters, and this year they have a target of almost 2,000 pneumatic planters. So this type of, and for the small holders, this two-wheel tractor based scale appropriate mechanization must be there. So we have to strengthen these appropriate mechanizations for seeding, for planting, for weeding, and also for harvesting and threshing as well. This is one of the area, and also there is a need to harness the potentials through by genotypes potentials, G by E by M, genotypes by environment by management. There is a need to harness these potentials, because all the genotypes are not performing at same level under the different ecologies. In different ecologies they behave differently, and also they behave different with the management practices. So I think we should identify the best genotypes, that which genotypes is working well in which conditions and in which season, whether it is in Kharif, whether it is in Rabi, whether it is in spring season, or whether as a late maturity, in medium maturity, or the early maturity. Regarding the doubling farmers' incomes, I think as already said by the panelists, assured procurement should be there. Or another is your storage facility and value chain. I think value chain can play a big role, so that we can improve the income of the farmers. There are only two ways. One is that we can, by increasing productivity, we can double the farmers' income. But another thing is that how we can reduce the input use, that is fertilizers, then your water requirements, then use of the chemicals, pesticides, and other things. By reducing these inputs, also we can double the farmers' income. I think this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jal. That was such a comprehensive overview, and some very good thoughts. Many of them, I think, echoing what Dr. P.K. Singh had said. So let's hope that we can see this integrated approach in the new project that you're. I'll finally call on Dr. Uday Deolankar, who's representing the government of Maharashtra, and your thoughts, please, on today's subject.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am basically chief advisor in soya, cotton and oil seeds value chains, and no one has given me charge of maize. neither yesterday nor today. But if you go through my social profile, suddenly I realized after coming here that my Google profile is my photograph 2 years back preparing silage in my farm. And my other profiles are photographs of my wife, last month's photograph, with sweet corns in my farm. So basically I am involved in every type of corn farming, baby corn farming, sweet corn farming, silage farming and grain farming. Corn baby for me dwells from silage to mileage, from fodder to ethanol. I will narrate for your knowledge the chief programs of our state in field of corn. We have a very decent program called Program on Climate Resilient Agriculture with help of World Bank. This helps farmer with a subsidy of around 80%, 60% to 80% for drip irrigation, for farm pond preparations, and even for storage structures, construction of storage structures like silos and godowns. दूसरा जो प्रोग्राम हमने लॉन्च किया है अभी अभी हमारे बजट में, दैट इज फार्म पॉन्ड एंड ड्रिप ऑन डिमांड. तो जो ये प्रोग्राम में कवर नहीं होता है, प्रोग्राम ऑन क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट एग्रीकल्चर में, जो कि मेजर कॉटन, सोया और मेज के फील्ड से आता है, तो उसको ऑन डिमांड ड्रिप या फार्म पॉन्ड दिया जाएगा. तो आपका जो कंसर्न था वाइल डिस्कशन कि इसमें लॉटरी सिस्टम में वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं रहेगा, इसमें सीनियरिटी फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व बेसिस पे दिया जाएगा और बड़ा ही अच्छा प्रोग्राम है, प्रोविजंस कर रखी है हमने. प्रोग्राम ऑन क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट एग्रीकल्चर में हमने छोटे 2000 और 3000 टन के साइलो लॉन्चिंग के लिए भी पहल कर रखी है और स्टेट में उसका एक बड़ा ड्राइव लिया जा रहा है. तीसरा प्रोग्राम जो है हमारा वो स्टेट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र रूरल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन इनिशिएटिव स्मार्ट. इसमें हमने रेंज बढ़ाई है. 3.25 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट में करीब करीब 2 से 2.25 करोड़ तक सब्सिडाइज करते हैं हम फॉर मार्केटिंग इनिशिएटिव्स. और मैं आप सबके संज्ञान में ये लाना चाहूँगा कि इसमें साइलेज प्रिपरेशन है, गोडाउन प्रिपरेशन है, ड्रायर्स है, जो अल्फाटॉक्सिन का प्रॉब्लम आता है वेट ग्रेन से, उसको एलिमिनेट करने की कोशिश हम इसमें कर रहे हैं. और इसमें हम चाहेंगे कि हम फेडरेशन ऑफ एपीओज बना रहे जो कि इसमें इन्वॉल्व है स्मार्ट में, और इनके साथ आप जॉइंट स्टॉक कंपनीज में इनिशिएटिव्स में आ सकते हो. तो फॉर प्लांट प्रोटेक्शन इन सीड्स, पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, सब जगह हमको आपकी मदद चाहिए. वी आर ओपन टू एवरीवन. चौथा जो इनिशिएटिव हमारा, तो आज ऑनरेबल अब्दुल सत्तार साहब के सन भी, यंगर सन भी यहाँ थे, वो इन्वॉल्व है पूरा ये कॉर्न बिजनेस में भी. और स्टेवार्डशिप काउंसिल हम फॉर्म करने जा रहे हैं. ये मेरा इनविटेशन समझिए, आपको यही महीने में आपको सबको फॉर्मल इनविटेशन भी आ जाएगा. इसमें ऑल स्टेक होल्डर्स फ्रॉम ग्रोअर्स टू प्रोसेसर्स हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे ला रहे हैं. इसके लिए हमने अबाउट 65% तक का सपोर्ट ये काउंसिल को दिया है, 5 करोड़ तक, अप टू द लिमिट ऑफ 5 करोड़. तो बहुत सारा पैसा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र ने इसमें डाल रखा है. बाकी सब तो ऑल डिग्निटरीज ने जो फोकस पॉइंट है उसमें डिस्कस किया है. रिसर्च में भी हमारा एक इनिशिएटिव है कि हमने हमारी 4 स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ है, उनको ये बजट में हमने ईच यूनिवर्सिटी को 100 करोड़ 3 साल के लिए, 3 साल के स्पैन में हम दे रहे हैं. उसमें से 10% इज डेडिकेटेड रिसर्च फॉर कॉर्न. तो आपके कुछ प्रपोजल है प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स के भी, तो हमारे एसीओज के साथ आप एमओयू साइन कर सकते हो, उसमें एंटर कर सकते हो. हम आईआईटीज के साथ भी एमओयूज कर रहे हैं, आईएम्स के साथ भी कर रहे हैं. तो वी आर ओपन टू एवरीथिंग. दिस इज ऑल व्हाट आई वांटेड टू नरेट, एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर silent listening.
Thank you, Dr. Diyankar. That's very encouraging to hear the various initiatives. We'll wait for the rollout and happy to support that. Since the panel has been so disciplined about time, I'm going to allow a few questions. If there are specific questions to specific speakers, please only ask a question, don't make a long comment.
Not a question, but since Agriculture
Yes,
Commissioner is sitting, and whatever Director Maize has said, now this is the right time we must revise our POP with respect to maize cultivation. Number one. Number two is that we must include the hybrids released either in public sector, private sector through all India level in the POP. Until they are included in the POP, they are not going on the farmer field. It is going to delay it. Third intervention.
I'm going to interrupt you because this I will in fact ask you to react not just for maize, but this is a problem for all the crops where hybrids are being developed by the private sector, where the government system, maybe for good reason, doesn't want to be seen to be encouraging or promoting either a brand or a particular variety because it's not coming out of the public funded system. We must find some mechanism. I was talking to Manoj also in the morning that after all that investment, whether made by a private sector entity or the public sector, is for the larger benefit of the agricultural economy. And I'm sure that all of us as citizens, forget about our respective perches here, would want to see the benefit of that technology being made available. So please do reflect on that. I think this is a very important point he's making. But this is a blind spot that I would readily confess, public policy has to address. Yes, please.
Very important to again Madhya Pradesh government, just single intervention recommending 100 days hybrid to Madhya Pradesh changed the scenario of total Madhya Pradesh. Within 3 years, area went just double from 7 lakh to more than 1 million hectare. And Upadhyay was at that production commissioner, sir. Thank you very much.
You can react to that, then I'll take another.
Now it is a very good idea that everything should be there, but what is best, how to identify that? Now that cannot be a pick and choose kind of thing. So for that only ICR has allowed All India Coordinated Research Project System that any private player, if they have something good with them, it should compete with the system. The variety is coming from any sector. Say it is from company A, company B, company C, that doesn't matter. They should pass the test of that particular test. No, so somebody is saying that my variety is the best. So there has to be some scientific proof beyond that. So this year, I think several maize varieties from private sector were released. They were identified for release. They will be released on 2nd May or so when the meeting will be there. Everything, if it is a competitive system, yes, it should be competitive.
Yes,
otherwise, it is difficult to know, identify that for this one. Otherwise, that kind
or
of,
at least a sort of range of technologies.
Yes,
range of
we for say tractor. I cannot say that particular A company is best or B company is best. We are subsidizing all. Similarly, if they are coming through a system, that AICRP system, every variety is being checked in different zones. They have identified more than say 30 or so varieties this year only from private sector. So that all will be in the competition. There is absolutely no issue now, I think.
Sir, no, isn't like you are right. My question is not issue of private and public sector. Even public sector varieties are not included in the POP of the states. This is what we say. We must include those hybrids or variety irrespective of the state released, notified for particular zone or for the state must be included in their package practice also, because it is already state data with them. The state already test them.
That is there. States take time to adopt the technologies coming from the ICR system or something. So they take some time. But I don't know how to improve upon that. Some states, for example, in case of sugarcane, in 2012 they issued an order that yes, whatever varieties are coming from private this ICR system, we will adopt it as it is, and that gave that CO0238 variety of sugarcane, which revolutionized the sugarcane production in that year. That was released in 2009, adopted in UP after that order in 2013, and in next 5 years, yes, the total scenario changed. That is there.
Bhaskar, this is something maybe we can have a smaller round table and invite in a sort of closed session some representative both of the private sector and
this
the
year also
ICR.
This year also we have identified almost more than 30 varieties for the maize, for the different baby corn, field corn, specialty corn. All are from public and private sectors. I think almost 30% are from private sectors and 70% from the public sectors. Regarding the share of the public sector hybrids, I think we are not up to the mark, but we are progressing. I think right now it is around more than 12-13% shares we have. If I am wrong, sir, correct me please. I think around 13-14% shares we have, and we are progressing every year.
Maybe from the rest of the house?
So I have a question.
Yes, please.
We've been comparing the productivity of India with USA 10.5 metric tons per hectare. Is this a like-to-like comparison? I mean, is the crop in US a longer duration crop? Is it just because of irrigation? I mean, when we say that most of India's maize crop is a kharif crop, and because of rain or lack of rain or vagaries of monsoon, our productivity is low. Are we actually hitting the right point? It was the same case in cotton, but once a particular technology was introduced, cotton productivity increased dramatically. This is to Director IIMR.
No, just that is not actual comparison of production productivity. That is the potential of varieties what he is trying to compare. We have varieties with 10 ton potential. If it goes in the actual production zones, yes, it will give. If we those technologies are there, that potential, that is also very important. So the best varieties are available with her. Dr. Saindas is want to say something.
Actually, we are not comparing with the comparable. If you see the USA production productivity duration, it is 140 to 280 days. Then 100% GM crops. Then well mechanized and high productive zone. In India, our 80% of the area is less than 90 days. And only 20% of the area is 120 days, and 10% area is 150 days like Bihar state. So in this way, per day productivity workout in some of the states is more than USA. Even 2 seasons you combine spring and kharif season, we have more than 10 ton productivity of India also. And secondly, the India is only covering 60% single cross hybrid area, and that too with low duration day. And hardly 20% area is covered with the 120 days.
Also, sir, if you look at the productivity of these states like West Bengal, Bihar and Tamil Nadu, I think our productivity is much more than the USA. Our productivity is around more than 6 tons per hectare, and I think average productivity of world around 5.6 tons per hectare.
Where per day productivity, our Bihar is heading than USA.
Is there a private sector answer to this also? This is the public sector answer.
No, so I think one thing which Dr. Saindas rightly covered is the technology makes a big difference there, and I mean even the I think the duration between approval and the launch. Just to give you an example, for the very first year we launch a new hybrid in US. Next year adoption is maybe 50% of the acres. Because the technology is established now, farmer trust that this is coming from a specific brand, so and the technology is there. Then the mechanization, I think, and the organic carbon, I mean we were talking about Northeast 0.4, and I think the US organic carbon is 3%. So and then they do say for example all these satellite mapping in terms of fertility and recommending. So we are going in that direction. So, and I mean within India, say for example our dry season, our Rabi or even our spring, for that matter, yields are as good as US. But our wet season is where we are lacking behind. And if we introduce, say for example, if we answer these 3-4 things like maybe mechanization is one where we have good plant stand, if we can ensure that, if we can ensure good fertilizer management, and then maybe harvesting and technology of course is something that can definitely play a big role in terms of improving the productivity.
Okay, maybe one last question, if anyone has. No?
Just to add, if companies are allowed to draw royalty from the produce, not on the seed, definitely everybody will run to the farmers and then try to increase the production. Just like in case of Australia, where on wheat they are getting royalty on the produce, not on the seed. So that as much you will produce, they will get that much of royalty. So everybody is infusing the something back to the farmers. No, that's the thing.
Yeah.
No comments for 15 years.
Maybe that's a challenge, keeping it away from the food chain would be. Anyway, I think that's a question which can be parked. I think we've had a very stimulating session and wonderful array of views. There was one aspect which I was hoping to hear which did not come up at all. So let me misuse my moderator status to bring that on the table. I promise I will not speak very much about it. And I think that's the question of the very investment in any technology. So we just assume that finance is always available for any kind of new technology that we are putting out on the table for farmers. But the truth is that if you go in, I know it's not today's subject, but the availability of finance for investment in these new technologies is one of the key reasons why the entire package, or the POP as you call it, is not adopted, right? We all keep on repeating the majority of our farmers, overwhelming number is small and marginal. More than 40% of the total cultivable area by some estimates, we don't have any official survey, but pilot studies suggest maybe 40% of the area is under tenant farming, right? With very, very tenuous terms of lease. I was in Andhra just a month ago, and there people are investing huge amounts in hybrid maize seed, and they are having to vacate the plot after 1 year. Every year the landlord is getting them out because he doesn't want any title dispute down the road. So now what is going to be his attitude towards investment in new technology, because he's not going to be able to invest in a particular plot of land for a period of time to get the best results. So I think finance for agriculture, especially I address my colleagues in the government, for adoption of new technologies, wherever people are being asked to take risks and move up the value chain ladder, move up the productivity ladder, we'll have to solve this question of financing. And as I said, maybe that's a subject of another workshop, but I want to put that on the table. And along with, of course, finance, I am talking about insurance and all the package of financial services that would support investment. The second issue, while technology in terms of mechanization was mentioned, we are perhaps missing a very low hanging fruit, which is the post harvest management of a product like corn. Now we'll get into the Bihar and corn season. Anybody who drives from Bagdogra airport towards Purnia or Katihar, who knows that one side of the national highway is only taken up by corn being dried on the road, and we know what it's doing to quality, right? So is it such an insurmountable? Bhaskar is here, he's tried various stunts in Syngenta Foundation days. We have not been able to solve the problem of farm gate procurement or farm gate drying, low cost, cost effective dryers, energy efficient dryers. So these are also issues that I think which need to be addressed in the holistic approach that I'm very happy to hear that you are. And finally, about markets, while of course we are in a sort of situation where corn is more in demand now, as somebody who's been running a agri startup for the last 7 years, in 5 of those 7 years we have worked with FPOs to procure maize. And 3 years we ran losses because the volatility of prices, the unpredictability of policy, short-term export bans leading to price crashes, stock limits in some states. None of this can be anticipated by, and of course, since we are a startup, we are fortunate that venture capital still backs these experiments. But I could say safely that we've lost over about 3 crore rupees in our corn experiment in the last 5 years. In no year did we make money on the corn. Now you can imagine what it is doing to the economics of a small farmer, right? In a backward remote part of Bihar or UP, or the south is slightly better because the value chains are better integrated there, but North India, this is a big challenge. So I'll leave these issues on the table, and I would finally suggest to FICCI that while it's very welcome that we have this Maize Summit every year. Sorry, sir, I gave a lot of chance for questions, so now maybe you can do it with a cup of tea.
It's based on your comments.
No, my comments don't need any comments further on that. Maybe, Bhaskar, we can think of a standing roundtable on maize, which meets more regularly around specific themes, and we could, continuously engage with the industry, the public sector, research organizations, etc. But my sincere thanks to the very distinguished panel for some wonderful views and a very patient audience in the last session. You will be rewarded by a high tea, as I am, advised by our FICCI hosts. So thank you again for being part of the session. Thank you.
We thank the esteemed moderator and the esteemed panelists. Thank you for joining us for this session, and all of you for sitting through the entire day and making the 9th India Maize Summit a huge success. We owe it all to you. So thank you once again, and may I invite you all to please join us for high tea and have a great evening ahead. Thank you.